Chapter 23 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. The New Heir. Things went on smoothly at Foking, or with apparent smoothness, for 3 months, during which John Caldigate surprised both his friends and his enemies by the exemplary manner in which he fulfilled his duty as a parish squire. He was put on the commission, and was in the way to become the most active justice of the peace in those parts. He made himself intimate with all the tenants, and was almost worshipped by Mr. Ralph Holt, his nearest neighbour, to whose judgment he submitted himself in all agricultural matters. He shot a little, but moderately, having no inclination to foster what is called a head of game, and he went to church very regularly, having renewed his intimacy with Mr. Bromley, the parson, a gentleman who had unfortunately found it necessary to quarrel with the old squire, because the old squire had been so manifestly a pagan. There had been unhappiness in the parish on this head, and especially unhappiness to Mr. Bromley, who was a good man. That Mr. Caldigate should be what he called a pagan had been represented by Mr. Bromley to his friends as a great misfortune, and especially a misfortune to the squire himself. But he would have ignored that in regard to social life, so Mr. Bromley said when discussing the matter, if the pagan would have desisted from arguing the subject. But when Mr. Caldigate insisted on the parson owning the unreasonableness of his own belief, and called upon him to confess himself to be either a fool or a hypocrite, then the parson found himself constrained to drop all further intercourse. "It is the way with all priests," said the old squire triumphantly to the first man he could get to hear him. "The moment you disagree with them, they become your enemies at once, and would straightway kill you if they had the power." He probably did not know how very disagreeable he had made himself to the poor clergyman. But now matters were on a much better footing, and all the parish rejoiced. The new squire was seen in his pew every Sunday morning, and often entertained the parson at the house. The rumour of this change was indeed so great that more than the truth reached the ears of some of the Boltons, and advantage was taken of it by those who desired to prove to Mrs. Bolton that the man was not a goat. What more would she have? He went regularly to morning and evening service. Here it was that rumour exaggerated our hero's virtues. Did all his beauty as a country gentleman, and was kind to his wife. The Daniels, who were but lukewarm people, thought that Mrs. Bolton was bound to give way. Mrs. Robert declared among her friends that the poor woman was becoming mad from religion, and the old banker himself was driven very hard for a reply when Robert asked him whether such a son-in-law as John Caldigate ought to be kept at arm's length. The old man did in truth hate the name of John Caldigate, and regretted bitterly the indiscretion of that day when the spendthrift had been admitted within his gates. Though he had agreed to the marriage, partly from a sense of duty to his child, partly under the influences of his son, he had since that been subject to his wife for 9 or 10 months. She had not been able to prevail against him in action, but no earthly power could stop her tongue. Now, when these new praises were dinned into his ears, when he did convince himself that, as far as worldly matters went, his son-in-law was likely to become a prosperous and respected gentleman, he would fain have let the question of hostility drop. There need not have been much intercourse between Puritan Grange and Foking, but then also there need be no quarrel. He was desirous that Caldigate should be allowed to come to the house, and that even visits of ceremony should be made to Foking. But Mrs. Bolton would have nothing to do with such half-friendship. In the time that was coming she must be everything or nothing to her daughter, and she could not be brought to think that one who had been so manifestly a goat should cease to be a goat so suddenly. In other words, she could not soften her heart towards the man who had conquered her. Therefore, when the time came for the baby to be born, there had been no reconciliation between Puritan Grange and Foking. Mrs. Babington had been somewhat less stern. Immediately on the return of the married couple to their own home, she had still been full of wrath, and had predicted every kind of evil. But when she heard that all tongues were saying all good things of this nephew of hers, and when she was reminded by her husband that blood is thicker than water, and when she reflected that it is the duty of Christians to forgive injuries, she wrote to the sinner as follows: Babington Hall, November 1875. My dear John, we are all here desirous that bygones should be bygones, and are willing to forgive, though we may not perhaps be able to forget. I am quite of opinion that resentments should not be lasting, let them have been ever so well justified by circumstances at first. Your uncle bids me to say that he hopes you will come over and shoot the Puddinghall coverts with Humphrey and John. They propose Thursday next week, but would alter the day if that does not suit. We have heard of your wife's condition, of course, and trust that everything may go well with her. I shall hope to make her acquaintance some day when she is able to receive visitors. I am particularly induced at the present moment to hold out to you once more the right hand of fellowship and family affection, by the fact that dear Julia is about to settle herself most advantageously in life. She is engaged to marry the Reverend Augustus Smirkey, the rector of Plumcumb-Pippins, near Woodbridge, in this county. We all like Mr. Smirkey very much indeed, and think that Julia has been most fortunate in her choice." These words were underscored doubly, by way of showing how very much superior was Mr. Augustus Smirkey to Mr. John Caldigate. I may perhaps as well mention, to avoid anything disagreeable at present, that Julia is at this time staying with Mr. Smirkey's mother at Ipswich. Your very affectionate aunt, Mary Ann Babington. Caldigate was at first inclined to send, in answer to this letter, a reply which would not have been agreeable to his aunt, but was talked into a better state of mind by his wife. "Telling me that she will forgive me. The question is whether I will forgive her." "Let that be the question," said his wife, "and do forgive her. She wants to come round, and of course she has to make the best of it for herself. Tell her from me that I should be delighted to see her whenever she chooses to come." "Poor Julia!" said Caldigate, laughing. "Of course you think so, John. That's natural enough. Perhaps I think so too. But what has that to do with it? It's rather unfortunate that I know so much about Mr. Smirkey. He's 50 years old and has 5 children by his former wife. I don't see why he shouldn't be a good husband for all that. And Plumcumb-Pippins is less than £300 a year. Poor dear Julia." "I believe you are jealous, John." "Well, yes, look at the way she has underscored it. Of course I'm jealous." Nevertheless, he wrote a courteous answer, promising to go over and shoot the coverts and stay for one night. He did go over and shoot the coverts and stay for one night, but the visit was not very successful. Aunt Polly would talk of the glories of the Plumcumb-Pippins rectory in a manner which implied that dear Julia's escape from a fate which once threatened her had been quite providential. When he alluded, as he did, but should not have done, to the young Smirkeys, she spoke with almost ecstatic enthusiasm of the dear children, Caldigate knowing the while that the eldest child must be at least 16. And then, though Aunt Polly was kind to him, she was kind in an almost insulting manner, as though he were to be received for the sake of Auld Lang Syne, in spite of the step he had taken downwards in the world. He did his best to bear all this with no more than an inward smile, telling himself that it behoved him as a man to allow her to have her little revenge. But the smile was seen, and the more that was seen of it, the more often was he reminded that he had lost that place in the Babington Elysium which might have been his, had he not been too foolish to know what was good for him. And a hint was given that the Boltons a short time since had not been aristocratic, whereas it was proved to him from Burke's landed gentry that the Smirkeys had been established in Suffolk ever since Cromwell's time. No doubt their land had gone, but still there had been Smirkeys. "How did you get on with them?" his father asked as he passed home through Cambridge. "Oh, much the same as usual. Of course, in such a family a son-in-law elect is more thought of than a useless married man." "They snubbed you?" "Aunt Polly snubbed me a little, and I don't think I had quite so good a place for the shooting as in the old days. But all that was to be expected. I quite agree with Aunt Polly that family quarrels are foolish things." "I am not so sure. Some people doom themselves to an infinity of annoyance because they won't avoid the society of disagreeable people. I don't know that I have ever quarrelled with anyone. I've never intended to do so. But when I find that a man or woman is not sympathetic, I think it better to keep out of the way." That was the squire's account of himself. Those who knew him in the neighbourhood were accustomed to say that he had quarrelled with everybody about him. In December the baby was born, just 12 months after the marriage, and there was great demonstrations of joy and ringing of bells in the parishes of Utterden and Netherden. The baby was a boy, and all was as it ought to be. John Caldigate himself, when he came to look at his position and to understand the feeling of those around him, was astonished to find how strong was the feeling in his own favour, and how thoroughly the tenants had been outraged by the idea that the property might be made over to a more distant member of the family. What was it to them who lived in the house at Foking? Why should they have been solicitous in the matter? They had their leases, and there was no adequate reason for supposing that one Caldigate would be more pleasant in his dealing with them than another. And yet it was evident to him now that this birth of a real heir at the squire's house, with a fair prospect that the acres would descend in a right line, was regarded by them all with almost superstitious satisfaction. The bells were rung as though the church towers were going to be pulled down, and there was not a farmer or a farmer's wife who did not come to the door of Foking to ask how the young mother and the baby were doing. "This is as it should be, squire," said Ralph Holt, who was going about in his Sunday clothes as though it was a day much too sacred for muck and work. He had caught hold of Caldigate in the stable yard, and was now walking with him down towards the ferry. "Yes, she's doing very well, they tell me," said the newly made father. "In course she'll do well. Why not? Healthy lass like she, if I may make so free. There ain't nothing like having them strong and young, with no town-bred airs about 'em. I never doubted as she wouldn't do well. I can tell from their very walk what sort of mothers they'll be." Mr. Holt had long been known as the most judicious breeder of stock in that neighbourhood. "But it ain't only that, squire." "The young un will do well too, I hope." "Oh, in course he will. Why not? The foals take after their dams for a time, pretty much always. But what I mean is, we be all glad you've come back from them out of the way parts." "I had to go there, Holt." "Well, we don't know much about that, sir, and I don't mean nothing about that." "To tell the truth, my friend, I should not have done very well here unless I'd been able to top-dress the English acres with a little Australian gold." "Like enough, squire, like enough. But I wasn't making bold to say nothing about that. For a young gentleman to go out a while and then to come back was all very well. Most of 'em does it. But when there was a talk as you weren't to come back, and that Master George was to take the place, why then it did seem as things was very wrong." "Master George might have been quite as good as I." "It wasn't the proper thing, squire. It wasn't straight. If you hadn't never a been, sir, or if the Lord Almighty had taken you as he did the others, God bless 'em, nobody would have had a right to say nothing. But as you was to the fore, it wouldn't have been straight, and no one would have thought it straight." Instigated by this, John Caldigate looked a good deal into the matter that day, and began to feel that, having been born squire of Foking, he had perhaps no right to deal with himself otherwise. Then various thoughts passed through his mind as to other dealings which had taken place. How great had been the chance against his being squire of Foking when he started with Dick Shand to look for Australian gold, and how little had been the chance of his calling Hester Bolton his wife when he was pledging his word to Mrs. Smith on board the Goldfinder. But now it had all come round to him just as he would have had it. There was his wife upstairs in the big bedroom with her baby, the wife as to whom he had made that romantic resolution when he had hardly spoken to her. And there had been the bells ringing and the tenants congratulating him, and everything had been pleasant. His father, who had so scorned him, who in the days of Davis and Newmarket had been so well justified in scorning him, was now his closest friend. Thinking of all this, he told himself that he had certainly received better things than he had deserved. A day or two after the birth of the baby, Mrs. Robert came out to see the new prodigy, and on the following day Mrs. Daniel. Mrs. Robert was, of course, very friendly, and disposed to be in all respects a good sister-in-law. Hester's great grief was in regard to her mother. She was steadfast enough in her resolution to stand in all respects by her husband if there must be a separation, but the idea of the separation robbed her of much of her happiness. Mrs. Robert was aware that a great effort was being made with Mrs. Bolton. The young squire's respectability was so great, and his conduct so good, that not only the Boltons themselves, but neighbours around who knew aught of the Bolton affairs, were loud in denouncing the woman for turning up her nose at such a son-in-law. The great object was to induce her to say that she would allow Caldigate to enter the house at Chesterton. "You know I never see her now," said Mrs. Robert. "I'm too much of a sinner to think of entering the gates." "Do not laugh at her, Margaret," said Hester. "I do not mean to laugh at her. It is simply the truth. Robert and I have made up our minds that it is better for us all that I should not put myself in her way." "Think how different it must be for me." "Of course it is. It is so dreadful to think she should be so prejudiced. But what can I do, dear? If they will go on persevering, she will of course have to give way." The "they" spoken of were the Daniels, and old Mr. Bolton himself, and latterly the Nicholases, all of whom were of opinion that the separation of the mother from her daughter was very dreadful, especially when it came to be understood that the Squire of Foking went regularly to his parish church. On the next day Mrs. Daniel came out, and though she was much less liked by Hester than her younger sister-in-law, she brought more comfortable tidings. She had been at the Grange a day or two before, and Mrs. Bolton had almost consented to say that she would see John Caldigate. "You shouldn't be in a hurry, you know, my dear," said Mrs. Daniel. "But what has John done that there should be any question about all this?" "I suppose he was just a little, what they call fast once." "He got into debt when he was a boy," said the wife, "and then paid off everything and a great deal more by his own industry. It seems to me that everybody ought to be proud of him." "I don't think your mother is proud of him, my dear." "Poor mamma! I hope he'll go when he's told to do so." "John, of course he'll go if I ask him. There's nothing he wouldn't do to make me happy. But really, when I talk to him about it all, I'm ashamed of myself. Poor mamma!" The result of this visit was, however, very comforting. Mrs. Daniel had seen Mrs. Bolton, and had herself been witness to the fact that Mrs. Bolton had mitigated the sternness of her denial when asked to receive her son-in-law at Puritan Grange. It was, said Mrs. Daniel, the settled opinion of the Bolton family that, in the course of another month or so, the woman would be induced to give way under the pressure put upon her by the family generally. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. News from the Gold Mines. It was said at the beginning of the last chapter that things had gone on smoothly, or with apparent smoothness, at Foking since the return of the Caldigates from their wedding tour. But there had, in truth, been a small cloud in the Foking heavens over and beyond that Babington haze which was now vanishing, and the storm at Chesterton, as to which hopes were entertained that it would clear itself away. It will perhaps be remembered that Caldigate's offer for the sale of his interests in the Polyuca mine had been suddenly accepted by certain enterprising persons in Australia, and that the money itself had been absolutely forthcoming. This had been in every way fortunate, as he had been saved from the trouble of another journey to the colony, and his money matters had been put on such a footing as to make him altogether comfortable. But just when he heard that the money had been lodged to his account, and when the money actually had been so paid, he received a telegram from Mr. Crinkett, begging that the matter might be for a time postponed. This, of course, was out of the question. His terms had been accepted, which might have gone for very little had not the money been forthcoming. But the cash was positively in his hands. Who ever heard of a man postponing an arrangement in such circumstances? Let them do what they might with Polyuca, he was safe. He telegraphed back to say that there could be no postponement. As far as he was concerned, the whole thing was settled. Then there came a multiplicity of telegrams, very costly to the Crinkett interest, costly also and troublesome to himself, for he, though the matter was so pleasantly settled as far as he was concerned, could not altogether ignore the plaints that were made to him. Then there came very long letters, long and loud, letters not only from Crinkett, but from others, telling him that the Polyuca gold had come to an end, the lode disappearing altogether, as lodes sometimes do disappear. The fact was that the Crinkett Company asked to have back half its money, offering him the Polyuca mine in its entirety if he chose to accept it. John Caldigate though in England he could be and was a liberal gentleman, had been long enough in Australia to know that if he meant to hold his own among such men as Mr. Crinkett, he must make the best of such turns of fortune as chance might give him. Under no circumstances would Crinkett have been generous to him. Had Polyeucas suddenly become more prolific in the precious metal than any mine in the colony, the Crinkett Company would have laughed at any claim made by him for further payment. When a bargain had been fairly made, the parties must make the best of it. He was therefore very decided in his refusal to make restitution, though he was at the same time profuse in his expressions of sorrow. Then there came a threat, not from Crinkett, but from Mrs. Euphemia Smith. And the letter was not signed Euphemia Smith, but Euphemia Caldigate. And the letter was as follows: "In spite of all your treachery to me, I do not wish to ruin you, or to destroy your young wife, by proving myself in England to have been married to you at Ahalala. But I will do so unless you assent to the terms which Crinkett has proposed. He and I are in partnership in the matter with 2 or 3 others, and are willing to let all that has gone before be forgotten, if we have means given us to make another start. You cannot feel that the money you have received is fairly yours, and I can hardly think you wish to become rich by taking from me all that I have earned after so many hardships. If you will do as I propose, you better send out an agent. On paying us the money, he shall not only have the marriage certificate, but shall stand by and see me married to Crinkett, who is now a widower. After that, of course, I can make no claim to you. If you will not do this, both I and Crinkett, and the other man who was present at our marriage, and Anne Young, who has been with me ever since, will go at once to England, and the law must take its course. I have no scruple in demanding this, as you owe me so much more. Allen, the Wesleyan who married us, has gone out of the colony, no one knows where. But I send you the copy of the certificate, and all the 4 of us who were there are still together. And there were others who were at Ahalala at the time, and who remember the marriage well. Dick Shand was not in the chapel, but Dick knew all about it. There is quite plenty of evidence. Send back by wire word what you will do, and let your agent come over as soon as possible. Euphemia Caldigate." However true or however false the allegations made in the above letter may have been, for a time it stunned him greatly. This letter reached him about a month before the birth of his son, and for a day or 2 it disturbed him greatly. He did not show it to his wife, but wandered about the place alone, thinking whether he would take any notice of it, and what notice. At last he resolved that he would take the letter to his brother-in-law Robert, and ask the attorney's advice. "How much of it is true?" demanded Robert, when he read the letter twice from beginning to end. "A good deal," said Caldigate. "As much as may be, with the exception that I was never married to the woman." "I suppose not that." Robert Bolton, as he spoke, was very grave, but did not at first seem disposed to be angry. "Had you not better tell me everything, do you think?" "It is for that purpose that I have come and brought you the letter. You understand about the money?" "I suppose so." "There can be no reason why I should return a penny of it?" "Certainly not now. You certainly must not return it under a threat, even though the woman should be starving. There can be no circumstances," and as he spoke he dashed his hand down upon the table, "no circumstances in which a man should allow money to be extorted from him by a threat. For Hester's sake you must not do that." No, I must not do that, of course. And now tell me what is true." There was something of authority in the tone of his voice, something perhaps of censure, something too of doubt, which went much against the grain with Caldigate. He had determined to tell his story, feeling that counsel was necessary to him, but he wished so to tell it as to subject himself to no criticism, and to admit no fault. He wanted assistance, but he wanted it on friendly and sympathetic terms. He had a great dislike to being blown up, as he would probably have expressed it himself, and he already thought that he saw in his companion's eye a tendency that way. Turning all this in his mind, he paused a moment before he began to tell his tale. "You say that a good deal in this woman's letter is true. Had you better not tell me what is true?" I was very intimate with her." "Did she ever live with you?" "Yes, she did." "As your wife?" "Well, yes. It is of course best that you should know all." Then he gave a tolerably true account of all that had happened between himself and Mrs. Smith, up to the time at which, as the reader knows, he found her performing at the Sydney Theatre. "You had made her a distinct promise of marriage on board the ship?" "I think I had." "You think?" "Yes, I think I did. Can you not understand that a man may be in great doubt as to the exact words that he may have spoken at such a time?" "Hardly." "Then I don't think you realize the man's position. I wish to let you know the truth as exactly as I can. You had better take it for granted that I did make such a promise, though probably no such promise was absolutely uttered. But I did tell her afterwards that I would marry her." "Afterwards?" "Yes, when she followed me up to Ahalala." "Did Richard Shand know her?" "Of course he did, on board the ship, and he was with me when she came to Ahalala." "And she lived with you?" "Yes." "And you promised to marry her?" "Yes." "And was that all?" "I did not marry her, of course," said Caldigate. "Who heard the promise?" "It was declared by her in the presence of that Wesleyan minister she speaks of. He went to her to rebuke her, and she told him of the promise. Then he asked me, and I did not deny it. At the moment when he taxed me with it, I was almost intending to do as I had promised." "You repeated your promise then to him?" "Nothing of the kind. I did not deny it, and I told him at last to mind his own business. Life up there was a little rough at that time." "So it seems, indeed. And then after that?" "I had given her money, and she had some claims in a gold mine. When she was successful for a time, she became so keen about her money that I fancy she hardly wished to get herself married. Then we had some words, and so we parted." "Did she call herself Mrs. Caldigate?" "I never called her so." "Did she herself assume the name?" "It was a wild kind of life up there, Robert, and this was apparent in nothing more than in the names people used. I dare say some of the people did call her Mrs. Caldigate, but they knew she was not my wife." "And this man Crinkett?" "He knew all about it." "He had a wife. Did his wife know her?" "He had quarrelled with his wife at that time, and had sent her away from Nobble. Mrs. Smith was then living at Nobble, and Crinkett knew more about her than I did. She was mad about gold, and it was with Crinkett that she was working. I gave her a lot of shares in another mine to leave me." "What mine?" "The old Stick in the Mud, they call it. I had been in partnership with Crinkett, and wanted to get out of the things, and go in altogether for Polyeuca. At that time the woman cared little for husbands or lovers. She had been bitten with the fury of gold gambling, and like so many of them filled her mind with an idea of unlimited wealth. And she had a turn of luck. I suppose she was worth at one time £8,000 or £10,000. "But she did not keep it?" "Oh, I knew but little of her afterwards. I kept out of her way, and though I had dealings with Crinkett, I dropped them as soon as I could." Then he paused, but Robert Bolton held his peace with anything but a satisfied countenance. "Now I think you know all about it." "It is a most distressing story." "All attempts at robbery and imposition are of course distressing." "There is so much in it that is disgraceful." "I deny it altogether, if you mean disgraceful to me." "If it had all been known as it is known now, as it is known even by your own telling, do you think that I should have consented to your marriage with my sister?" "Why not?" Robert Bolton shrugged his shoulders. "And I think, moreover, that had you refused your consent I should have married your sister just the same." "Then you know very little about the matter." "I don't think there can be any good in going into that. It is at any rate the fact that your sister is my wife. As this demand has been made upon me, it is natural that I should wish to discuss it with someone whom I can trust. I tell you all the facts, but I am not going to listen to any fault-finding as to my past life." "Poor Hester!" "Why is she poor? She does not think herself so." "Because there is a world of sorrow and trouble before her, and because all that you have told to me must probably be made known to her." She knows it already. That is, she knows what you mean. I have not told her of the woman's lie, nor of this demand for money. But I shall, when she is strong enough to hear it and to talk of it. You are very much mistaken if you think there are secrets between me and Hester." "I don't suppose you will be pleased to hear the story of such a life told in all the public papers." "Certainly not, but it will be an annoyance which I can bear. You or anyone else would be very much mistaken who would suppose that life out in those places can go on in the same regular way that it does here. Gold beneath the ground is a dangerous thing to touch, and few who have had to do with it have come out much freer from misfortune than myself. As for these people, I don't suppose that I shall hear from them again. I shall send them both word that not a shilling is to be expected from me." There was after this a long discussion as to the nature of the messages to be sent. There was no absolute quarrel between the two men, and the attorney acknowledged to himself that it was now his duty to give the best advice in his power to his brother-in-law. But their manner to each other was changed. It was evident that Robert did not quite believe all that Caldigate told him, and evident also that Caldigate resented this want of confidence. But still each knew that he could not do without the other. Their connection was too firm and too close to be shaken off. And therefore, though their tones were hardly friendly, still they consulted as to what should be done. It was at last decided that 2 messages should be sent by Caldigate, one to Cricket and the other to Mrs. Smith, and each in the same words: "No money will be sent to you on behalf of the Polyuca mine," and that this should be all. Any letter, Robert Bolton thought, would be inexpedient. Then they parted, and the 2 messages were at once sent. After a day or two Caldigate recovered his spirits. We all probably know how some trouble will come upon us, and for a period seem to quell all that is joyous in our life, and that then, by quick degrees, the weight of the trouble will grow less, till the natural spring and vivacity of the mind will recover itself, and make little or nothing of that which a few hours ago was felt to be so grievous a burden. So it had been with John Caldigate. He had been man enough to hold up his head when telling his story to Robert Bolton, and to declare that the annoyance would be one that he could bear easily. But still for some hours after that he had been unhappy. If by sacrificing some considerable sum of money, even a large sum of money, say £10,000, he could at that moment have ensured the silence of Cricket and the woman, he would have paid his money. He knew the world well enough to be aware that he could ensure nothing by any such sacrifice. He must defy these claimants, and then, if they chose to come to England with their story, he must bear it as best he could. Those who saw him did not know that aught ailed him, and Robert Bolton spoke no word of the matter to any one at Cambridge. But Robert Bolton thought very much of it, so much that on the following day he ran up to London on purpose to discuss the matter with his brother William. How would it be with them, and what would be his duty, if the statement made by the woman should turn out to be true? What security had they, after the story told by Caldigate himself, that there had been no marriage? By his own showing he had lived with the woman, had promised to marry her, had acknowledged his promise in the hearing of a clergyman, and had been aware that she had called herself by his name. Then he had given her money to go away. This had been his own story. "Do you believe him?" he said to his brother William. "Yes, I do. In the first place, though I can understand from his antecedents and from his surroundings at the time that he should have lived a loose sort of life when he was out there, I don't think that he's a rascal or even a liar." "One wouldn't wish to think so." "I do not think so. He doesn't look like it, or talk like it, or act like it." "How many cases do we know in which some abominable, unexpected villainy has destroyed the happiness and respectability of a family?" "But what would you do?" asked the barrister. "She's married to him. You cannot separate them if you would." "No, poor girl. If it be so, her misery is accomplished. But if it be so, she should at once be taken away from him. What a triumph it would be to her mother!" "That is a dreadful thing to say, Robert." "But nevertheless true. Think of her warnings and refusals, and of my persistence. But if it be so, not the less must we all insist upon destroying him. If it be so, he must be punished to the extent of the law." William Bolton, however, would not admit that it could be so, and Robert declared that though he suspected, though in such a case he found himself bound to suspect, he did not in truth believe that Caldigate had been guilty of so terrible a crime. All probability was against it, but still it was possible. Then, after much deliberation, it was decided that an agent should be sent out by them to New South Wales to learn the truth, as far as it could be learned, and to bring back whatever evidence might be collected, without making too much noise in the collection of it. Then there arose the question whether Caldigate should be told of this, but it was decided that it should be done at the joint expense of the two brothers, without the knowledge of Hester's husband. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25. The Baby's Sponsors. "Is there anything wrong between you and Robert?" Hester asked this question of her husband one morning in January, as he was sitting by the side of her sofa in their bedroom. The baby was in her arms, and at that moment there was a question as to the godfathers and godmother for the baby. The letter from Mrs. Smith had arrived on the last day of October, nearly 2 months before the birth of the baby, and the telegrams refusing to send the money demanded had been dispatched on the 1st of November, so that, at this time, Caldigate's mind was accustomed to the burden of the idea. From that day to this he had not often spoken of the matter to Robert Bolton, nor indeed had there been much conversation between them on other matters. Robert had asked him 2 or 3 times whether he had received any reply by the wires. No such message had come, and of course he answered his brother-in-law's questions accordingly, but he had answered them almost with a look of offence. The attorney's manner and tone seemed to him to convey reproach, and he was determined that none of the Boltons should have the liberty to find fault with him. It had been suggested some weeks since, before the baby was born, that an effort should be made to induce Mrs. Bolton to act as godmother, and since that, among the names of many other relatives and friends, those of Uncle Babington and Robert Bolton had been proposed. Hester had been particularly anxious that her brother should be asked, because, as she so often said to her husband, he had always been her firm friend in the matter of her marriage. But now, when the question was to be settled, John Caldigate shook his head. "I was afraid there was something even before baby was born," said the wife. "There is something, my pet." "What is it, John? You do not mean to keep secret from me?" "I have not the slightest objection to your asking him to stand, but I think it possible that he may refuse." "Why should he refuse?" "Because, as you say, there is something wrong between us. There have been applications for money about the Polyuca mine. I would not trouble you about it while you were ill." "Does he think you ought to give back the money?" "No, not that. We are quite agreed about the money. But another question has come up, and though we are, I believe, agreed about that too, still there has been something a little uncomfortable." "Would not baby make that all right?" "I think if you were to ask your brother William it would be better." "May I not know what it is now, John?" "I have meant you to know always, from the moment when it occurred, when you should be well enough." "I am well now." "I hardly know, and yet I cannot bear to keep secret from you." There was something in his manner which made her feel at once that the subject to which he alluded was of the greatest importance. Whether weak or strong, of course she must be told now. Let the shock of the tidings be what it might, the doubt would be worse. She felt all that, and she knew that he could feel it. "I am quite strong," she said. "You must tell me now." "Is baby asleep? Put him in the cradle." "Is it so bad as that?" "I do not say that it is bad at all. There is nothing bad in it, except a lie. Let me put him in the cradle." Then he took the child very gently and deposited him fast asleep among the blankets. He had already assumed for himself the character of being a good male nurse, and she was always delighted when she saw the baby in his arms. Then he came and seated himself close to her on the sofa, and put his arm round her waist. "There is nothing bad, but a lie." "A lie may be so very bad?" "Yes, indeed, and this lie is very bad. Do you remember my telling you about a woman?" "That Mrs. Smith, the dancing woman?" "Yes, her." "Of course I remember." "She was one of those, it seems, who bought the Polyuca mine." "Oh, indeed." "She, with Cricket and others. Now they want their money back again." "But can they make you send it? And would it be very bad to lose it?" "They cannot make me send it. They have no claim to a single shilling. And if they could make me pay it, that would not be very bad." "What is it, then, you are afraid to tell me?" "Yes, my darling. Afraid to speak to you of what is so wicked. Afraid to shock you, to disgust you. But not afraid of any injury that can be done to you. No harm will come to you." "But to you?" "Nor to me. None to you, or to me, or to the baby there." As he said this she clutched his hand with hers. "No harm, dearest. And yet the thing is so abominable that I can hardly bring myself to wound your ears with it." "You must tell me now, John." "Yes, I must tell you. I have thought about it much, and I know that it is better that you should be told." He had thought much about it, and had so resolved. But he had not quite known how difficult the telling would be. And now he was aware that he was adding to the horror she would feel by pausing and making much of the thing. And yet he could not tell it as though it were a light matter. If he could have declared it all at once, at first with a smile on his face, then expressing his disgust at the woman's falsehood, it would have been better. "That woman has written me a letter in which she declares herself to be my wife." "Your wife, John? Your wife?" These exclamations came from her almost with a shriek, as she jumped from his arms, and for a moment stood before him. "Come back to me," he said. Then again she seated herself. "You did not leave me then because you doubted me?" "Oh no," she cried, throwing herself upon him and smothering him with kisses. "No, no! It was surprise at such horrid words. Not doubt of you. I will never doubt you." "It was because I was sure of you that I have ventured to tell you this." "You may be sure of me," she said, sobbing violently the while. "You are sure of me, are you not? And now tell me all. How did she say so? Why did she say so? Is she coming to claim you? Tell me all. Oh, John, tell me everything." "The why is soon told. Because she wants money. She had heard no doubt of my marriage, and thought to frighten me out of my money. I do not think she would do it herself. The man Cricket has put her up to it." "What does she say?" "Just that. And then she signs herself Euphemia Caldigate." "Oh, John!" "Now you know it all." "May I not see the letter?" "For what good? But you shall see it if you wish to. I have determined that nothing shall be kept back from you. In all that there may ever be to trouble us, the best comfort will be in perfect confidence." He had already learned enough of her nature to be sure that in this way would he best comfort her, and most certainly ensure her trust in himself. "Oh yes," she cried. "If you will tell me all, I will never doubt you." Then she took the letter from his hand, and attempted to read it. But her excitement was so great that though the words were written very clearly, she could not bring her mind to understand them. "Treachery! Ruin! Married to you! What is it all? Do you read it to me, every word of it?" Then he did read it, every word of it. "She says that she will marry the other man. How can she marry him when she says that she is your wife?" "Just so, my pet. But you see what she says. It does not matter much to her whether it be true or false, so that she can get my money from me. But, Hester, I would fain be just even to her. No doubt she wrote the letter." "Who else would have written it?" "She wrote it. I know her hand. And these are her words, because they are properly expressed. But it is all his doing, the man's doing. He has got her in his power, and he is using her in this way." "If you sent her money?" "No, not a shilling. Not though she was starving. Not now. A man who gives money under a threat is gone. If I were to send her money, every one would believe this tale that she tells. Your brother Robert would believe it." "He knows it?" "I took the letter to him instantly. But I made up my mind that I would not show it you till baby was born. You can understand that." She only pressed closer to him as he said this. "I showed it to Robert, and altogether we are not quite such friends since as we were before." "You do not mean that he believes it?" "No, not that. He does not believe it. If he did, I do not see how he and I could ever speak to each other again. I don't think he believes it at all, but I had to tell him the whole story, and that perhaps offended him." The whole story had not been told to Hester, nor did he think it necessary that it should be told. There was no reason why these details which Robert had elicited by his questions should be repeated to her: the promise of marriage, the interference of the Wesleyan minister, the use made of his name. Of all this he said nothing. But she had now been told that which to her had been very dreadful, and she was not surprised that her brother should have been offended when he heard the same sad story. She of course had at once pardoned the old offence. A young wife, when she is sure of her husband, will readily forgive all offences committed before marriage, and will almost be thankful for the confidence placed in her when offences are confessed. But she could understand that a brother could not be thankful, and she would naturally exaggerate in her own mind the horror which he would feel at such a revelation. Then the husband endeavoured to lighten the effect of what he had said. "Offence, perhaps, is the wrong word, but he was stiff and masterful, if you know what I mean." "You would not bear that, certainly, John." "No, I have to own that I do not love the assumption of authority, except from you." "You do not like it from anybody, John." "You would not wish me to submit myself to your brother?" "No, but I think I might ask him to be baby's godfather." "As you please, only you would be unhappy if he refused." Then there came a little wail from the cradle, and the baby was taken up, and for some minutes his little necessities occupied the mother, to the exclusion even of that terrible letter. But when Caldigate was about to leave the room, she asked him another question. "Will she do anything more, John?" "I can hardly say. I should think not." "What does Robert think?" "He has not told me. I sent an immediate refusal by the telegraph wires, and have not heard anything since." "Is he nervous about it?" "I hardly know. It dwells in his mind, no doubt." "Are you nervous?" "It dwells in my mind. That's all." "May I speak to him about it?" "Why should you? What good would it do? I would rather you did not. Nevertheless, if you feel frightened, if you think that there is anything wrong, it will be natural that you should go to him for assistance. I will not forbid it." As he said this, he stood back away from her. It was but a foot or two, but still there was a sign of separation which instantly made itself palpable to her. "Wrong? How wrong?" she said, following him and clinging to him. "You do not suppose that I would go to him because I think you wrong? Do you not know that whatever might come I should cling to you? What is he to me compared to you? No, I will never speak to him about it." He returned her caress with fervour, and stroked her hair and kissed her forehead. "My dearest, my own, my darling. But what I mean is that if some other man's opinion on this subject is necessary to your comfort, you may go to him." "No other man's opinion shall be necessary to me about anything. I will not speak about it to Robert or to any one. But if more should come of it, you will tell me." "You shall know everything that comes. I have never for a moment had the idea of keeping it back from you. But because of baby, and because baby had to be born, I delayed it." This was an excuse which, as the mother of her child, she could not but accept with thankfulness. "I think I will ask him," she said that night, referring again to the vexed question of godfathers. Uncle Babington had some weeks since very generously offered his services, and of course they had been generously accepted. Among the baby's relations he was the man of highest standing in the world, and then this was a mark of absolute forgiveness in reference to the wrongs of poor Julia. And a long letter had been prepared to Mrs. Bolton, written by Hester's own hand, not without much trouble, in which the baby's grandmother was urged to take upon herself the duties of godmother. All this had been discussed in the family, so that the nature of the petition was well known to Mrs. Bolton for some time before she received it. Mrs. Daniel, who consented to act in the event of a refusal from Puritan Grange, had more than once used her influence with her step-mother-in-law. But no hint had as yet come to Foking as to what the answer might be. It had also been suggested that Robert should be the other godfather, the proposal having been made to Mrs. Robert. But there had come upon all the Boltons a feeling that Robert was indifferent, perhaps even unwilling, to undertake the task. and yet no one knew why Mrs. Robert herself did not know why. The reader, however, will know why, and will understand how it was that Mrs. Robert was in the dark. The attorney, though he was suspicious, though he was frightened, though he was, in truth, very angry with this new brother-in-law, through whose ante-nuptial delinquencies so much sorrow was threatened to the Bolton family, nevertheless kept the secret from all the Cambridge Boltons. It had been necessary to him to seek counsel with someone, but he mentioned the matter only to his brother William. But he did not wish to add to the bond which now tied him to Foking. If this horror, this possible horror, should fall upon them, if it should turn out that he had insisted on giving his sister in marriage to a man already married, then such possible future incidents were too terrible to be considered closely. But with such a possibility he would not add to the bonds. At Puritan Grange they would throw all the responsibility of what had been done upon him. This feeling was mingled with his love for his sister, with the indignation he would not only feel but show if it should turn out that she had been wronged. "I will destroy him utterly," he would sometimes say to himself as he thought of it. And now the godfather question had to be decided. "No," he said to his wife, "I don't care about such things. I won't do it. You write and tell her that I have prejudices or scruples, or whatever you choose to call it." "There is to be a little tell, a little told, and I am to tell it." "I have prejudices and scruples." "About the religion of the thing?" She knew, as of course she was bound to know, that he had at any rate a round dozen of godchildren somewhere about the country. There were the young Williams and the young Daniels, and her own nephews and nieces, with the parents of all of whom Uncle Robert had been regarded as the very man for a godfather. The silversmith in Trumpington Street knew exactly the weight of the silver cup that was to be given to the boy or to the girl. The Bible and prayer books were equally well regulated. Mrs. Robert could not but smile at the idea of religious scruples. "I wish I knew what it was that has come over you of late. I fancy you have quarrelled with John Caldigate." "If you think that, then you can understand the reason." "What is it about?" "I have not quarrelled with him. It is possible that I may have to do so, but I do not mean to say what it is about." Then he smiled. "I don't want you to ask any more questions, but just to write to Hester as kindly as you can, saying I don't mean to be godfather any more. It'd be a good excuse in regard to all future babies." Mrs. Robert was a good wife, and did as she was bid. She worded her refusal as cautiously as she could, and on that occasion asked her husband no further question. The prayer that was addressed to the lady of Puritan Grange became the subject of much debate, of great consideration, and I may say also of lengthened prayer. To Mrs. Bolton this position of godmother implied much of the old sacred responsibility which was formerly attached to it, and which Robert Bolton, like other godfathers and godmothers of the day, had altogether ignored. She had been already partly brought round, nearly persuaded, in regard to the acceptance of John Caldigate as her son-in-law. It did not occur to her to do other than hate him. How was it possible that such a woman should do other than hate the man who had altogether got the better of her as to the very marrow of her life, the very apple of her eye? But she was alive to her duty towards her daughter, and when she was told that the man was honest in his dealings, well-to-do in the world, a professing Christian who was constant in his parish church, she did not know how to maintain her opinion that in spite of all this he was an unregenerate castaway. Therefore, although she was determined still to hate him, she had almost made up her mind to enter his house. With these ideas she wrote a long letter to Hester, in which she promised to have herself taken out to Foking, in order that she might be present as godmother at the baby's baptism. She would lunch at Foking, but must return to Chesterton before dinner. Even this was a great thing gained. Then it was arranged that Daniel Bolton should stand as second godfather in place of his brother Robert. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. A Stranger in Cambridge. "I'm sorry you will not come out to us tomorrow." On the day before the christening, which was at last fixed for a certain Tuesday in the middle of February, John Caldigate went into Cambridge, and at once called upon the attorney at his office. This he did, partly instigated by his own feelings, and partly in compliance with his wife's wishes. Before that letter had come, he and his brother-in-law had been fast friends, and now, though for a day or two he had been angry with what he thought to be unjustifiable interference, he regretted the loss of such a friend. More than 3 months had now passed since the letter had come, but his mind was far from being at ease, and he felt that if trouble should come it would be very well for him to have Robert Bolton on his side. "Margaret is going," said the attorney. "Why do you not bring her?" "Days are days with me, my boy. I can't afford to give up a morning for every baby that is born." "That of course may be true, and if that is the reason, I have nothing more to say." As he spoke he looked in his brother-in-law's face, so as almost to prevent the possibility of continued pretence. "Well, Caldigate, it isn't the reason altogether," said the other. "If you would have allowed it to pass without further explanation, so would I. But if the truth must be spoken in so many words, I will confess that I would rather not go out to Foking till I am sure we shall be no more troubled by your friends in Australia." "Why not? Why should you not go out to Foking?" "Simply because I may have to take an active part against you. I do not suppose it will come to that, but it is possible. I need not say that I trust there may be nothing of the kind, but I cannot be sure. It is on the cards." "I think that is a hard judgment. Do you mean to say that you believe that woman's statement not only against mine, but against the whole tenor of my life and character?" "No, I do not believe the woman's statement. If I did, I should not be talking to you now. The woman has probably lied, and it is probably a tool in the hands of others for raising money, as you have already suggested. But, according to your own showing, there has been much in your life to authorize the statement. I do not know what does or does not constitute a marriage there." "The laws are the same as ours." "There, at any rate, you are wrong. Their marriage laws are not the same as ours, though how they may differ you and I probably do not accurately know, and they may be altered at any time as they may please. Let the laws be what they will, it is quite possible, after what you have told me, that they may bring up evidence which you would find it very difficult to refute. I don't think it will be so. If I did, I should use all my influence to remove my sister at once." "You couldn't do it," said Caldigate, very angrily. "I tell you what I should endeavour to do. You must excuse me if I stand aloof just at present. I don't suppose you can defend such a condition of things as you described to me the other day." "I do not mean to be put upon my defence, at any rate by you," said Caldigate, very angrily, and then he left the office. He had come into Cambridge with the intention of calling at Puritan Grange after he had left the attorney, and when he found himself in the street he walked on in the direction of Chesterton. He had wished to thank his wife's mother for her concession, and had been told by Hester that if he would call, Mrs. Bolton would certainly see him now. Had there been no letter from the woman in Australia, he would probably not have obeyed his wife's behest in this matter. His heart and spirit would then have been without a flaw, and, proud in his own strength and his own rectitude, he would have declared to himself that the absurd prejudices of a fanatic woman were beneath his notice. But that letter had been a blow, and the blow, though it had not quelled him, had weakened his forces. He could conceal the injury done him even from his wife, but there was an injury. He was not quite the man that he had been before. From day to day, and from hour to hour, he was always remonstrating with himself because it was so. He was conscious that in some degree he had been cowed, and was ever fighting against the feeling. His tenderness to his wife was perhaps increased because he knew that she still suffered from the letter, but he was almost ashamed of his own tenderness as being a sign of weakness. He made himself very busy in these days, busy among his brother magistrates, busy among his farming operations, busy with his tenants, busy among his books, so as to show to those around him that he was one who could perform all the duties of life and enjoy all the pleasures with an open brow and a clear conscience. He had been ever bold and self-asserting, but now he was perhaps a little over-bold. But through it all the Australian letter and the Australian woman were present to him day and night. It was this resolution not to be quelled that had made him call upon the attorney at his office, and when he found himself back in the street he was very angry with the man. "If it pleases him, let it be so," he said to himself. "I can do in the world without him." And then he thought of that threat when the attorney had said that he would remove his sister. Remove her, by heavens! He had a stick in his hand, and as he went he struck it angrily against a post. Remove his wife! All the Boltons in Cambridgeshire could not put a hand upon her unless by his leave. For some moments his anger supported him, but after a while that gave way to the old feeling of discomfort which pervaded him always. She was his wife, and nobody should touch her. Nevertheless, he might find it difficult, as Robert Bolton had said, to prove that that other woman was not his wife. Robert Bolton's office was in a small street close to Pembroke College, and when he came out of it he had intended to walk directly through Trumpington Street and Trinity Street to Chesterton. But he found it necessary to compose himself, and so to arrange his thoughts that he might be able to answer such foolish questions as Mrs. Bolton would probably ask him without being flurried. He was almost sure that she had heard nothing of the woman. He did not suspect Robert Bolton of treachery in that respect, but she would probably talk to him about the iniquity of his past life generally, and he must be prepared to answer her. It was incumbent upon him to shake off, before he reached Chesterton, that mixture of alarm and anger which at present dominated him. And with this object, instead of going straight along the street, he turned into the quadrangle of King's College, and, passing through the gardens and over the bridge, wandered for a while slowly under the trees at the back of the college. He accused himself of a lack of manliness in that he allowed himself to be thus cowed. Did he not know that such threats as these were common? Was it not just what might have been expected from such a one as Cricket, when Cricket was driven to desperation by failing speculations? As he thought of the woman, he shook his head, looking down upon the ground. The woman had at one time been very dear to him, but it was clearly now his duty to go on as though there was no such woman as Euphemia Smith, and no such man as Thomas Cricket. And as for Robert Bolton, he would henceforth treat him as though his anger and his suspicions were unworthy of notice. If the man should choose of his own accord to reassume the old friendly relations, well and good. No overtures should come from him, Caldigate. And if the anger and the suspicions endured, why then he, Caldigate, could do very well without Robert Bolton. As he made these resolutions, he turned in at a little gate opening into a corner of St. John's Gardens, with the object of passing through the college back into the streets of the town. It was not quite his nearest way, but he loved the old buildings, and the trees, and the river, even in winter. It still was winter, being now the middle of February, but as it happened the air was dry and mild, and the sun was shining. Still, he was surprised at such a time of the year to see an elderly man apparently asleep on one of the benches which were placed close to the path. But there he was, asleep, with his two hands on a stick, and his head bent forward over his stick. It was impossible not to look at the man sleeping there in that way, but Caldigate would hardly have looked, would hardly have dared to look, could he have anticipated what he would see. The elderly man was Thomas Cricket. As he passed he was quite sure that the man was Thomas Cricket. When he had gone on a dozen yards he paused for a moment to consider what he would do. A dozen different thoughts passed through his mind in that moment of time. Why was the man there? Why, indeed, could he have come to England except with the view of prosecuting the demand which he and the woman had made? His presence, even in England, was sufficient to declare that this battle would have to be fought. But to Cambridge he could have come with no other object than that of beginning the attack at once. And then, had he already commenced his work? He had not at any rate been to see Robert Bolton, to whom any one knowing the family would have first referred him. And why was he sleeping there? Why was he not now at work upon his project? Again, would it be better at the present moment that he should pass by the man as though he had not seen him, or should he go back and ask him his purpose? As the thought passed through his mind, he stayed his step for a moment on the pathway and looked round. The man had moved his position, and was now sitting with his head turned away, but evidently not asleep. Then it occurred to Caldigate that Crinket's slumbers had been only a pretence, that the man had seen and recognized him, and at the moment had not chosen to make himself known. And it occurred to him also that in a matter of such importance as this he should do nothing on the spur of the moment, nothing without consideration. A word spoken to Crinkett, a word without consideration, might be fatal to him. So he passed on, having stood upon the path hardly more than a second or two. Before he had got up to the new buildings of St. John's, a cold sweat had come out all over him. He was conscious of this, and conscious also that for a time he was so confounded by the apparition of his enemy as to be unable to bring his mind to work properly on the subject. "Let him do his worst," he kept on saying to himself. "Let him do his worst." But he knew that the brave words, though spoken only to himself, were mere braggadocio. No doubt the man would do his worst, and very bad it would be to him. At the moment he was so cowed by fear that he would have given half his fortune to have secured the woman's silence, and the man's. How much better it would have been had he acceded to the man's first demand as to restitution of a portion of the sum paid for Folly Euchre, before the woman's name had been brought into the matter at all. But reflections such as these were now useless, and he must do something. It was for his wife's sake, he assured himself, for his wife's sake that he allowed himself to be made thus miserable by the presence of this wretched creature. What should she not be called upon to suffer? The woman, no doubt, would be brought before magistrates and judges, and would be made to swear that she was his wife. The whole story of his life in Australia would be made public, and there was so much that could not be made public without overwhelming her with sorrow. His own father, too, who had surrendered the estate to him, must know it all. His father hitherto had not heard the name of Mrs. Smith, and had been told only of Crinkett's dishonest successes and dishonest failures. When Caldigate had spoken of Crinkett to his father, he had done so with a triumph as of a man whom he had weighed and measured and made use of, whose frauds and cunning he had conquered by his own honesty and better knowledge. Now he could no longer weigh and measure and make use of Crinkett. Crinkett had been a joke to him in talking with his father, but Crinkett was no joke now. While walking through the college quad he was half stupefied by his confusion, and was aware that such was his condition. But, going out under the gate, he paused for a moment and shook himself. He must at any rate summon his own powers to his aid at the moment, and resolve what he would do. However bad all this might be, there was a better course and a worse. If he allowed this confusion to master him, he would probably be betrayed into the worse course. Now, at this moment, in what way would it become him to act? He drew himself together, shaking his head and shoulders, so as to shake off his weakness, pressing his foot for a moment on the earth, so as to convince himself of his own firmness, and then he resolved. He was on the way out to see his mother-in-law, but he thought that nothing now could be gained by going to Chesterton. It was not impossible that Crinkett might have been there. If so, the man would have told something of his story, and his wife's mother was the last person in the world whom, under such circumstances, he could hope to satisfy. He must tell no lie to any one. He must at least conceal nothing of the things as they occurred now. He must not allow it to be first told by Crinkett that they two had seen each other in the gardens. But he could not declare this to Mrs. Bolton. For the present, the less he saw of Mrs. Bolton the better. She would come to the christening to-morrow, unless indeed Crinkett had already told enough to induce her to change her mind. But after that, any intimacy with the house at Chesterton had better be postponed till this had all been settled. But how much would have to be endured before that? Robert Bolton almost threatened to take his wife away from him. No one could take his wife away from him, unless indeed the law were to say that she was not his wife. But how would it be with him if she herself, under the influence of her family, were to wish to leave him? The law no doubt would give him the custody of his own wife, till the law had said that she was not his wife. But could he keep her if she asked him to let her go? And should she be made to doubt? Should her mind be so troubled as it would be should she once be taught to think it possible that she had been betrayed, would she not then want to go from him? Would it not be probable that she would doubt when she should be told that this woman had been called by her husband's name in Australia, and when he should be unable to deny that he had admitted, or at least had not contradicted, the appellation? On a sudden, when he turned away from the street leading to Chesterton as he came out of the college, he resolved that he would at once go back to Robert Bolton. The man was offensive, suspicious, and self-willed, but nevertheless his good services, if they could be secured, would be all important. For his wife's sake, as Caldigate said to himself, for his wife's sake he must bear much. "I have come to tell you something that has occurred since I was here just now," said Caldigate, meeting his brother-in-law at the door of the office. "Would you mind coming back?" "I am in rather a hurry." "It is of importance, and you had better hear it," said Caldigate, leading the way imperiously to the inner room. "It is for your sister's sake. That man Crinkett is in Cambridge." "In Cambridge?" "I saw him just now." "And spoke to him?" the attorney asked. "No, I passed him, and I do not know even whether he recognized me. But he is here, in Cambridge." "And the woman?" "I have told you all that I know. He has not come here for nothing." "Probably not," said the attorney, with a scornful smile. "You will hear of him before long." "Of course I shall. I have come to you now to ask a question. I must put my case at once into a lawyer's hands. Crinkett, no doubt, will commit perjury, and I must undergo the annoyance and expense of proving him to be a perjurer. She probably is here also, and will be ready to commit perjury. Of course I must have a lawyer. Will you act for me?" "I will act for my sister." "Your sister and I are one, and I am obliged therefore to ask again whether you will act for me. Of course I should prefer it. Though you are, I think, hard to me in this matter, I can trust you implicitly. It will be infinitely better for Hester that it should be so, but I must have some lawyer." "And so must she." "Hers and mine must be the same. As to that I will not admit any question. Can you undertake to fight this matter on my behalf, and on hers? If you feel absolutely hostile to me, you had better decline. For myself, I cannot understand why there should be such hostility." Caldigate had so far conquered his own feelings of abasement as to be able to say this with a determined face, looking straight into the attorney's eyes, at any rate without sign of fear. "It wants thinking about," said Robert Bolton. "To-morrow the baby is to be christened, and for Hester's sake I will endeavour to put this matter aside, but on Wednesday I must know." "On Wednesday morning I will answer your question. But what if this man comes to me in the meantime?" "Listen to him, or speak to him, just as seems good to you. You know everything that there is to tell, and may therefore know whether he lies or speaks the truth." Then Caldigate went to the inn, got his horse, and rode back to Foking. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. The Christening. The next day was the day of the christening. Caldigate, on his return home from Cambridge, had felt himself doomed to silence. He could not now at this moment tell his wife that the man had come, the man who would doubtless work her such terrible misery. She was very strong. She had gone through the whole little event of her baby's birth quite as well as could be expected, and had been just what all her friends might have wished her to be. But that this blow had fallen upon her, but that these ill news had wounded her, she would now have been triumphant. Her mother was at last coming to her. Her husband was all that a husband should be. Her baby was, to her thinking, sweeter, brighter, more satisfactory than any other baby ever had been. But the first tidings had been told to her. She had seen the letter signed Euphemia Caldigate, and of course she was ill at ease. Knowing how vexatious the matter was to her husband, she had spoken of it but seldom, having asked but a question now and again when the matter pressed itself too severely on her mind. He understood it all, both her reticence and her sufferings. Her sufferings, of course, must be increased. She must know before long that Crinkett, and probably the woman also, were in her neighbourhood. But he could not tell her now, when she was preparing her baby for his ceremony in the church. The bells were rung, and the baby was prepared, and Mrs. Bolton came out to Foking according to her promise. Though Robert was not there, many of the Boltons were present, as was also Uncle Babington. He had come over on the preceding evening, making on this occasion his first journey to Foking since his wife's sister had died, and the old squire was there in very good humour, though he excused himself from going to the church by explaining that as he had no duty to perform, he would only be in the way amongst them all. Daniel and Mrs. Bolton had also been at Foking that night, and had then for the first time been brought into contact with the Babington grandeur. The party had been almost gay, the old squire having taken some delight in what he thought to be the absurdities of his brother-in-law. Mr. Babington himself was a man who was joyous on most occasions, and always gay on such an occasion as this. He had praised the mother, and praised the baby, and praised the house of Foking generally, graciously declaring that his wife looked forward to the pleasure of making acquaintance with her new niece, till old Mr. Caldigate had been delighted with these manifestations of condescension. "Foking is a poor place," said he, "but Babington is really a country house." "Yes," replied the other squire, much gratified, "Babington is what you may call really a good country house." You had to laugh very hard at him before you could offend Uncle Babington. In all this John Caldigate was obliged to assist, knowing all the time, feeling all the time, that Cricket was in Cambridge. And through all this the young mother had to appear happy, knowing the existence of the letter signed Euphemia Caldigate, feeling it at every moment. And they both acted their part well. Caldigate himself, though when he was alone the thought of what was coming would almost crush him, could always bear himself bravely when others were present. On the morning before they went to church, when the bells were ringing, old Mr. Bolton came in a carriage with his wife from Cambridge. She, of course, condescended to give her hand to her son-in-law, but she did it with a look which was full of bitterness. She did not probably intend to be specially bitter, but bitterness of expression was common to her. She was taken, however, at once up to the baby, and then, in the presence of her daughter and grandchild, it may be presumed that she relaxed a little. At any rate, her presence in the house made her daughter happy for the time. Then they all went to the church, except the squire, who, as he himself pleaded, had no duty to perform there. Mrs. Bolton, as she was taken through the hall, saw him and recognized him, but would not condescend even to bow her head to him, though she knew how intimate he had been with her husband. She still felt, though she had yielded for this day which was to make her grandchild a Christian, that there must be and should be a severance between people such as the Boltons and people such as the Caldigates. As the service went on, and as the water was sprinkled, and as the prayers were said, Caldigate felt thankful that so much had been allowed to be done before the great trouble had disclosed itself. The doubt whether even the ceremony could be performed before the clap of thunder had been heard through all Cambridge had been in itself a distinct sorrow to him. Had Cricket showed himself at Chesterton, neither Mrs. Bolton nor Daniel Bolton would have been standing there at the font. Had Cricket been heard of at Babington, Uncle Babington would not now have been at Foking. All this was passing through his mind as he was standing by the font. When the ceremony of making the young Daniel Humphrey Caldigate a Christian was all but completed, he fancied that he saw old Mr. Bolton's eyes fixed on something in the church, and he turned his head suddenly with no special purpose, but simply looking as one is apt to look when another looks. There he saw, on a seat divided from himself by the breadth of the little nave, Thomas Cricket sitting with another man. There was not a shadow of a doubt on his mind as to the identity of the Australian, nor as to that of Cricket's companion. At the moment he did not remember the man's name, but he knew him as a miner with whom he had been familiar at Ahalala, and who had been in partnership both with himself and Cricket at Nobble, as one who had, alas, been in his society when Euphemia Smith had been there also. At that instant he remembered the fact that the man had called Euphemia Smith Mrs. Caldigate in his presence, and that he had let the name pass without remonstrance. The memory of that moment flashed across him now as he quickly turned back his face towards his child, who was still uttering his little wail in the arms of the clergyman. Utterden Church is not a large building. The seat on which Cricket had placed himself was one usually occupied by parish boys at the end of the row of appropriated seats and near to the door. Less than half a dozen yards from it, at the other side of the way leading up the church, stood the font, so that the stranger was almost close to Caldigate when he turned. They were so near that others there could not but have observed them. Even the clergyman, however absorbed he might have been in his sacred work, could not but have observed them. It was not there as it might have been in a town. Any stranger, even on a Sunday, would be observed by all in Utterton Church. How much, then, at a ceremony which, as a rule, none but friends attend? And Cricket was looking on with all his eyes, leaning forward over his stick and watching closely. Caldigate had taken it all in, even in that moment. The other man was sitting back, gazing at nothing as though the matter to him were indifferent. Caldigate could understand it all. The man was there simply to act or to speak when he might be wanted. As the ceremony was completed, John Caldigate stood by and played with all proper words and actions the part of the young father. No one standing there could see by his face that he had been struck violently, that he had for a few moments been almost unable to stand. But he himself was aware that a cold sweat had broken out all over him as before. Though he leaned over the baby lying in his mother's arms and kissed it, and smiled on the young mother, he did so as some great actor will carry out his part before the public when it is sinking to the ground from sudden suffering. What would be right that he should do now? Now? No one there had heard of Cricket except his wife, and even she herself had no idea that the man of whom she had heard was in England. Should he speak to the man, or should he endeavour to pass out of the church as though he had not recognized him? Could he trust himself even to make the endeavour when he should have turned round and when he would find himself face to face with the man? And then what should he say, and how should he act, if the man addressed him in the church? The man had not come out there to Utterton for nothing, and probably would so address him. He had determined on telling no lie at any rate as to present circumstances. That life of his in Australia had been necessarily rough, and though successful, had not been quite as it should have been. As to that, he thought that it ought to be permitted to him to be reticent. But as to nothing since his marriage would he lie. If Cricket spoke to him, he must acknowledge the man. But if Cricket told his story about Euphemia Smith in the church before them all, how should he then answer? There was but a moment for him to decide it all. The decision had to be made while he was handing back his babe to its mother with his sweetest smile. As the party at the font was broken up, the eyes of them all were fixed upon the two strangers. A christening in a public church is a public service, and open to the world at large. There was no question to be asked to them, but each person as he looked at them would of course think that somebody else would recognize them. They were decently dressed probably in such garments as gentlemen generally wear on winter mornings, but any one would know at a glance that they were not English gentlemen. And they were of an appearance unfamiliar to any one there but Caldigate himself, clean but rough, not quite at home in their clothes, which had probably been bought ready-made, with rough, ignoble faces which you would suspect, but faces nevertheless which had in them something of courage. As the little crowd prepared to move from the font, the two men got up and stood in their places. Caldigate took the opportunity to say a word to Mr. Bromley before he turned round, so that he might yet pause before he decided. At that moment he resolved that he would recognize his enemy, and treat him with the courtesy of old friendship. It would be bad to do at the moment, but he thought that in this way he might best prepare himself for the future. Cricket had appealed to him for money, but Cricket himself had said nothing to him about Euphemia Smith. The man had not yet accused him of bigamy. The accusation had come from her, and it still might be that she had used Cricket's name wrongfully. At any rate, he thought that when the clap of thunder should have come, it would be better for him not to have repudiated a man with whom it would then be known that his relations had once been so intimate. He addressed himself therefore at once to his old associate. "I am surprised to see you here, Mr. Cricket." This he said with a smile and a pleasant voice, putting out his hand to him. How hard it was to summon up that smile! How hard to get that tone of voice! Even those commonplace words had been so difficult of selection. "Was it you I saw yesterday in the cottage gardens?" "Yes, it was me, no doubt." "I turned round and then thought that it was impossible. We have just been christening my child. Will you come up to our breakfast?" "You remember Jack Adamson, eh?" "Of course I do," said Caldigate, giving his hand to the second man, who was rougher even than Cricket. "I hope he will come up also. This is my uncle, Mr. Babington, and this is my father-in-law, Mr. Bolton. These were two of my partners at Noble," he said, turning to the two old gentlemen, who were looking on with astonished eyes. "They have come over here, I suppose, with reference to the sale I made to them lately of my interests at Polyuka." "That's about it," said Adamson. "We won't talk business just at this moment, because we have to eat our breakfast and drink our boy's health. But when that is done, I'll hear what you have to say, or come into Cambridge to-morrow, just as you please. You'll walk up to the house now, and I'll introduce you to my wife." "We don't mind if we do eat a bit, do we, Jack?" said Cricket. Jack bobbed his head, and so they walked back to Foking, the three of them together, while the two Mr. Boltons and Uncle Babington followed behind. The ladies and the baby had been taken in a carriage. The distance from the church to the house of Foking was less than half a mile, but Caldigate thought that he would never reach his hall door. How was he to talk to the men? With what words, and after what fashion? And what should he say about them to his wife when he reached home? She had seen him speak to them, had known that he had been obliged to stay behind with them when it would have been so natural that he should have been at her side as she got into the carriage. Of that he was aware, but he could not know how far their presence would have frightened her. "Yes," he said in answer to some question from Cricket. "The property round here is not exactly mine, but my father's." "They tell me it's yours now," said Cricket. "You haven't to learn to-day that, in regard to other people's concerns, men talk more than they know. The land is my father's estate, but I live here." "And him?" asked Adamson. "He lives in Cambridge." "That's what we mean, ain't it, Cricket?" said Adamson. "You're boss here?" "Yes, I'm boss." "And a deuced good time you seem to have of it," said Cricket. "I've nothing to complain of," replied Caldigate, feeling himself at the moment to be the most miserable creature in existence. It was fearful work, work so cruel that his physical strength hardly enabled him to support it. He already repented his present conduct, telling himself that it would have been better to have treated the men from the first as spies and enemies, though in truth his conduct had probably been the wisest he could have adopted. At last he had the men inside the hall door, and, introducing them hurriedly to his father, he left them that he might rush up to his wife's bedroom. The nurse was there, and her mother, and at the moment she only looked at him. She was too wise to speak to him before them, but at last she succeeded in making an opportunity of being alone with her husband. "You stay here, nurse. I'll be back directly, mamma." And then she took him across the passage into his own dressing-room. "Who are they, John? Who are they?" "They are men from the mines. As they were my partners, I have asked them to come in to breakfast." "And the woman?" As she spoke she held on to the back of a chair by which she stood, and only whispered her question. "No woman is with them." "Is it the man Cricket?" "Yes, it is Cricket." "In this house? And am I to sit at table with him?" "It will be best so. Listen, dearest. All that I know, all that we know of Cricket, is that he is asking money of me because the purchase made of me has turned out badly for him." "But he is to marry that woman who says that she is—" Then she stopped, looking into his face with agony. She could not bring herself to utter the words which would signify that another woman claimed to be her husband's wife. "You are going too fast, Hester. I cannot condemn the man for what the woman has written until I know that he says the same himself. He was my partner, and I have had his money, I fear all his money. He as yet has said nothing about the woman, and as it is so, it behoves me to be courteous to him. That I am suffering much you must be well aware. I am sure you will not make it worse for me." "No, no," she said, embracing him. "I will not. I will be brave. I will do all that I can. But you will tell me everything?" "Everything," he said. Then he kissed her and went back again to his unwelcome guests. She was not long before she followed him, bringing her baby in her arms. Then she took the child round to be kissed by all its relatives, and afterwards bowed politely to the two men, and told them that she was glad to see her husband's old friends and fellow workmen. "Yes, mum," said Jack Adamson. "We've been fellow workmen when the work was hard enough. The young squire seems to have got over his difficulties pretty tidy." Then she smiled again, and nodded to them, and retreated back to her mother. Mrs. Bolton scowled at them, feeling certain that they were godless persons, in which she was right. The old banker, drawing his son Daniel out of the room, whispered an inquiry, but Daniel Bolton knew nothing. "There has been something wrong as to the sale of the mine," said the banker. Daniel Bolton thought it probable that there had been something wrong. The breakfast was eaten, and the child's health was drunk, and the hour was past. It was a bad time for them all, but for Caldigate it was a very bitter hour. To him the effort made was even more difficult than to her, as was right, for she at any rate had been blameless. Then the Boltons went away, as had been arranged, and also Uncle Babington, while the men still remained. "If you don't mind, Squire, I'll take a turn with you," said Cricket at last. "Well, Jack can sit anywhere about the place." "Certainly," said Caldigate. And so they took their hats and went off, and Jack Adamson was left, sitting anywhere about the place. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28. Tom Cricket at Foking. Caldigate thought that he had better take his companion where there would be the least chance of encountering many eyes. He went therefore through the garden into the farmyard, and along the road leading back to the dyke, and then he walked backwards and forwards between the ferry, over the Wash, and the termination of the private way by which they had come. The spot was not attractive, as far as rural prettiness was concerned. They had, on one hand or the other as they turned, the long, straight, deep dyke which had been cut at right angles to the middle Wash, and around, the fields were flat, plashy, and heavy-looking with the mud of February. But Cricket for a while did not cease to admire everything. "And them are all yourn?" he said, pointing to a crowd of cornstacks standing in the haggard. "Yes, they're mine. I wish they were not." "What do you mean by that?" "As prices are at present, a man doesn't make a pinch by growing corn and keeping it at this time of the year." "And where them chimneys is that yourn?" This he said, pointing along the straight line of the road to Farmer Holt's homestead, which showed itself on the other side of the Wash. "It belongs to the estate," said Caldigate. "By Jingo! And how I remember your a-coming and talking to me about across the gate at Polyuka Hall." "I remember it very well." "I didn't know as you were an estated gentleman in those days." "I had spent a lot of money when I was young, and the estate, as you call it, was not large enough to bear the loss. So I had to go out and work, and get back what I had squandered." "And you did it?" "Yes, I did it." "My word, yes. What a lot of money you took out of the colony, Caldigate." "I'm not going to praise myself, but I worked hard for it, and when I got it I didn't run riot." "Not with drink?" "Nor in any other way. I kept my money." "Well, I don't know as you was very much more of a Joseph than anybody else." Then Cricket laughed most disagreeably, and Caldigate, turning over various ideas rapidly in his mind, thought that a good deal would be done if a man so void of feeling could be drowned beneath the waters of the black deep dyke which was slowly creeping along by their side. "Anyway, you was lucky, infernally lucky." "You did not do badly yourself. When I first reached Nobble you had the name of more money than I ever made." "Who's got it now, Caldigate? Who's got my money now?" "It would take a clever man to tell that." "It didn't take much cleverness for me to tell you who has got more of it nor anybody else, and it don't take much cleverness for me to tell that I ain't got none of it left myself. None of it, Caldigate. Not a damned £100. This he said with terrible energy. "I'm sorry it's so bad as that with you, Cricket." "Yes, you is sorry, I dare say. You've acted sorry in all you've said and done since I got taken in last by that mine, haven't you? Well, I have got just a few hundreds, what I could scrape together to bring me and a few others as might be wanted over to England. There's Jack Adamson with me, and just two more. "They may be wanted, Squire." The attack now was being commenced, and how was he to repel it, or to answer it? Only on one ground had he received from Robert Bolton a decided opinion. Under no circumstances was he to give money to these persons. Were he to be guilty of that weakness, he would have delivered himself over into their hands. And not only did he put implicit trust in the sagacity of Robert Bolton, but he himself knew enough of the world's opinion on such a matter to be aware that a man who has allowed himself to be frightened out of money is supposed to have acknowledged some terrible delinquency. He had been very clear in his mind when that letter came from Euphemia Smith that he would not now make any rebate. Till that attack had come, it might have been open to him to be generous, but not now. And yet, when this man spoke of his own loss and reminded him of his wealth, when Cricket threw it in his teeth that by a happy chance he had feathered his nest with the spoils taken from the wretched man himself, then he wished that it was in his power to give back something. "Is that said as a threat?" he asked, looking round on his companion, and resolving that he would be brave. "That's as you take it, Squire. We don't want to threaten nothing." "Because if you do, you'd better go and do what you have to do away from here." "Don't you be so rough now with an old pal. You won't do no good by being rough. I wasn't rough to you when you came to Polyuka Hall without very much in your pocket." This was untrue, for Cricket had been rough, and Caldigate's pockets had been full of money, but there could be no good got by contradicting him on small trifles. "I was a good mate to you then. You wouldn't even have got your finger into the old stick in the mud, nor yet into Polyuka, but for me. I was the making of your fortune, Caldigate, I was." "My fortune, such as it is, was made by my own industry." "Oh, industry be blowed! I don't know that you were so much better than anybody else. Wasn't I industrious? Wasn't I thinking of it morning, noon, and night, and nothing else? You was smart. I do allow that, Caldigate. You was very smart." "Did you ever know me dishonest?" "Pooh! What's honesty? There's nothing so smart as honesty. Whatever you got a sure hold of. That's what you mean by honesty. You was clever enough to take care as you had really got it. Now about this Polyuka business, I'll tell you how it is. I and Jack Adamson and another," as he alluded to the other, he winked, "we believed in Polyuka, we did. Damn the cussed hole! Well, when you was gone we thought we'd try it. It was not easy to get the money as you wanted, but we got it. One of the banks down at Sydney went shares, but took all the plant as security. Then the cussed place ran out the moment the money was paid. It was just as though fortune had done it a purpose. If you don't believe what I'm a saying, I've got the documents to show you." Caldigate did believe what the man said. It was a matter as to which he had, in the way of business, received intelligence of his own from the colony, and he was aware that he had been singularly lucky as to the circumstances and time of the sale. But there had been nothing "smart" about it. Those in the colony who understood the matter thought at the time that he was making a sacrifice of his own interests by the terms proposed. He had thought so himself, but had been willing to make it in order that he might rid himself of further trouble. He had believed that the machinery and plant attached to the mine had been nearly worth the money, and he had been quite certain that Cricket himself, when making the bargain, had considered himself to be in luck's way. But such property, as he well knew, was by its nature precarious and liable to sudden changes. He had been fortunate, and the purchasers had been the reverse. Of that he had no doubt, though probably the man had exaggerated his own misfortune. When he had been given to understand how bad had been the fate of these old companions of his in the matter, with the feelings of a liberal gentleman, he was anxious to share with them the loss. Had Cricket come to him explaining all that he now explained, without any interference from Euphemia Smith, he would have been anxious to do much. But now, how could he do anything now? "I do not at all disbelieve what you tell me about the mine," he said. "And yet you won't do anything for us? You ain't above taking all our money and seeing us starve, and that when you've got everything round you here like an estated gentleman as you are?" There was a touch of eloquence in this, a soundness of expostulation which moved him much. He could afford to give back half the price he had received for the mine, and yet be a well-to-do man. He paid over to his father the rents from Foking, but he had the house and home farm for nothing, and the sum which he had received from Polyuka by no means represented all his savings. He did not like to think that he had denuded this man who had been his partner of everything, in order that he himself might be unnecessarily rich. It was not pleasant to him to think that the fatness of his opulence had been extracted from Jack Adamson and from Euphemia Smith. When the application for return of the money had been first made to him from Australia, he hadn't known what he knew now. There had been no eloquence then, no expostulation. Now he thoroughly wished that he was able to make restitution. "A threat has been used to me," he muttered, almost anxious to explain to the man his exact position. "A threat? I ain't threatened nothing. But I tell you there will be threats, and worse than threats. Fair means first, and foul means afterwards. That's about it, Caldigate." If he could have got this man to say that there was no threat, to be simply piteous, he thought that he might even yet have suggested some compromise. But that was impossible when he was told that worse than threats was in store for him. He was silent for some moments, thinking whether it would not be better for him to rush into the matter of Euphemia Smith himself. Up to this time he had no absolute knowledge that Cricket was aware of the letter which had been written. No doubt that in speaking of "another" as being joined with himself and Adamson, he had intended that Euphemia Smith should be understood. But till her name had been mentioned, he could not bring himself to mention it. He could not bring himself to betray the fear which would become evident if he spoke of the woman. "I think you had better go to my lawyer," he said. "I don't want no lawyering. The plunder is yours, no doubt. Whether you'll have so much law on your side in other matters, that's the question." Cricket did not in the least understand the state of his companion's mind. To Cricket it appeared that Caldigate was simply anxious to save his money. "I do not know that I can say anything else to you just at present. The bargain was a fair bargain, and you have no ground for any claim. You come to me with some mysterious threat." "Ah, you understand," said Cricket. "I care nothing for your threats. I can only bid you go and do your worst. That's what we intend. That you should have lost money by me is a great sorrow to me." "You look sorry, Squire. But after what you have said I can make you no offer. If you will go to my brother-in-law, Mr. Robert Bolton—" "That's the lady's brother?" "My wife's brother." "I know all about it, Caldigate. I won't go to him at all. What's he to us? It ain't likely that I'm going to ask him for money to hold our tongues. Not a bit of it. You've had £60,000 out of that mine. The bank found 20 and took all the plant. There's 40 gone. Will you share the loss? Give us 20, and we'll be off back to Australia by the first ship. And I'll take a wife back with me. You understand? I'll take a wife back with me. Then we shall all be square all round." With what delight would he have given the £20,000, had he dared! Had there been no question about the woman, he would have given the money to satisfy his own conscience as to the injury he had involuntarily done to his old partners. But he could not do it now. He could make no suggestion towards doing it. To do so would be to own to all the Boltons that Mrs. Euphemia Smith was his wife. And were he to do so, how could he make himself secure that the man and the woman would go back to Australia and trouble him no more? All experience forbade him to hope for such a result. And then the payment of the money would be one of many damning pieces of evidence against him. They had now got back for the second time to the spot at which the way up to the house of Foking turned off from the dyke. Here he paused and spoke what were intended to be his last words. "I have nothing more to say, Cricket. I will not promise anything myself. A threatened man should never give way. You know that yourself. But if you will go to my brother-in-law, I will get him to see you." "Damn your brother-in-law! He ain't your brother-in-law no more than I am." Now the sword had been drawn and the battle had been declared. "After that," said Caldigate, walking on in front, "I should decline to speak to you any further." He went back through the farmyard at a quick pace, while Cricket kept up with him, but still a few steps behind him. In the front of the house they found Jack Adamson, who, in obedience to his friend's suggestion, had been sitting anywhere about the place. "I'm blowed if he don't mean to stick to every lump he's robbed us of," said Cricket in a loud voice. "He do he? Then you know what we've got to be after." "I've come across some of 'em precious mean. continued Cricket, "but a meaner skunk nor this estated gentleman, who is a justice of the peace and a squire and all that, I never did come across, and I don't suppose I never shall." And then they stood looking at him, jeering at him, and the gardener, who was then in the front of the house, heard it all. "Darvell," said the squire, "open the gate for these gentlemen." Darvell of course knew that they had been brought from the church to the house and had been invited in to the christening breakfast. "If I were Darvell I wouldn't take wages from such a skunk as you," said Cricket. "A man as has robbed his partners of every shilling, and has married a young lady when he's got another wife living out in the colony. At least she was out in the colony. She ain't there now, Darvell. She's somewhere else now. That's what your master is, Darvell. You'll have to look out for a place, because your master be in quod before long. How much is it they gets for bigamy, Jack? 3 years at the treadmill? That's about it. But I pities the young lady, and the poor little bastard." What was he to do? A sense of what was fitting for his wife rather than for himself forbade him to fly at the man and take him by the throat. And now, of course, the wretched story would be told through all Cambridgeshire. Nothing could prevent that now. "Darvell," he said, as he turned towards the hall steps, "you must see these men off the premises. The less you say to them the better." "Why don't you just tell him all about it as we goes along comfortable?" said Adamson. Darvell, who was a good sort of man in his way, slow rather than stupid, waited with the ordinary respect which a servant has for his master, had heard it all, but showed no particular anxiety to hear more. He accompanied the men down to the causeway, hardly opening his mouth to them, while they were loud in denouncing the meanness of the man who had deserted a wife in Australia and had then betrayed a young lady here in England. "What were they talking about?" said his wife to him when they were alone. "I heard their voices even here." "They were threatening me and you." "About that woman?" "Yes, about that woman. Not that they have dared yet to mention her name, but it was about that woman." "And she?" "I have heard nothing from her since that letter. I do not know that she is in England, but I suppose that she is with them." "Does it make you unhappy, John?" "Very unhappy." "Does it frighten you?" "Yes, it makes me fear that you for a while will be made miserable. You, whom I had thought that I could protect from all sorrow and from all care. Oh, my darling, of course it frightens me, but it is for you." "What will they do first, John?" "They have already said words before the man there, which will of course be spread about the country." "What words?" Then he paused, but after pausing he spoke very plainly. "They said that you were not my wife." "But I am." "Indeed you are. Tell me all truly. Though I were not, I would still be true to you." "But Hester, Hester, you are. Do not speak as though that were possible." "I know that you love me. I am sure of that. Nothing should ever make me leave you. Nothing. You are all the world to me now. Whatever you may have done, I will be true to you. Only tell me everything." "I think I have," he said hoarsely. Then he remembered that he had told much to Robert Bolton which she had not heard. "I did tell her that I would marry her." "You did?" "Yes, I did." "Is not that a marriage in some countries?" "I think nowhere, certainly not there. And the people, hearing of it all, used to call her by my name." "Oh, John, will not that be against us?" "It will be against me, in the minds of persons like your mother." "I will care nothing for that. I know that you have repented and are sorry. I know that you love me now." "I have always loved you since the first moment that I saw you." "Never for a moment believe that I will believe them. Let them do what they will, I will be your wife. Nothing shall be taken away from you. But it is sad, is it not, on that the very day that poor baby is being christened?" Then they sat and wept together and tried to comfort each other. But nothing could comfort him. He was almost prostrated at the prospect of his coming misery, and of hers. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 29. Just by telling me that I am. The thunderbolt had fallen now. Caldigate, when he left his wife that he might stroll about the place after the dusk had fallen, told himself again and again that the thunderbolt had certainly fallen now. There could be no longer a doubt but that this woman would claim him as her husband. A whole world of remorse and regrets oppressed his conscience and his heart. He looked back and remembered the wise counsels which had been given him on board the ship, when the captain and Mrs. Canada and poor Dick Shand had remonstrated with him, and called to mind his own annoyance when he had bidden them mind their own affairs. And then he remembered how he had determined to break away from the woman at Sydney, and to explain to her, as he might then have done without injustice, that they two could be of no service the one to the other, and that they had better part. It seemed now, as he looked back, to have been so easy for him then to have avoided danger, so easy to have kept a straight course. But now surely he would be overwhelmed. And then how easy it would have been, had he been more careful at the beginning of these troubles, to have bought these wretches off. He had been, he now acknowledged, too peremptory in his first refusal to refund a portion of the money to Cricket. The application had indeed been made without those proofs as to the condition of the mine which had since reached him, and he had distrusted Cricket. Cricket he had known to be a man not to be trusted, but yet, even after receiving the letter from Euphemia Smith, the matter might have been arranged. When he had first become assured that the new Polyuka Company had failed, he should have made an offer, even though Euphemia Smith had then commenced her threats. With skill, might he not have done it on this very day? Might he not have made the man understand that if he would base his claim simply on his losses, and make it openly on that ground, then his claim should be considered? But now it was too late, and the thunderbolt had fallen. What must he do first? Robert Bolton had promised to tell him on the morrow whether he would act for him as his lawyer. He felt sure now that his brother-in-law would not do so, but it would be necessary that he should have an answer, and that necessity would give him an excuse for going into Cambridge and showing himself among the Boltons. Let his sufferings or his fears be what they might, he would never confess to the world that he suffered, or that he was frightened, by shutting himself up. He would be seen about Cambridge, walking openly, as though no reports, no rumours, had been spread about concerning him. He would go to the houses of his wife's relations until he should be told that he was not welcome. "John," his wife said to him that night, "bear it like a man." "Am I not bearing it like a man?" "It is crushing your very heart. I see it in your eyes." "Can you bear it?" He asked his question with a stern voice, but as he asked it he turned to her and kissed her. "Yes," she said, "yes. While I have you with me, and baby, I can bear anything. While you will tell me everything that happens, I will bear everything. And, John, when you were out just now, when I am alone and trying to pray, I told myself that I ought not to be unhappy, for I would sooner have you and baby and all these troubles than be back at Chesterton without you." "I wish you were back there. I wish you had never seen me." "If you say that, then I shall be crushed." "For your sake, my darling, for your sake, for your sake. How shall I comfort you when all those around you are saying that you are not my wife?" "By telling me that I am," she said, coming and kneeling at his feet and looking up into his face. "If you say so, you may be sure that I shall believe no one who says the contrary." It was thus, and only now, that he began to know the real nature of the woman whom he had succeeded in making his own, and of whom he found now that even her own friends would attempt to rob him. "I will bear it," he said, as he embraced her. "I will bear it, if I can, like a man." "Oh, ma'am, those men were saying horrid things," her nurse said to her that night. "Yes, very horrid things. I know it all. It is part of a wicked plot to rob Mr. Caldigate of his money. It is astonishing the wickedness that people will contrive. It is very, very sad. I don't know how long it may be before Mr. Caldigate can prove it all." "But he can prove it all, ma'am?" "Of course he can. The truth can always be proved at last. I trust there will be no one about the place to doubt him. If there were such a one, I would not speak to him. though it were my own father, though it were my own mother." Then she took the baby in her arms, as though fearing that the nurse herself might not be loyal. "I don't think there will be any as knows master will be wrong enough for that," said the nurse, understanding what was expected of her. After that, but not quite readily, the baby was once more trusted to her. On the following morning Caldigate rode into the town, and as he put his horse up at the inn, he felt that the very ostler had heard the story. As he walked along the street, it seemed to him that every one he met knew all about it. Robert Bolton would of course have heard it, but nevertheless he walked boldly into the attorney's office. His fault at the time was in being too bold in manner, in carrying himself somewhat too erect, in assuming too much confidence in his eye and mouth. To act a part perfectly requires a consummate actor, and there are phases in life in which acting is absolutely demanded. A man cannot always be at his ease, but he should never seem to be discomforted. For petty troubles the amount of acting necessary is so common that habit has made it almost natural. But when great sorrows come, it is hard not to show them, and harder still not to seem to hide them. When he entered the private room he found that the old man was there with his son. He shook hands, of course, with both of them, and then he stood a moment silent to hear how they would address him. But as they also were silent, he was compelled to speak. "I hope you got home all right, sir, yesterday, and Mrs. Bolton?" The old man did not answer, but he turned his face round to his son. "I hear that you had that man Crinkett out at Foking yesterday," said Robert. "He was there, certainly, to my sorrow." "And another with him?" "Yes, and another with him, whom I had also known as Nobble." "And they were brought in to breakfast?" "Yes." "And they afterwards declared that you had married a wife out there in the colony?" "That also is true." "They have been with my father this morning." "I am very, very sorry, sir," said Caldigate, turning to the old man, "that you should have been troubled in so disagreeable a business. Now, Caldigate, I will tell you what we propose." It was still the attorney who was speaking, for the old man had not as yet opened his mouth since his son-in-law had entered the room. "There can, I think, be no doubt that this woman intends to bring an accusation of bigamy against you." "She is threatening to do it. I think it is very improbable that she will be fool enough to make the attempt." "From what I have heard, I feel sure that the attempt will be made. Depositions, in fact, will be made before the magistrates some day this week. Crinkett and the woman have been with the mayor this morning, and have been told the way in which they should proceed." Caldigate, when he heard this, felt that he was trembling, but he looked into the speaker's face without allowing his eyes to turn to the right or left. "I am not going to say anything now about the case itself. Indeed, as I know nothing, I can say nothing. You must provide yourself with a lawyer." "You will not act for me?" "Certainly not. I must act for my sister. Now what I propose, and what her father proposes, is this: that she shall return to her home at Puritan Grange while this question is being decided." "Certainly not," said the husband. "She must," said the old man, speaking for the first time. "We shall compel it," said the attorney. "Compel? How will you compel it? She is my wife." "That has to be proved. Public opinion will compel it, if nothing else. You cannot make a prisoner of her." "Oh, she shall go if she wishes it. You shall have free access to her. Bring her mother, bring your carriage. She shall dispose of herself as she pleases. God forbid that I should keep her, though she be my wife, against her will." "I am sure she will do as her friends shall advise her when she hears the story," said the attorney. "She has heard the story. She knows it all, and I am sure that she will not stir a foot," said the husband. "You know nothing about her." This he said, turning to his wife's half-brother, and then again he turned to the old man. "You, sir, no doubt are well aware that she can be firm to her purpose. Nothing but death could take her away from me. If you were to carry her by force to Chesterton, she would return to Foking on foot before the day was over. She knows what it is to be a wife. I am not a bit afraid of her leaving me." This he was able to say with a high spirit and an assured voice. "It is quite out of the question that she should stay with you while this is going on." "Of course she must come away," said the banker, not looking at the man, whom he now hated as thoroughly as did his wife. "Consult your own friends, and let her consult hers. They will all tell you so. Ask Mrs. Babington. Ask your own father." "I shall ask no one but her." "Think what her position will be. All the world will at least doubt whether she be your wife or not." "There is one person who will not doubt, and that is herself." "Very good. If it be so, that will be a comfort to you, no doubt. But for her sake, while other people doubt, would it not be better that she should be with her father and mother? Look at it all round." "I think it would be better that she should be with me," replied Caldigate. "Even though your former marriage with that other woman were proved?" "I will not presume that to be possible. Though a jury should so decide, their decision would be wrong. Such an error could not affect us. I will not think of such a thing." "And you do not perceive that her troubles will be lighter in her father's house than in yours?" "Certainly not. To be away from her own house would be such a trouble to her that she would not endure it unless restrained by force." "If you press her, she would go. Cannot you see that it would be better for her name?" "Her name is my name," he said, clenching his fist in his violence, "and my name is hers. She can have no good name distinct from me, no name at all. She is part and parcel of my very self, and under no circumstances will I consent that she shall be torn away from me. No word from any human being shall persuade me to it, unless it should come from herself." "We can make her," said the old man. "No doubt we could get an order from the court," said the attorney, thinking that anything might be fairly said in such an emergency as this. "But it will be better that she should come of her own accord or by his direction. Are you aware how probable it is that you may be in prison within a day or two?" To this Caldigate made no answer, but turned round to leave the room. He paused a moment at the doorway to think whether another word or two might not be said in behalf of his wife. It seemed hard to him, or hard rather upon her, that all the wide-stretching, solid support of her family should be taken away from her at such a crisis as the present. He knew their enmity to himself. He could understand both the old enmity and that which had now been newly engendered. Both the one and the other were natural. He had succeeded in getting the girl away from her parents in opposition to both father and mother. Now, almost within the first year of his marriage, she had been brought to this terrible misery by means of disreputable people with whom he had been closely connected. Was it not natural that Robert Bolton should turn against him? If Hester had been his sister, and there had come such an interloper, what would he have felt? Was it not his duty to be gentle and to give way, if by any giving way he could lessen the evil which he had occasioned? "I am sorry to have to leave your presence like this," he said, turning back to Mr. Bolton. "Why did you ever come into my presence?" "What has been done is done. Even if I would give her back, I cannot. For better or for worse, she is mine. We cannot make it otherwise now. But understand this. When you ask that she shall come back to you, I do not refuse it on my own account. Though I should be miserable indeed were she to leave me, I will not even ask her to stay. But I know she will stay. Though I should try to drive her out, she would not go. Good-bye, sir." The old man only shook his head. "Good-bye, Robert." "Good-bye. You had better get some lawyer as soon as you can. If you know anyone in London, you should send for him. If not, Mr. Seeley here is as good a man as you can have. He is no friend of mine, but he is a careful attorney who understands his business." Then Caldigate left the room with the intention of going at once to Mr. Seeley. But, standing patiently at the door just within the doorway of the house, he met a tall man in dark, plain clothes, whom he at once knew to be a policeman. The man, who was aware that Caldigate was a county magistrate, civilly touched his hat, and then, with a few whispered words, expressed his opinion that our hero had better go with him to the mayor's office. Had he a warrant? Yes, he had a warrant, but he thought that probably it might not be necessary for him to show it. "I will go with you, of course," said Caldigate. "I suppose it is on the allegation of a man named Cricket." "A lady, sir, I think," said the policeman. "One Mrs. Smith." "She called herself Caldigate, sir," said the policeman. Then they went together without any further words to the mayor's court, and from thence, before he heard the accusation made against him, he sent both for his father and for Mr. Seeley. He was taken through to a private room, and thither came at once the mayor and another magistrate of the town with whom he was acquainted. "This is a very sad business, Mr. Caldigate," said the mayor. "Very sad indeed. I suppose I know all about it. 2 men were with me yesterday, threatening to indict me for bigamy if I did not give them a considerable sum of money. I can quite understand that they should have been here, as I know the nature of the evidence they can use. The policeman tells me the woman is here too." "Oh, yes, she is here, and has made another deposition. Indeed, there are 2 men and another woman who all declare that they were present at her marriage." Then, after some further conversation, the accusers were brought into the room before him, so that their depositions might be read to him. The woman was closely veiled, so that he could not see a feature of her face, but he knew her figure well, and he remembered the other woman who had been half companion, half servant to Euphemia Smith when she had come up to the diggings, and who had been with her both at Ahalala and at Nobble. The woman's name, as he now brought to mind, was Anna Young. Crinkett also and Adamson followed them into the room, each of whom had made a deposition on the matter. "Is this the Mr. Caldigate," said the mayor, "whom you claim as your husband?" "He is my husband," said the woman. "He and I were married at Ahalala in New South Wales." "It is false," said Caldigate. "Would you wish to see her face?" asked the mayor. "No, I know her voice well. She is the woman in whose company I went out to the colony, and whom I knew while I was there. It is not necessary that I should see her. What does she say?" "That I am your wife, John Caldigate." Then the deposition was read to him, which stated on the part of the woman that on a certain day she was married to him by the Reverend Mr. Allen, a Wesleyan minister, at Ahalala, that the marriage took place in a tent belonging, as she believed, to Mr. Crinkett, and that Crinkett, Adamson, and Anna Young were all present at the marriage. Then the 3 persons thus named had taken their oaths and made their depositions to the same effect, and a document was produced purporting to be a copy of the marriage certificate as made out by Mr. Allen, copy which she, the woman, stated that she obtained at the time, the register itself, which consisted simply of an entry in a small book, having been carried away by Mr. Allen in his pocket. Crinkett, when asked what had become of Mr. Allen, stated that he knew nothing but that he had left Ahalala. From that day to this none of them had heard of Mr. Allen. Then the mayor gave Caldigate to understand that he must hold himself as committed to stand his trial for bigamy at the next assizes for the county. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 30. The Conclave at Puritan Grange. John Caldigate was committed and liberated on bail. This occurred in Cambridge on the Wednesday after the christening, and before the Saturday night following, all the Boltons were thoroughly convinced that this wretched man, who had taken from them their daughter and their sister, was a bigamist, and that poor Hester, though a mother, was not a wife. The evidence against him, already named, was very strong, but they had been put in possession of other, and, as they thought, more damning evidence than any to which he had alluded in telling his version of the story to Robert Bolton. The woman had produced, and had shown to Robert Bolton, the envelope of a letter addressed in John Caldigate's handwriting to Mrs. Caldigate, Ahalala, Nobble, which letter had been dated inside from Sydney, and which envelope bore the Sydney postmark. Caldigate's handwriting was peculiar, and the attorney declared that he could himself swear to it. The letter itself she also produced, but it told less than the envelope. It began as such a letter might begin, "Dearest Phœbe," and ended, "Yours ever and always, J.C." As she herself had pointed out, a man such as Caldigate does not usually call his wife by that most cherished name in writing to her. The letter itself referred almost altogether to money matters, though perhaps hardly to such as a man generally discusses with his wife. Certain phrases seemed to imply a distinct action. She had better sell these shares or those, if she could, for a certain price, and such like. But, she explained, that they both, when they married, had been possessed of mining shares, represented by scrip, which passed from hand to hand readily, and that each still retained his or her own property. But among the various small documents which she had treasured up for use, should they be needed for some possible occasion such as this, was a note which had not indeed been posted, but which purported to have been written by the minister Allen to Caldigate himself, offering to perform the marriage at Ahalala, but advising him to have the ceremony performed at some more settled place, where an established church community with a permanent church or chapel admitted the proper custody of registers. Nothing could be more sensible, or written in a better spirit, than this letter, though the language was not that of an educated man. This letter Caldigate had, she said, showed to her, and she had retained it. Then she brought forward 2 handkerchiefs which she herself had marked with her new name, Euphemia Caldigate, and the date of the year. This had been done, she declared, immediately after her marriage, and the handkerchiefs seemed by their appearance to justify the assertion. Caldigate had admitted a promise, admitted that he had lived with the woman, admitted that she had passed by his name, admitted that there had been a conversation with the clergyman in regard to his marriage. And now there were 3 others, beside the woman herself, who were ready to swear, who had sworn, that they had witnessed the ceremony. A clerk had been sent out early in November by Robert and William Bolton to make inquiry in the colony, and he could not well return before the end of March. And if the accused man should ask for delay, it would hardly be possible to refuse the request, as it might be necessary for his defence that he too should get evidence from the colony. The next assizes would be in April, and it would hardly be possible that the trial should take place so soon. And if not, there would be a delay of 3 or 4 months more. Even that might hardly suffice should a plea be made on Caldigate's behalf that prolonged inquiry was indispensable. 1,000 allegations might be made as to the characters of these witnesses, characters which doubtless were open to criticism, as to the probability of forgery, as to the necessity of producing Allen the clergyman, as to Mrs. Smith's former position, whether or no she was in truth a widow when she was living at Ahalala. Richard Shand had been at Ahalala, and must have known the truth. Caldigate might well declare that Richard Shand's presence was essential to his defence. There would and must be delay. But what, in the meantime, would be the condition of Hester Bolton, as they feared that they would be bound in duty to call her, of Hester and her infant? The thing was so full of real tragedy, true human nature of them all was so strongly affected, that for a time family jealousies and hatred had to give way. To father and mother, and to the brothers and to the brother's wife, it was equally a catastrophe, terrible, limitless, like an earthquake, or the falling upon them of some ruined tower. One thing was clear to them all, that she and her child must be taken away from Foking. Her continued residence there would be a continuation of the horror. The man was not her husband. Not one of them was inspired by a feeling of mercy to allege that, in spite of all that they had heard, he still might be her husband. Even Mrs. Robert, who had been most in favour of the Caldigate marriage, did not doubt for an instant. The man had been a gambler at home on racecourses, and then had become a gambler at the gold mines in the colony. His life then, by his own admission, had been disreputable. Who does not know that vices which may be treated with tenderness, almost with complacence, while they are kept in the background, become monstrous, prodigious, awe-inspiring when they are made public? A gentleman shall casually let slip some profane word, and even some friendly parson standing by will think but little of it. But let the profane word, through some unfortunate accident, find its way into the newspapers, and the gentleman will be held to have disgraced himself almost for ever. Had nothing been said of a marriage between Caldigate and Mrs. Smith, little would have been thought by Robert Bolton, little perhaps by Robert Bolton's father, little even by Robert Bolton's wife, of the unfortunate alliance which he had admitted. But now everything was added to make a pile of wickedness as big as a mountain. From the conclave which was held on Saturday at Purinton Grange to decide what should be done, it was impossible to exclude Mrs. Bolton. She was the young mother's mother, and how should she be excluded? From the first moment in which something of the truth had reached her ears, it had become impossible to silence her or to exclude her. To her, all those former faults would have been black as vice itself, even though there had been no question of a former marriage. Outside active sins, to which it may be presumed no temptation allured herself, were abominable to her. Evil thoughts, hardness of heart, suspicions, unforgiveness, hatred, being too impalpable for denunciation in the Decalogue, but lying nearer to the hearts of most men than murder, theft, adultery, and perjury, were not equally abhorrent to her. She had therefore allowed herself to believe all evil of this man, and from the very first had set him down in her heart as a hopeless sinner. The others had opposed her, because the man had money. In the midst of her shipwreck, in the midst of her misery, through all her maternal agony, there was a certain triumph to her in this. She had been right, right from first to last, right in everything. Her poor old husband was crushed by the feeling that they had among them allowed this miscreant to take their darling away from them, that he himself had assented, but she had not assented. She was not crushed. Before Monday night all Cambridge had heard something of the story, and then it had been impossible to keep her in the dark. And now, when the conclave met, of course she was won. The old man was there, and Robert Bolton, and William the barrister, who had come down from London to give his advice, and both Mr. and Mrs. Daniel. Mrs. Daniel, of all the females of the family, was the readiest to endure the severity of the stepmother, and she was now giving what comfort she could by her attendance at the Grange. "Of course she should come home," said the barrister. Up to this moment no one had seen Hester since the evil tidings had been made known, but a messenger had been sent out to Foking with a long letter from her mother, in which the poor nameless one had been implored to come back with her baby to her old home till the matter had been settled. The writer had endeavoured to avoid the saying of hard things against the sinner, but her feelings had been very clear. "Your father and brothers and all of us think that you should come away from him while this is pending. Nay, we do not hesitate to say that it is your bounden duty to leave him." "I will never, never leave my dearest, dearest husband. If they were to put my husband into jail, I would sit at the door till they had let him out." That, repeated over and over again, had been the purport of her reply. And that word "husband" she used in almost every line, having only too clearly observed that her mother had not used it at all. "Dearest mother," she said, ending her letter, "I love you as I have always done. But when I became his wife I swore to love him best. I did not know then how strong my love could be. I have hardly known till now, when he is troubled, of what devotion I was capable. I will not leave him for a moment, unless I have to do so at his telling." Such being her determination, and so great her obstinacy, it was quite clear that they could not, by soft words or persuasive letters, bring her to their way of thinking. She would not submit to their authority, but would claim that, as a married woman, she owed obedience only to her husband. And it would certainly not be within their power to make her believe that she was not Caldigate's wife. They believed it. They felt that they knew the facts. To them any continuation of the alliance between their poor girl and the false traitor was abominable. They would have hung the man without a moment's thought of mercy had it been possible. There was nothing they would not have done to rescue their Hester from his power. But how was she to be rescued till the dilatory law should have claimed its victim? "Can't she be made to come away by the police?" asked the mother. The barrister shook his head. "Couldn't the magistrates give an order?" asked the father. Mr. Bolton had been a magistrate himself, was one still indeed, although for some years he had not sat upon the bench, but he had no very clear idea of a magistrate's power. The barrister again shook his head. "You seem to think that something of the kind could be done?" he said, turning to Robert. When he wanted advice he would always turn to Robert, especially in the presence of the barrister, intending to show that he thought the lower branch of the profession to be at any rate more accurate than the higher. "I said something about an order from the Vice-Chancellor, but I fear we should not succeed in getting it." The barrister again shook his head. "Do you mean to say that nothing can be done?" exclaimed Mrs. Bolton, rising up from her seat. "That no steps can be taken?" "If she were once here, perhaps you could prevent her return," whispered the barrister. "Persuade her not to go back," suggested Mrs. Daniel. "Well, that might come after a time, but I think you would have the feeling of the community with you if you succeeded. Well, not violence, you understand." "No, not violence," said the father. "I could be violent with him," said Mrs. Bolton. "Just do not let her leave the house," continued the barrister. "Of course it would be disagreeable." "I should not mind that," said Mrs. Bolton. "In doing my duty I could bear anything. To separate her from him I could undergo any trouble." "But he would have the power to fetch her?" asked the father doubtfully. "No doubt by law he would have such power, but the magistrates would be very loath to assist him. The feeling of the community, as I said, would be in your favour. She would be cowed, and when once she was away from him he would probably feel averse to increase our enmity by taking strong measures for her recovery." Mrs. Bolton seemed to declare by her face that it would be quite impossible for him to increase her enmity. "But we can't lock her up," said the old man. "Practically you can. Take her bonnet away, or whatever she came in. Don't let there be a vehicle to carry her back. Let the keys be turned if it be necessary. The servants must know, of course, what you are doing, but they will probably be on your side. I don't mean to say that if she be resolute to escape at any cost you can prevent her, but probably she will not be resolute like that. It requires a deal of resolution for a young woman to show herself in the streets alone in so wretched a plight as hers. Depends on her disposition." "She is very determined," said Hester's mother. "And you can be equally so." To this assertion Mrs. Bolton assented with a little nod. "You can only try it. It's one of those cases in which, unfortunately, publicity cannot be avoided. We have to do the best we can for her, poor dear, according to our conscience. I should induce her to come on a visit to her mother, and then I should, if possible, detain her." It was thus that William Bolton gave his advice, and as Robert Bolton assented, it was determined that this should be the line of action. Nor can it be said that they were either cruel or unloving in their projected scheme. Believing as they did that the man was not her husband, it must be admitted that it was their duty to take her away from him if possible. But it was not probable that Hester herself would look upon their care of her in the same light. She would beat herself against the bars of her cage, and even should she be prevented from escaping by the motives and reasons which William Bolton had suggested, she would not the less regard her father and mother as wicked tyrants. The mother understood that very well, and she, though she was hard to all the world besides, had never been hard to her girl. No tenderest female bosom that ever panted at injustice done to her offspring was more full than hers of pity, love, and desire. To save her Hester from sin and suffering she would willingly lay down her life. And she knew that in carrying out the scheme that had been proposed, she must appear to her girl to be an enemy, to be the bitterest of all enemies. I have seen a mother force open the convulsively closed jaws of her child in order that some agonizing torture might be applied, which, though agonizing, would tend to save her sick infant's life. She did it though the child shrank from her as from some torturing fiend. This mother resolved that she would do the same, though her child too should learn to hate her. William Bolton undertook to go out to Foking and give the invitation by which she was to be allured to come to Puritan Grange. Only for a day and night if longer absence was objectionable, only for a morning visit if no more could be achieved. It was all treachery and falsehood, a doing of certain evil that possible good might come from it. "She will hate me for ever, but yet it ought to be done," said William Bolton, who was a good man, an excellent husband and father, and regarded in his own profession as an honourable, trustworthy man. "She will never stay," the old man said to his wife, when the others had gone and they two were left together. "I don't know." "I'm sure she will never stay." "I will try." Mrs. Robert said the same thing when the scheme was explained to her. "Do you think anybody could keep me a prisoner against my will, unless they locked me up in a cell? Do you think I would not scream?" The husband endeavoured to explain that the screaming might depend on the causes which had produced the coercion. "I think you would scream, and scream till you were let loose, if the person locking you up had nothing to justify him. But if you felt that the world would be all against you, then you would not scream and would not be let out." Mrs. Robert, however, seemed to think that no one could keep her in any house against her own will without positive bolts, bars, and chains. In the meantime much had been settled out at Foking, or had been settled at Cambridge, so that the details were known at Foking. Mr. Seeley had taken up the case, and had of course gone into it with much more minuteness than Robert Bolton had done. Caldigate owned to the writing of the envelope, and to the writing of the letter, but declared that that letter had not been sent in that envelope. He had written the envelope in some foolish joke while at Ahalala. He remembered doing it well, but he was quite sure that it had never passed through the Sydney post office. The letter itself had been written from Sydney. He remembered writing that also, and he remembered posting it at Sydney in an envelope addressed to Mrs. Smith. When Mr. Seeley assured him that he himself had seen the post office stamp of Sydney on the cover, Caldigate declared that it must have been passed through the post office for fraudulent purposes after it had left his hands. "Then," said Mr. Seeley, "the fraud must have been meditated and prepared 3 years ago, which is hardly probable." As to the letter from the clergyman, Allen, of which Mr. Seeley had procured a copy, Caldigate declared that it had certainly never been addressed to him. He had never received any letter from Mr. Allen, had never seen the man's handwriting. He was quite sure that if he were in New South Wales he could get a dozen people to say that there had never been such a marriage at Alalala. He did name many people, especially Dick Shand. Then Mr. Seeley proposed to send out an agent to the colony, who should take the depositions of such witnesses as he could find, and who should, if possible, bring Dick Shand back with him. And, at whatever cost, search should be made for Mr. Allen, and Mr. Allen should, if found, be brought to England, if money could bring him. If Mr. Allen could not be found, some document written by him might perhaps be obtained with reference to his handwriting. But through it all, Mr. Seeley did believe that there had been some marriage ceremony between his client and Mrs. Euphemia Smith. All this, down to the smallest detail, was told to Hester Bolton or Hester Caldigate, whichever she might be, and there was no word uttered by the man she claimed as her husband which she did not believe as though it were gospel. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 31. Hester is lured back. On the Monday morning, Mr. William Bolton, the barrister, who had much to his own inconvenience remained at Cambridge for the purpose of carrying out the scheme which he had proposed, went over to Foking in a fly. He had never been at the place before, and was personally less well acquainted with the family into which his sister had married than any other Bolton. Had everything been pleasant, nothing could have been more natural than such a visit. But as things were very far from pleasant, Hester was much surprised when he was shown into her room. It had been known to Robert Bolton that Caldigate now came every day into Cambridge to see either his lawyer or his father, and that therefore he would certainly not be found at home about the middle of the day. It was henceforth to be a law with all the Boltons, at any rate till after the trial, that they would not speak to, or if possible see, John Caldigate. Not without any very strong cause would William Bolton have entered his house, but that strong cause existed. "Oh, William, I am so glad to see you," said Hester, rushing into her brother's arms. "I too am glad to see you, Hester, though the time is so sad to us all." "Yes, yes, it is sad, so sad. Is it not terrible that there should be people so wicked, and that they should not be able to cause so much trouble to innocent persons?" "With all my heart I feel for you," said the brother, caressing his young sister. With quickest instinct she immediately perceived that a slight emphasis given to the word "you" implied the singular number. She drew herself back a little, still feeling, however, that no offence had as yet been committed against which she could express her indignation. But it was necessary that a protest should be made at once. "I am so sorry thy husband is not here to welcome you. He is gone into Cambridge to fetch his father. Poor Mr. Caldigate is so troubled by all this that he prefers now to come and stay with us." Indeed, I dare say it will be better that the father and the son should be together." "Father and son, or even mother and daughter, are not like husbands and wives, are they?" "No, they are not," said the barrister. not quite knowing how to answer so very self-evident a proposition, but understanding accurately the line of thought which had rendered it necessary for the poor creature to reassert at every moment the bond by which she would fain be bound to the father of her child. "But Mr. Caldigate is so good and gentle to me and baby, that I am delighted that you should be here with John. You know of all this?" "Yes, I know, of course." "And will feel all that John has to suffer." "It is very bad for everybody concerned. By his own showing, his conduct—" "William," said she, "let this be settled in one word. I will not hear a syllable against my husband from you or any one else. I am delighted to see you. I cannot tell you how delighted. Oh, if papa would come, or mamma, dear, dear mamma! You don't suppose but what I love you all." "I am sure you do." "But not from papa or mamma even will I hear a word against him. Would Fanny," Fanny was the barrister's wife, "let her people come and say things behind your back?" "I hope not." "Then believe that I can be as stout as Fanny. But we need not quarrel. You will come and see baby, and have some lunch. I am afraid they will not be here until 3 or 4, but they will be so glad to see you if you will wait." He would not wait, of course, but he allowed himself to be taken away to see baby, and did eat his lunch. Then he brought forward the purport of his mission. "Your mother is most anxious to see you, Hester. You will go and visit her?" "Oh yes," said Hester, unaware of any danger. "But I wish she would come to me." "My dear girl, as things are at present, that is impossible. You can understand as much as that. There must be a trial." "I suppose so." "Until that has been held, your mother would be wrong to come here. I express no judgment against any one." "I should have thought mamma would have been the first to support me and baby," she said, sobbing. "Certainly, if you were homeless." "But I am not. My husband gives me a house to live in, and I want none other." "What I wish to explain is that if you were in want of anything—" "I am in want of nothing but sympathy." "You have it from me and from all of us. But pray listen for a moment. She cannot come to you till the trial be over. I'm sure Mr. Caldigate would understand that." "He comes to me," she said, alluding to her father-in-law, and not choosing to understand that her brother should have called her husband Mr. Caldigate. "But there can be no reason why you should not go to Chesterton." "Just to see mamma?" "For a day or two," he replied, blushing inwardly at his own lie. "Could you go to-morrow?" "Oh no, not to stay. Of course I must ask my husband. I'm sure he'll let me go if I ask it, but not to-morrow. Why to-morrow?" "Only that your mother longs to see you." He had been specially instigated to induce her to come as soon as possible. "You may imagine how anxious she is." "Poor mamma! Yes, I know she suffers. I know mamma's feelings. Mamma and I must quarrel if we talk about this. Of course I will go to see her. But will you tell her this, that if she cannot speak of my husband with affection and respect, it will be better that she should not mention him at all. I will not submit to a word even from her." When he took his departure, it was settled that she should, with her husband's permission, go over to Chesterton for a couple of nights in the course of the next week, but that she could not fix the day till she had seen him. Then, when he was taking his departure and kissing her once again, she whispered a word to him. "Try and be charitable, William. I sometimes think that at Chesterton we hardly knew what charity meant." That evening the proposed visit to Chesterton was discussed at Foking. The old man had very strongly taken up his son's side, and was of opinion that the Boltons were not only uncharitable, but perversely ill-conditioned in the view which they took. To his thinking, Crinkett, Adamson, and the woman were greedy, fraudulent scoundrels, who had brought forward this charge solely with the view of extorting money. He declared that the very fact that they had begun by asking for money should have barred their evidence before any magistrates. The oaths of the four scoundrels were, according to him, worth nothing. The scrap of paper purporting to be a copy of the marriage certificate, and the clergyman's pretended letter, were mere forgeries, having about them no evidence or probability of truth. Any one could have written them. As to that envelope addressed to Mrs. Caldigate with the Sydney postmark, he had his own theory. He thought but little of the intercourse which his son acknowledged with the woman, but was of opinion that his son had been an ass in writing those words. But a man does not marry a woman by simply writing his own name with the word mistress prefixed to it on an envelope. Any other woman might have adduced the envelope as evidence of his marriage with her. It was, he said, monstrous that anyone should give credence to such bundles of lies. Therefore his words were gospel, and his wishes were laws to Hester. She clung round him, and hovered over him, and patted him like a very daughter, insisting that he should nurse the baby, and talking of him to her husband as though he were manifestly the wisest man in Cambridgeshire. She forgot even that little flaw in his religious belief. To her thinking at the present moment, a man who believed that her baby was the honest son of an honest father and mother had almost religion enough for all purposes. "Quite right that you should go," said the old man. "I think so," said the husband, "though I am afraid they will trouble her." "The only question is whether they will let her come back." "What?" exclaimed Hester. "Whether they won't keep you there when they've got you." "I won't be kept. I will come back. You don't suppose I'd let them talk me over?" "No, my dear, I don't think they'll be able to do that. But there are such things as bolts and bars." "Impossible," said his son. "Do you mean that they'll send me to prison?" asked Hester. "No, they can't do that. They wouldn't take you in at the county jail. But they might make a prison of Puritan Grange. I don't say they will, but they might try it." "I should get out, of course." "I dare say you would, but there might be trouble." "Papa would not allow that," said Hester. "Papa understands better than that. I've a right to go where I like, just as anybody else. That is, if John tells me." The matter was discussed at some length, but John Caldigate was of opinion that no such attempt as the old man had suggested was probable, or even possible. The idea that in these days anyone should be kept a prisoner in a private house, anyone over whom no one in that house possessed legitimate authority, seemed to him to be monstrous. That a husband should lock up his wife might be possible, or a father his unmarried and dependent daughter. But that anyone should venture to lock up another man's wife was, he declared, out of the question. Mr. Caldigate again said that he should not be surprised if it were attempted, but acknowledged that the attempt could hardly be successful. As Hester was anxious to make the visit, it was arranged that she should go. It was not that she expected much pleasure even in seeing her mother, but that it was expedient at such a time to maintain what fellowship might still be possible with her own family. The trial would of course liberate them from all their trouble, and then, when the trial should be over, it would be very sad if an entire rupture between herself and her parents should have been created. She would be true to her husband, as true as a part must be to the whole, as the heart must to the brain. They two were, and ever would be, one. But if her mother could be spared to her, if she could be saved from a lasting quarrel with her mother, it would be so much to her. Tears came into the eyes even of the old man as he assented, and her husband swore to her that for her sake he would forgive every injury from any one bearing the name of Bolton when all this should be over. A day was therefore fixed, and a note was written, and on the last day of February she and her baby and her nurse were taken over to Puritan Grange. In the meantime telegrams, at a very great cost, had been flying backwards and forwards between Cambridge and Sydney. William and Robert Bolton had determined among them that, at whatever expense to the family, the truth must be ascertained. And to this the old banker had assented. So far they were right, no doubt. If the daughter and sister was not in truth a wife, if by grossest, by most cruel ill usage she had been lured to a ruin from which there could be no remedy in this world, it would be better that the fact should be known at once, so that her life might be pure, though it could never again be bright. But it was strange that, with all these Boltons, there was a desire, an anxiety, to prove the man's guilt rather than his innocence. Mrs. Bolton had always regarded him as a guilty man, though guilty of she knew not what. She had always predicted misery from a marriage so distasteful to her, and her husband, though he had been brought to oppose her and to sanction the marriage, had, from the moment in which the sanction was given, been induced by her influence to reject it. Robert Bolton, when the charge was first made, when the letter from the woman was first shown to him, had become aware that he had made a mistake in allowing this trouble to come upon the family, and then, as from point to point the evidence had been opened out to him, he had gradually convinced himself that the son-in-law and brother-in-law, whom he had, as it were, forced into the family, was a bigamist. There was present to them all an intense desire to prove the man's guilt, which was startling to all around who heard anything of the matter. Up to this time the Bolton telegrams and the Caldigate telegrams had elicited two facts: that Allen, the Wesleyan minister, had gone to the Fiji Islands and had there died, and that they at Noble who had last known Dick Shand's address now knew it no longer. Caldigate had himself gone to Pollington, and had there ascertained that no tidings had been received from Dick by any of the Shand family for the last 12 months. It had been decided that the trial must be postponed at any rate till the summer assizes, which would be held in Cambridge about the last week in August, and it was thought by some that even then the case would not be ready. There was, no doubt, an opinion prevalent in Cambridge that the unfortunate young mother should be taken home to her family till the matter should be decided, and among the ladies of the town John Caldigate himself was blamed severely for not allowing herself to place herself under her father's protection. But the ladies of the town generally were not probably well acquainted with the disposition and temper of the young wife herself. Things were in this condition when Hester and her baby went to her father's house. Though that suspicion as to some intended durance which Mr. Caldigate had expressed was not credited by her, still, as she was driven up to the house, the idea was in her mind. She looked at the door, and she looked at the window, and she could not conceive it possible that such a thing should be attempted. She thought of her own knowledge of the house, how, if it were necessary, she could escape from the back of the garden into the little field running down to the river, and how she could cross the ferry. Of course she knew every outlet and inlet about the place, and was sure that confinement would be impossible. But she did not think of her bonnet, nor of her boots, nor of the horror which it would be to her should she be driven to wander forth into the town, and to seek a conveyance back to Foking in the public streets. She went on a Monday, with an understanding that she was to remain there till Wednesday. Mrs. Bolton almost wished that a shorter visit had been arranged, in order that she might at once commence her hostile operations without any intermediate and hypocritical pretences. She had planned her campaign thoroughly in her own mind, and had taken the cook into her confidence, the cook being the oldest and most religious servant in the house. When the day of departure should have come, the cook was to lock the doors, and the gardener was to close the little gate at the bottom of the garden, and the bonnet and other things were to be removed, and then the mother would declare her purpose. But in the meantime allusions to that intended to return to Foking must be accepted and listened to with false assent. It was very grievous, but so it was arranged. As soon as Hester was in the house, the mother felt how much better it would have been to declare to her daughter at once that she was a prisoner, but it was then too late to alter their proposed plans. It very nearly came to pass that Hester left her mother on the morning of her arrival. They had both determined to be cautious, reticent, and forbearing, but the difference between them was so vital that reticence was impossible. At first there was a profusion of natural tears, and a profusion of embraces. Each clung to the other for a while, as though some feeling might be satisfied by mere contact, and then the woe of the thing, the woe of it, was acknowledged on both sides. They could agree that the wickedness of the wicked was very wicked. Wherever might lie the sin of fraud and falsehood, the unmerited misfortunes of poor Hester were palpable enough. They could weep together over the wrongs inflicted on that darling baby. But by degrees it was impossible to abstain from alluding to the cause of their sorrow, and such allusion became absolutely necessary when an attempt was made to persuade Hester to remain at her old home with her own consent. This was done by her father on the evening of her arrival, in compliance with the plan that had been arranged. "No, papa, no, I cannot do that," she said, with a tone of angry determination. "It is your duty, Hester. All your friends will tell you so." "My duty is to my husband," she said, "and in such a matter I cannot allow myself to listen to no other friend." She was so firm and fixed in this that he did not even dare to go on with his expostulation. But afterwards, when they were upstairs together, Mrs. Bolton spoke out more at length and with more energy. "Mamma, it is of no use. said Hester.
"It ought to be of use. Do you know the position in which you are?" "Very well. I am my husband's wife." "If it be so, well. But if it not be so, and if you remain with him while there is a doubt upon the matter, then you are his mistress." "If I am not his wife, then I will be his mistress," said Hester, standing up and looking as she spoke much as her mother would look in her most determined moments. "My child!" "What is the use of all this, mamma? Nothing shall make me leave him. Others may be ashamed of me, but because of this I shall never be ashamed of myself. You are ashamed of me." "If you could mean what you said just now, I should be ashamed of you." "I do mean it. Though the juries and the judges should say that he was not my husband, though all the judges in England should say it, I would not believe them. They may put him in prison and so divide us, but they never shall divide my bone from his bone and my flesh from his flesh. As you are ashamed of me, I had better go back to-morrow." Then Mrs. Bolton determined that early in the morning she would look to the bolts and bars. But when the morning came, matters had softened themselves a little. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 32. The Babington Wedding. "It is your duty, especially your duty, to separate them." This was said by Mr. Smirkey, the vicar of Plumcumb-Pippin, to Mr. Bromley, the rector of Utterdon, and the words were spoken in the park at Babington, where the two clergymen were taking a walk together. Mr. Smirkey's first wife had been a Miss Bromley, a sister of the clergyman at Utterdon, and, as Julia Babington was anxious to take to her bosom all her future husband's past belongings, Mr. Bromley had been invited to Babington. It might be that Aunt Polly was at this time well inclined to exercise her hospitality in this direction, by a feeling that Mr. Bromley would be able to talk to them about this terrible affair. Mr. Bromley was intimate with John Caldigate, and of course would know all about it. There was naturally in Aunt Polly's heart a certain amount of self-congratulation at the way in which things were going. Mr. Smirkey, no doubt, had had a former wife, but no one would call him a bigamist. In what a condition might her poor Julia have been but for that interposition of Providence? For Aunt Polly regarded poor Hester Bolton as having been quite a providential incident, furnished expressly for the salvation of Julia. Hitherto Mr. Bromley had been very short in his expressions respecting the Foking tragedy, having simply declared that, judging by character, he could not conceive that a man such as Caldigate would have been guilty of such a crime. But now he was being put through his facings more closely by his brother-in-law. "Why should I want to separate them?" "Because the evidence of his guilt is so strong." "That is for a jury to judge." "Yes, and if a jury to decide that there had been no Australian marriage, which I fear we can hardly hope. But if a jury were to decide that, then of course she could go back to him. But while there is a doubt, I should have thought, Tom, you certainly would have seen it, even though you have never had a wife of your own." "I think I see all that there is to see," said the other. "If the poor lady has been deceived and betrayed, no punishment can be too heavy for the man who has injured her. But the very enormity of the iniquity makes me doubt it. As far as I can judge, Caldigate is a high-spirited, honest gentleman, to whom the perpetration of so great a sin would hardly suggest itself." But if, think of her condition, Tom." "You would have to think of your own, if you were to attempt to tell her to leave him." "This means that you are afraid of her." "It certainly means that I should be very much afraid if I thought of taking such a liberty. If I believed it to be my duty, I hope that I would do it." "You are her clergyman." "Certainly. I christened her child. I preached to her twice every Sunday. And if she were to die, I should bury her." "Is that all?" "Pretty nearly, except that I generally dine at the house once a week." "Is there nothing further confided to you than that?" "If she were to come to me for advice, then it would be my duty to give her what advice I thought to be best, and then—" "Well, then?" "Then I would have to make up my mind, which I have not done at present. I should have to make my mind, not as to his guilt, for I believe him to be innocent, but as to the expediency of a separation till a jury should have acquitted him. but I am well aware that she won't come to me, and from little words which constantly drop from her I am quite sure that nothing would induce her to leave her husband but a direct command from himself." "You might do it through him." "I am equally sure that nothing would induce him to send her away." But such a conviction as this was not sufficient for Mr. Smirkey. He was alive to the fact, uncomfortably alive to the fact, that the ordinary life of gentlefolk in England does not admit of direct clerical interference. As a country clergyman he could bestow his admonitions upon his poorer neighbours, but upon those who were well to do he could not intrude himself unasked, unless, as he thought, in cases of great emergency. Here was a case of very great emergency. He was sure that he would have courage for the occasion if folking were in the bounds of plum cum pippin. It was just the case in which counsel should be volunteered, in which so much could be said which would be gross impertinence from others, though it might be so manifest a duty to a clergyman. But Mr. Bromley could not be aroused to a sense either of his duties or of his privileges. All this was sad to Mr. Smirkey, who regretted those past days in which, as he believed, the delinquent soul had been as manifestly subject to ecclesiastical interference as the delinquent body had always been to the civil law. But with Julia, who was to be his wife, he could be more imperative. She was taught to give thanks before the throne of grace because she had been spared the ignominy of being married to a man who could not have made her his wife, and had had an unstained clergyman of the Church of England given to her for her protection. For with that candour which is so delightful and so common in these days, everything had been told to Mr. Smirkey. How her young heart had for a time turned itself towards her cousin, how she had been deceived, and then how rejoiced she was that by such deceit she had been reserved for her present more glorious fate. "And won't Mr. Bromley speak to her?" Julia asked. "It is a very difficult question, a very difficult question indeed," said Mr. Smirkey, shaking his head. He was quite sure that there were folking in his parish he would perform the duty, though Mr. Caldigate and the unfortunate lady might be as a lion and a lioness in opposition to him. But he was also of opinion that sacerdotal differences of opinion should not be discussed among laymen, should not be discussed by a clergyman even with the wife of his bosom. At Babington opinion was somewhat divided. Aunt Polly and Julia were of course certain that John Caldigate had married the woman in Australia, but the two other girls and their father were not at all so sure. Indeed, there had been a little misunderstanding among the Babingtons on the subject, which was perhaps strengthened by the fact that Mr. Smirkey had more endeared himself to Julia's mother than to Julia's father or sisters, and that Mr. Smirkey himself was very clear as to the criminality of the bigamist. "I suppose you are often there?" Mr. Babington said to his guest, the parson of Utterton. "Yes, I have seen a good deal of them." "Do you think it possible?" "Not probable," said the clergyman. "I don't," said the squire. "I suppose he was a little wild out there, but that is a very different thing from bigamy. Young men, when they get out to those places, are not quite so particular as they ought to be, I dare say. When I was young, perhaps I was not as steady as I ought to have been. But, by George, here's a man comes over and asks for a lot of money, and then the woman asks for money, and then they say that if they don't get it they'll swear the fellow was married in Australia. I can't fancy that any jury will believe that." "I hope not. And yet, madame," the squire was in the habit of calling his wife madame when he intended to insinuate anything against her, "has got it settled in her head that this young woman isn't his wife at all. I think it's uncommon hard. A man ought to be considered innocent till he has been found guilty. I shall go over and see him one of these days, and say a kind word to her." There was at that moment some little difference of opinion, which was coming to a head in reference to a very delicate matter. When the conversations above related took place, the Babington wedding had been fixed to take place in a week's time. Should cousin John be invited, or should he not? Julia was decidedly against it. She did not think, she said, that she could stand up at the altar and conduct herself on an occasion so trying if she were aware that he was standing by her. Mr. Smirkey, of course, was not asked, was not directly asked, but equally, of course, he was able to convey his own opinion through his future bride. Aunt Polly thought that the county would be shocked if a man charged with bigamy was allowed to be present at the marriage. But the squire was a man who could have an opinion of his own, and, after having elicited that of Mr. Bromley, insisted that the invitation should be sent. "It will be a pollution," said Julia sternly to her younger sisters. "You will be a married woman almost before you have seen him," said Georgiana the second, "and so it won't matter so much to you. We must get over it as we can." Julia had been thought by her sisters not to bear the Smirky triumph with sufficient humility, and they therefore were sometimes a little harsh to her. "I don't think you understand it at all," said Julia. "You have no conception what would be the feelings of a married woman, especially when she is going to become the wife of one of God's ministers." But in spite of all this, Aunt Polly wrote to her nephew as follows: "Dear John, our dearest Julia is to be married on Tuesday next. You know how anxious we all have been to maintain affectionate family relations with you, and we therefore do not like the idea of our sweet child passing from her present sphere to other duties without your presence. Will you come over on Monday evening and stay till after the breakfast? It is astonishing how many of our friends from the two counties have expressed their wish to grace the ceremony by their company. I doubt whether there is a clergyman in the diocese of Ely more respected and thought of by all the upper classes than Augustus Smirky. I do not ask Mrs. Caldigate, because under present circumstances she would not perhaps wish to go into company, and because Augustus has never yet had an opportunity of making her acquaintance. I will only say that it is the anxious wish of us all here that you and she together may soon see the end of these terrible troubles. Believe me to be your affectionate aunt, Mary Ann Babington." The writing of this letter had not been effected without much difficulty. The squire himself was not good at the writing of letters, and though he did insist on seeing this epistle so that he might be satisfied that Caldigate had been asked in good faith, he did not know how to propose alterations. "That's all my eye," he said, referring to his son-in-law that was to be. "He's as good as another, but I don't know that he's any better." "That, my dear," said Aunt Polly, "is because you do not interest yourself about such matters. If you had heard what the Archdeacon said of him the other day, you would think differently." "He's another parson," said the squire. "Of course they butter each other up." Then he went on to the other paragraph. "I wouldn't have said anything about his wife." "That would not have been civil," said Aunt Polly, "and as you insist on my asking him, I do not wish to be rude." And so the letter was sent as it was written. It reached Caldigate on the day which Hester was passing with her mother at Chesterton, on the Tuesday. She had left Woking on the Monday, intending to return on the Wednesday. Caldigate was therefore alone with his father. "They might as well have left that undone," said he, throwing the letter over the table. "It's about the silliest letter I ever read," said the old squire, "but it is intended for civility. She means to show that she does not condemn you. There are many people who do not know when to speak and when to be silent. I shouldn't go." "No, I shan't go." "But I should take it as meant in kindness." Then John Caldigate wrote back as follows: "All this that has befallen my wife and me prevents us from going anywhere. She is at the present moment with her own people at Chesterton, but when she returns I shall not leave her. Give my kindest love to Julia, and ask her from me to accept the little present which I send her." Julia declared that she would much rather not have accepted the brooch, and that she would never wear it. But animosity against such articles wears itself out quickly, and it may be expected that the little ornament will be seen in the houses of the Suffolk gentry, among whom Mr. Smirky is so popular. Whether it was Mr. Smirky's popularity, or the general estimation in which the Babington family were held, or the delight which is taken by the world at large in weddings, there was a very great gathering at Babington Church, and in the squire's house afterwards. Though it was early in March, a time of the year which in the eastern counties of England is not altogether propitious to out-of-doors festivity, though the roads were muddy and the park sloppy and the church abominably open to draughts, still there was a crowd. The young ladies in that part of the world had been slow in marrying lately, and it was felt that the present occasion might give a little fillip to the neighbourhood. This was the second Suffolk young lady that Mr. Smirky had married, and he was therefore entitled to popularity. He certainly had done as much as he could, and there was probably no one around who had done more. "I think the dear child will be happy," said Mrs. Babington to her old friend, Mrs. Munday, the wife of Archdeacon Munday, the clerical dignitary who had given Mr. Smirkey so good a character. "Of course she will," said Mrs. Munday, who had already given 3 daughters in marriage to 3 clergymen, and who had, as it were, become used to the transfer. "And that she will do her duty in it?" "Why not? There's nothing difficult in it, if she only sees that he has his surplice and bands properly got up. He is not, on the whole, a bad-tempered man, and though the children are rough, they'll grow out of that. And she ought to make him take 2 or perhaps 3 glasses of port wine on Sundays. Mr. Smirkey is not as young as he used to be, and 2 whole duties with the Sunday school, which must be looked into, do take a good deal out of a man. The Archdeacon, of course, has a curate, but I suppose Mr. Smirkey could hardly manage that just at present." The views which had hitherto been taken at Babington of the bride's future life had been somewhat loftier than this. The bands and the surplice and the port wine seemed to be small after all that had been said. The mother felt that she was in some degree rebuked, not having learnt that nothing will so much lessen the enthusiasm one may feel for the work of a barrister, or a member of a Parliament, or a clergyman, as a little domestic conversation with the wife of the one or the other. But Mrs. Munday was a lady possessing much clerical authority, and that which she said had to be endured with equanimity. Mr. Smirkey seemed to enjoy the occasion, and held his own through the day with much dignity. The Archdeacon and the clergyman of the parish, and Mr. Bromley, all assisted, and nothing was wanting of outward ceremony which a small country church could supply. When his health was drunk at the breakfast, he preached quite a little sermon as he returned thanks, holding his bride's hands in his the while, performing his part in the scene in a manner which no one else would have dared to attempt. Then there was the parting between the mother and daughter upstairs, before she was taken away for her 10 days' wedding tour to Brighton. "My darling, it is not so far but that I can come and see you very often." "Pray do, mamma." "And I think I can help you with the children." "I am not a bit afraid of them, mamma. I intend to have my way with them, and that will be everything. I don't mean to be weak. Of course Augustus will do what he thinks best in the parish, but he quite understands that I am to be mistress at home. As for Mrs. Munday, mamma, I don't suppose that she knows everything. I believe I can manage quite as well as Mrs. Munday." Then there was a parting joint congratulation that she had not yielded to the allurements of her cousin, John Caldigate. "Oh no, mamma, that would never have done." "Think where you might have been now." "I am sure I should have found out his character in time, and have broken from him, let it have cost what it might. A man that can do such things as that is to me quite horrible. What is to become of her and her baby? And perhaps 2, she added in a whisper, holding up her hands and shaking her head. The ceremony through which she had just passed had given her courage to hint at such a possibility. "I suppose she'll have to be called Miss Bolton again." Of course there was some well-founded triumph in the bosom of the undoubted Mrs. Augusta Smirkey, as she remembered what her own fate might have been. Then she was carried away in the family carriage amidst a deluge of rice and a shower of old shoes. The same night Mr. Bromley gave an account of the wedding to John Caldigate at Foking, telling him how well all the personages had performed their parts. "Poor Julia! She at any rate would be safe." "Safe enough, I should think," said the clergyman. "What I mean is that she has no dangers to fear such as my poor wife has encountered. Whomever I think of now, I cannot but compare them to ourselves. No woman surely was ever so ill-used as she, and no man ever so unfortunate as myself." "Oh, it'll all be over in August." "And where shall I be? My own lawyer tells me that it is too probable that I shall be in prison. And where will she be then?" End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 33. Persuasion. Early on the Tuesday morning, Hester came down into the breakfast parlour at Puritan Grange, having with difficulty persuaded herself that she would stay the appointed hours in her mother's house. On the previous evening her mother had, she thought, been very hard on her, and she had determined to go. She would not stay even with her mother, if her mother insisted upon telling her that she was not her husband's wife. But during the night she was able to persuade herself to bear what had been already said, to let it be as though it had been forgotten. Her mother was her mother, but she would bear no more. As to herself and her own conduct, her parents might say what they pleased to her, but of her husband she would endure to hear no evil word spoken. In this spirit she came down into the little parlour. Mrs. Bolton was already up, had been up and about for some time previous. She was a woman who never gave way to temptations of ease. A nasty dark morning at 6 o'clock, with just enough light to enable her to dress without a candle, with no fire and no hot water, with her husband snoring while she went through her operations, was to her thinking the proper condition of things for this world. Not to be cold, not to be uncomfortable, not to strike her toes against the furniture because she could not quite see what she was about, would to her have been to be wicked. When her daughter came into the parlour, she had been about the house for more than an hour, and had had a conference both with the cook and with the gardener. The cook was of opinion that not a word should be said, or an unusual bolt drawn, or a thing removed, till the Wednesday. "She can't carry down her big box herself, ma'am, and the likes of Miss Hester would never think of going without her things. And then there's the baby." A look of agony came across the mother's face as she heard her daughter called Miss Hester. But in truth the woman had used the name from old association, and not with any reference to her late young mistress's present position. "I should just tell her flat on Wednesday morning that she wasn't going to stir out of this, but I wouldn't say nothing at all about any of it till then." The gardener winked and nodded his head, and promised to put a stake into the ground behind the little wicket gate, which would make the opening of it impossible. "But take my word for it, ma'am, she'll never try that. She'll be a deal too proud. She'll rampage at the front door, and 'll despise any escaping like." That was the gardener's idea, and the gardener had long known the young lady. By these arguments Mrs. Bolton was induced to postpone her prison arrangements till the morrow. When she found her daughter in the small parlour she had settled much in her mind. During the early morning, that is, till Mr. Bolton should have gone into Cambridge, not a word should be said about the marriage. Then, when they two would be alone together, another attempt would be made to persuade Hester to come and live at Chesterton till after the trial. But even in making that attempt no opinion should be expressed as to John Caldigate's wickedness, and no hint should be given as to the coming incarceration. "Did you bring baby down with you?" the grandmother asked. No, baby had been awake ever so long, and then had gone to sleep again, and the nurse was now with him to protect him from the sufferings incident to waking. "Your papa will be down soon, and then we shall have breakfast," said Mrs. Bolton. After that there was silence between them for some time. A bond of discord, if the phrase may be allowed, is often quite as strong as any bond coming from concord and agreement. There was, to both these women, a subject of such paramount importance to each that none other could furnish matter of natural conversation. The one was saying to herself ever and always, "He is my husband. Let the outside world say what it may, he is my husband." But the other was as constantly denying to herself this assertion, saying, "He is not her husband. Certainly he is not her husband." And as to the one, the possession of that which she claimed was all the world, and as to the other, the idea of the possession without true possession entailed upon her child pollution, crime, and ignominy. It was impossible but that the mind of each should be too full to admit of aught but forced expressions on other matters. It was in vain for them to attempt to talk of the garden, the house, the church, or of the old man's health. It was in vain even to attempt to talk of the baby. There are people who, however full their hearts may be, full of anger or full of joy, can keep the fullness in abeyance till a chosen time for exhibiting it shall come. But neither of these two was such a person. Every stiff plait in the elder woman's muslin and crape declared her conviction that John Caldigate was not legally married to her daughter. Every glance of Hester's eye, every motion made with her hands, every little shake of her head, declared her purpose of fighting for that one fact, whatever might be the odds against her. When the banker came down to breakfast, things were better for a little time. The pouring out of his tea mitigated somewhat the starchiness of his wife's severity, and Hester, when cutting the loaf for him, could seem to take an interest in performing an old duty. He said not a word against Caldigate, and when he went out, Hester, as had been her custom, accompanied him to the gate. "Of course you'll be here when I come," he said. "Oh yes, I do not go home till to-morrow." Then she parted from him and spent the next hour or two upstairs with her baby. "May I come in?" said the mother, knocking at the door. "Oh yes, mamma. Don't you think baby is very like his father?" "I dare say. I don't know that I am good at tracing likenesses. He certainly is like you." "So much more like his father?" said Hester. After that there was a pause, and then the mother commenced her task in her most serious voice. "Hester, my child, you can understand that a duty may become so imperious that it must be performed." "Yes," said Hester, pressing her lips close together, "I can understand that." There might be a duty very necessary for her to perform, though in the performance of it she should be driven to quarrel absolutely with her own mother. "So it is with me. Whom do you think I love best in all the world?" "Papa." "I do love your father dearly, and I endeavour, by God's grace, to do my duty by him, though I fear it is done imperfectly. But, my child, our hearts, I think, yearn more to those who are younger than ourselves than to our elders. We love best those whom we have cherished and protected, and whom we may perhaps still cherish and protect. When I try to tear my heart away from the things of this vile world, it clings to you, to you, to you." Of course this could not be borne without an embrace. "Oh, mamma!" Hester exclaimed, throwing herself on her knees before her mother's lap. "If you suffer, must not I suffer? If you rejoice, would I not fain rejoice with you if I could? Did I not bring you into the world, my only one, and nursed you, and prayed for you, and watched you with all a mother's care, as you grew up among the troubles of the world? Have you not known that my heart has been too soft towards you, even for the due performance of my duties? You have always been very good to me, mamma. And am I altered now? Do you think that a mother's heart can be changed to her only child?" "No, mamma." "No, Hester. That, I think, is impossible. Though for the last 12 months I have not seen you day by day, though I have not prepared the food which you eat and the clothes which you wear, as I used to do, you have been as constantly in my mind. You are still my child, my only child." "Mamma, I know you love me." "I so love you as to know that I sin in so loving aught that is human. And so, loving you, must I not do my duty by you? When love and duty both compel me to speak, how shall I be silent?" "You have said it, mamma," said Hester, slowly drawing herself up from off the ground. "And is saying it once enough, when, as I think, the very soul, the immortal soul, of her who is of all the dearest to me depends on what I may say, may be saved, or, oh, perhaps lost for ever by the manner in which I may say it? How am I not to speak when such thoughts as these are heavy within me?" "What is it you would say?" This Hester asked with a low, hoarse voice, and a stern look, as though she could not resist her mother's prayer for the privilege of speaking, but at the same time was resolutely prepared not to be turned a hair's breadth by anything that might be said. "Not a word about him. No, mamma, no, unless you can tell me that you will love him as your son-in-law." "Not a word about him," she repeated in a harsher voice. She felt that that promise should have been enough, and that in the present circumstances she should not have been invited to love the man she hated. "Your father and I wish you for the next few months to come and live with us." "It is quite impossible," said Hester, standing very upright, with a face altogether unlike that she had worn when kneeling at her mother's knees. "You should listen to me." "Yes, I will listen." "There will be a trial." "Undoubtedly. John at least seems to think so. It is possible that these wicked people may give it up, or that they may have no money to go on. But I suppose there will be a trial. The woman has bound herself to prosecute him." "Because she wants to get money. But we need not discuss that, mamma. John thinks that there will be a trial." "Till that is over, will you not be better away from him? How would it be with you if it should be decided that he is not your husband?" Here Hester of course prepared herself for interruption, but her mother prayed for permission to continue. "Listen to me for one moment, Hester." "Very well, mamma, go on." "How would it be with you in that case? You must be separated then. As that is possible, is it not right that you should obey the ordinances of God and man, and keep yourself apart till they who are in authority should have spoken?" "There are no such ordinances." "There are indeed. If you were to ask all your friends, all the married women in Cambridgeshire, what would they say? Would they not all tell you that no woman should live with a man while there is a shadow of doubt? And as to the law of God, you know God's law, and can only defend yourself by your own certainty as to a matter respecting which all others are uncertain. You think yourself certain because such certainty is a way to yourself out of your present misery." "It is for my child," she shouted, "and for him." "As for your babe, your darling babe, whether he be yours in joy of heart or in agony of spirit, he is still yours. No one will rob you of him. If it be as we fear, would not I help you to love him, help you to care for him, help you to pray for him? If it were so, would I desert him or you because in your innocence you have been betrayed into misfortune? Do I not feel for your child? But when he grows up and is a man, and will have learned the facts of his early years, let him be able to tell himself that his mother, though unfortunate, was pure." "I am pure," she said. "My child, my own one, can I, your mother, think aught else of you? Do I not know your heart? Do not I know the very thought within you?" "I am pure. He has become my husband, and nothing can divide us. I never gave a thought to another man. I never had the faintest liking, as do other girls. When he came and told me that he had seen me and loved me and would take me for his wife, I felt at once that I was all his to do as he liked with me, his to nourish him, his to worship him, his to obey him, his to love him, let mother or father or all the world say what they would to the contrary. Then we were married. Till he was my own, I never even pressed my lips upon his. But I became his wife by a bond that nothing shall break. You tell me of God's law. By God's law I am his wife, let the people say what they will. I have but two to think of." "Yourself and him?" asked her mother. "I have three to think of, God and him and my child. And may God be good to me and them, as in this matter I will put myself away from myself altogether. It is for me to obey him, and I will submit myself to none other. If he bids me go, I will go. If he bids me stay here, I will stay. I have become his so entirely that no judges can divide us. Judges! I know but one judge, and he is there, and he has said that those whom he has joined together man shall not put asunder. Pure! Pure! No one should praise herself, but as a woman I do know that I am pure." Then the mother's heart yearned greatly towards her daughter, and yet she was no whit changed. She knew nothing of phrases of logic, but she felt that Hester had begged the whole question. Those whom God had joined together. True, true, if any one could know whether in this or the other case God had joined the couple. As Hester argued the matter, no woman should be taken from the man she had married, though he might have a dozen other wives all living. And she spoke of purity as though it were a virtue which could be created and consecrated simply by the action of her own heart, as though nothing outside, no ceremony, no ordinance, could affect it. The same argument would enable her to live with John Caldigate after he should come out of prison, even though, as would then be the case, another woman would have the legal right of calling herself Mrs. John Caldigate. On the previous day she had declared that if she could not be his wife, she would be his mistress. The mother knew what she meant, that, let people call her by what name they might, she would still be her husband's wife in the eye of God. But she would not be so, and then she would not be pure. And to Mrs. Bolton the worst of it was that this cloudiness had come upon her daughter, this incapacity to reason it out, because the love of a human being had become so strong within her bosom as to have superseded and choked the love of heavenly things. But how should she explain this? "I am not asking you to drop his name." "Drop his name! I will never drop it. I cannot drop it. It is mine. I could not make myself anything but Mrs. John Caldigate if I would. And he," she said, taking the baby up from its cradle and pressing it to her bosom, "he shall be Daniel Caldigate to the day of his death. Do you think that I will take a step that shall look like robbing my child of his honest name, that will seem to imply a doubt that he is not his own father's honest boy, that he is not a fitting heir to the property which his forefathers have owned so long? Never! They may call me what name they will, but I will call myself John Caldigate's wife as long as I have a voice to make myself heard." It was the same protest over and over again, and it was vain to answer. "You will not stay under your father's roof?" "No, I have to live under my husband's roof." Then Mrs. Bolton left the room, apparently in anger. Though her heart within might be melting with ruth, still it was necessary that she should assume a look of anger. On the morrow she would have to show herself angry with a vengeance, if she should then still be determined to carry out her plan. And she thought that she was determined. What had pity to do with it, or love, or moving, heart-stirring words? Were not all these things temptation from the evil one, if they were allowed to interfere with the strict line of hard duty? When she left the room, where the young mother was still standing with her baby in her arms, she doubted for some minutes, perhaps for some half-hour. Then she wrestled with those emanations from the evil one, with pity, with love, and suasive tenderness, and at last overcame them. "I know I am pure," the daughter had said. "I know I am right," said the mother. But she spoke a word to her husband when he came home. "I cannot bend her, I cannot turn her in the least." "She will not stay?" "Not of her own accord." "You've told her?" "Oh no, not till to-morrow." "She ought to say, certainly," said the father. There had been very little intercourse between the mother and daughter during the afternoon, and, while the three were sitting together, nothing was said about the morrow. The evening would have seemed to be very sad and very silent, had they not all three been used to so many silent evenings in that room. Hester, during her wedding tour and the few weeks of her happiness at Foking before the trouble had come, had felt a new life and almost an ecstasy of joy in the thorough liveliness of her husband. But the days of her old home were not so long ago that its old manners should seem strange to her. She therefore sat out the hours patiently, stitching some baby's ornament, till her mother told her that the time for prayer had come. After worship, her father called her out into the hall as he went up to his room. "Hester," he said, "it is not right that you should leave us to-morrow." "I must, papa." "I tell you that it is not right. You have a home in which everybody will respect you. For the present you should remain here." "I cannot, papa. He told me to go back to-morrow. I would not disobey him now. Not now, were it ever so." The old man paused, as though he were going on with the argument, but finding that he had said all that he had to say, he also made his way upstairs. "Good night, mamma," said Hester, returning only to the door of the sitting-room. "Good night, my love." As the words were spoken, they both felt that there was something wrong, much that was wrong. "I do not think they will do that," said Hester to herself, as she went up the stairs to her chamber. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 34. Violence. It had been arranged at Foking, before Hester had started, that Caldigate himself should drive the wagonette into Cambridge to take her back on the Wednesday, but that he would bring a servant with him who should drive the carriage up to the Grange, so that he personally should not have to appear at the door of the house. He would remain at Mr. Seeley's, and then the wagonette should pick him up. This had been explained to Mrs. Bolton. "John will remain in town because he has so much to do with Mr. Seeley," Hester had said, "and Richard will call here at about 12." All her plans had thus been made known, and Mrs. Bolton was aware at what hour the bolts must be drawn and the things removed. But, as the time drew nearer, her dislike to a sudden commencement of absolute hostilities became stronger, to hostilities which would seem to have no sanction from Mr. Bolton himself, because he would then be absent. And he, too, though as he lay awake through the dreary hours of the long night he said no word about the plan, felt, and felt more strongly as the dawn was breaking, that it would be mean to leave his daughter with a farewell kiss, knowing, as he would do, that he was leaving her within prison bars, leaving her to the charge of jailers. The farewell kiss would be given as though he and she were to meet no more in her old home till this terrible trial should be over, and some word appropriate to such a parting would then be spoken. But any such parting word would be false, and the falsehood would be against his own child. "Does she expect it?" he said in a low voice, when his wife came up to him as he was dressing. "She expects nothing. I am thinking that perhaps you would tell her that she could not go to-day." "I could not say to-day. If I tell her anything, I must tell her all." "Will not that be best?" Then the old man thought it all over. It would be very much the best for him not to say anything about it if he could reconcile it to his conscience to leave the house without doing so. And he knew well that his wife was more powerful than he, gifted with greater persistence, more capable of enduring a shower of tears or a storm of anger. The success of the plan would be more probable if the conduct of it were left entirely to his wife, but his conscience was sore within him. "You will come with me to the gate?" he said to his daughter after their silent breakfast. "Oh yes, to say good-bye." Then he took his hat and his gloves and his umbrella very slowly, lingering in the hall as he did so, while his wife kept her seat firm and square at the breakfast table. Hester had her hat and shawl with her, but Mrs. Bolton did not suspect that she would endeavour to escape now without returning for her child. Therefore she sat firm and square, waiting to hear from Hester herself what her father might bring himself to communicate to her. "Hester," he said, as he slowly walked round the sweep in front of the house. "Hester," he said, "you would do your duty best to God and man, best to John Caldigate and to your child, by remaining here." "How can I, unless he tells me?" "You have your father's authority." "You surrendered it when you gave me to him as his wife. It is not that I would rebel against you, papa, but that I must obey him. Does not St. Paul say, 'Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord'?" "Certainly, and you cannot suppose that in any ordinary case I would interfere between you and him. It is not that I am anxious to take anything from him that belongs to him." Then, as they were approaching the gate, he stood still. "But now, in such an emergency as this, when a question has risen as to his power of making you his wife—" "I will not hear of that. I am his wife." "Then it may become my duty and your mother's to provide you with a home till the law shall have decided."
"I cannot leave his home unless he bids me."
"I am telling you of my duty and your mother's."
Then he passed out through the gate, thus having saved his conscience from the shame of a false farewell, and she slowly made her way back to the house, after standing for a moment to look after him as he went. She was almost sure now that something was intended. He would not have spoken in that way of his duty unless he had meant her to suppose that he intended to perform it. "My duty," he had said, "my duty and your mother's." Of course something was intended. Something was to be done or said more than had been done or said already. During the breakfast she had seen in the curves of her mother's mouth the signs of some resolute purpose. During the very prayers she had heard in her mother's voice a sound as of a settled determination. She knew that something was to be done, and with that knowledge she went back into her mother's room and sat herself down firmly and squarely at the table. She had left her cup partly full, and began again to drink her tea. "What did your papa say to you?"
asked her mother. "Papa made me stay here, but I have told him that most certainly I shall go home to Woking." Then Mrs. Bolton also became aware of fixed will and resolute purpose on her daughter's part. "Does his word go for nothing?" "How can two persons' words go for anything when obedience is concerned? It is like God and Mammon." "Hester!" "If two people tell one differently, it must be right to cling to one and leave the other. No man can serve two masters. I have got to obey my husband. Even were I to say that I would stay, he would come and take me away." "He could not do that." "I shall not be so disobedient as to make it necessary. The carriage will be here at 12, and I shall go. I had better go and help nurse to put the things up." So saying, she left the room, but Mrs. Bolton remained there a while, sitting square and firm at the table. It was not yet 10 when she slowly followed her daughter upstairs. She first went into her own room for a moment to collect her thoughts over again, and then she walked across the passage to her daughter's chamber. She knocked at the door, but entered as she knocked. "Nurse," she said, "will you go into my room for a minute or two? I wish to speak to your mistress. May she take the baby, Hester?" The baby was taken, and then the two were alone. "Do not pack up your things to day, Hester." "Why not?" "You are not going to day." "I am going to day, mamma." "Then I should seem to be cruel to you. Only seem cuts me to the heart. But you cannot go back to Woking to day." "When am I to go?" "Ah, Hester!" "Tell me what you mean, mamma. Is it that I am to be a prisoner?" "If you would be gentle, I would explain it." "I will not be gentle. You mean to keep me by violence. But I mean to go. My husband will come. I will not be kept. Oh, mamma, you would not desire me to quarrel with you openly, before the servants, before all the world. I will not be kept. I will certainly go back to Woking. Would I not go back, though I had to get through the windows, to walk the whole way, to call upon the policeman even to help me?" "No one will help you, Hester. Every one will know that for the present this should be your home." "It never shall be my home again," said Hester, bursting into tears and rushing after her baby. Then there were 2 hours of intense misery in that house, of misery to all who were concerned. The servants, down to the girl in the scullery and the boy who cleaned the boots, were made aware that master and mistress were both determined to keep their married daughter a prisoner in the house. The servants of the house sided with their mistress generally, having all of them been induced to regard John Caldigate with horror. Hester's nurse, of course, sympathized with her and her baby. During these 2 hours the packing was completed, but Hester found that her strong walking boots and her bonnet had been abstracted. Did they really think that at such a time as this boots and bonnets would be anything to her? They could know nothing of her nature. They could not understand the sort of combat she would carry on if an attempt were made to take from her her liberty, an attempt made by those who had by law no right to control her. When once she had learned what was being done, she would not condescend to leave her room till the carriage should have come. That would come punctually at 12, she was sure. Then she would go down without her bonnet and without her boots, and see whether any one would dare to stand in her way, as with her baby in her arms she would attempt to walk forth through the front door. But it had not occurred to her that other steps might be taken. Just before 12 the gardener stationed himself on the road before the house, a road which was half lane and half street belonging to the suburban village of Chesterton, and there awaited the carriage at a spot some yards away from the gate. It was well that he was early, because Richard was there a few minutes before the time appointed. "She ain't a going back to day," said the gardener, laying his hands gently on the horse's back. "Who ain't not a going back?" asked the coachman. "Miss Tessa ain't." "Mrs. John ain't a going home?" "No, I was to come out and tell you as master don't like wheels on the gravel if it can be helped. We ain't got none of our own." "Missus ain't a going home? Why, master expects her for certain." "I was to say she ain't a going to day." The man who was driving passed the reins into his whip hand, and, raising his hat, began to scratch his head with the other. He knew at once that there was something wrong, that this prolonged staying away from home was not merely a pleasantly lengthened visit. His master had been very urgent with him as to punctuality, and was evidently intent upon the return of his wife. All the facts of the accusation were known to the man, and the fact also that his master's present wife was entirely in accord with his master. It could not be that she should have determined to prolong her visit, and then have sent him back to her husband with such a message as this. "If you'll hold the horses just a moment," he said, "I'll go in and see me missus." But the Grange gardener was quite as intent on his side of the question as was the Foking coachman on the other. To him the horrors of bigamy were manifest. He was quite of opinion that Miss Hester, who never ought to have been married in that way at all, should now be kept a prisoner in her father's house. "It ain't no use you going in, and you can't," said the gardener. "I ain't a going to hold the horses, and there's nobody else will." "What's up, mate?" "I don't know as I'm mate to you, nor yet to no one like you. And as to what's up, I've told you all as I'm bade to tell you, and I ain't a going to tell you no more. You can't turn your horses there. You better drive round into the village, and there you get the high road back to Cambridge." Then the gardener retreated within a little gate of his own which led from the lane into the precincts close to his own cottage. The man was an honest, loyal, old fanatic, who would scruple at nothing in carrying out the orders of his mistress in so good a cause. And personally his feelings had been acerbated in that he had been called mate by a man not half his age. The coachman did as he was bid, seeing before him no other possible course. He could not leave his horses. But when he was in front of the iron gates he stopped and examined the premises. The gates were old, and were opened and closed at ordinary times by an ordinary ancient lock. But now there was a chain passed in and out with a padlock, evidently placed there to prevent him from entering in opposition to the gardener's instructions. There was clearly no course open to him but to drive the carriage back to his master. At 12:15 Hester left her own room, which looked backwards into the garden, as did all the pleasanter rooms of the house, with the intention of seating herself in a spare room looking out to the front, from which she could have seen the carriage as it entered the gate. Had she so seen it, she would certainly have called to the man from the window when he was standing in the road. But the door of that front room was locked against her, and when she tried the other she found that all the front rooms were locked. She knew the house, of course, as well as did her mother, and she rushed up to the attics where the servants occupied the rooms looking out to the road. They, too, were locked against her. Then it flashed upon her that the attempt to make her a prisoner was to be carried out through every possible detail. What should she do? Her husband would come, of course, but what if he were unable to force an entrance? And how could he force it? Would the police help him? Would the magistrates help him? She knew that the law was on her side, and on his, that the law would declare him to be her lord and owner till the law should have separated them. But would the law itself allow it to be used readily for this purpose? She too could understand that the feeling of the community would be against her, and that in such a case the law might allow itself to become slow, lethargic, and perhaps inoperative, yielding to the popular feeling. She saw the points which were strong against her as clearly as William and Robert Bolton had seen those which were strong on their side. But as she stood there beating her foot angrily on the floor of the passage, she made up her mind that there should be more than one but in his favour. If they kept her, they should have to lock her up as in a dungeon. They and all the neighbourhood should hear her voice. They should be driven to do such things that the feeling of the community would be no longer on their side. Various ideas passed through her mind. She thought for a moment that she would refuse to take any nourishment in that house. Her mother would surely not see her die, and would thus have to see her die, or else send her forth to be fed. But that thought stayed with her but a moment. It was not only for herself that she must eat and drink, but for her baby. Then, finding that she could not get to the front windows, and seeing that the time had come in which the carriage should have been there, she went down into the hall, where she found her mother seated on a high-backed old oak arm-chair. The windows of the hall looked out on to the sweep before the house, but she was well aware that from these lower windows the plot of shrubs in the centre of the space hindered any view of the gate. Without speaking to her mother, she put her hand upon the lock of the door as though to walk forth, but found it barred. "Am I a prisoner?" she said. Yes, Hester, yes. If you use such a word as to your father's house, you are a prisoner." "I will not remain so. You will have to chain me, and to gag me, and to kill me. Oh, my baby! Oh, my child! Nurse, nurse, bring me my boy!" Then, with her baby in her arms, she sat down in another high-backed oak arm-chair, looking at the hall door. There she would sit till her husband should come. He surely would come. He would make his way up to those windows, and there she could at any rate hear his commands. If he came for her, surely she would be able to escape. The coachman drove back to the town very quickly, and went to the inn at which his horses were generally put up, thinking it better to go to his master thence on foot. But there he found John Caldigate, who had come across from Mr. Seeley's office. "Where is Mrs. Caldigate?" he said, as the man drove the empty carriage down the entrance to the yard. The man, touching his hat, and with a motion of his hand which was intended to check his master's impetuosity, drove on, and then, when he had freed himself from the charge of his horses, told his story with many whispers. "The gardener said she wasn't to come?" "Just that, sir. There's something up more than you think, sir. There is indeed. He was that fractious that he wouldn't hold the horses for me, not for a minute, till I could go in and see him. Then—" "Well?" "The gates was chained, sir." "Chained?" "A chain was round the bars, and a padlock. I never seen such a thing as a gentleman's gate in my life before. Chained, as nobody wasn't to go in, nor yet nobody wasn't to come out." The man, as he said this, wore that air of dignity which is always imparted by the possession of great tidings, the truth of which will certainly not be doubted. The tidings were great. The very thing which his father had suggested, and which he had declared to be impossible, was being done. The old banker himself would not, he thought, have dared to propose and carry out such a project. The whole Bolton family had conspired together to keep his wife from him, and had allured her away by the false promise of a friendly visit. He knew, too, that the law was on his side, but he knew also that he might find it very difficult to make use of the law. If the world of Cambridge chose to think that Hester was not his wife, the world of Cambridge would probably support the Boltons by their opinion. But if his Hester, were true to him, and she certainly would be true to him, and if she were as courageous as he believed her to be, then, as he thought, no house in Chesterton would be able to hold her. He stood for a moment, turning in his mind what he had better do. Then he gave his orders to the man in a clear, natural voice. "Take the horses out, Richard, and feed them. You'd better get your dinner here, so that I may be sure to find you here the moment I want you." "I won't stir a step from the place," said the man. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 35. In Prison. What should he do? John Caldigate, as he walked out of the inn-yard, had to decide for himself what he would do at once. His first impulse was to go to the mayor and ask for assistance. He had a right to the custody of his wife. Her father had no right to make her a prisoner. She was entitled to go whither she pleased, so long as she had his sanction, and should she be separated from him by the action of the law, she would be entitled to go whither she pleased without sanction from anyone. Whether married or unmarried, she was not subject to her father. The husband was sure that he was entitled to the assistance of the police, but he doubted much whether he would be able to get it, and he was most averse to ask for it. And yet what other step could he take? With no purpose as yet quite fixed, he went to the bank, thinking that he might best commence his work by expostulating with his wife's father. It was Mr. Bolton's habit to walk every morning into the town, unless he was deterred by heat or wet or ill health, and till lately it had been his habit also to walk back, his house being 1.5 miles distant from the bank. But latterly the double walk had become too much for him, and when the time for his return came, he would send out for a cab to take him home. His hours were very various. He would generally lunch at the bank in his own little dingy room, but if things went badly with him, so as to disturb his mind, he would go back early in the day, and generally pass the afternoon asleep. On this occasion he was very much troubled, so that when Caldigate reached the bank, which he did before 1, Mr. Bolton was already getting into his cab. "Could I speak a few words to you, sir?" said Caldigate in the street. "I am not very well to-day," said the banker, hardly looking round, persevering in his efforts to get into the vehicle. "I would not keep you for a minute, sir. I must see you, as you are aware." There were already half a dozen people collected, all of whom had no doubt heard the story of John Caldigate's wife. There was indeed no man or woman in Cambridge whose ears it had not reached. In the hearing of these, Mr. Bolton was determined not to speak of his daughter, and he was equally determined not to go back into the house. "I have nothing to say," he muttered. "Nothing, nothing. Drive on." So the cab was driven on, and John Caldigate was left in the street. The man's anger now produced a fixed purpose, and with a quick step he walked away from the bank to Robert Bolton's office. There he soon found himself in the attorney's room. "Are you aware of what they are doing at the Grange?" he asked, in a voice which was not so guarded as it should have been on such an occasion. Anger and the quickness of his walk had combined to make him short of breath, and he asked the question with that flurried, hasty manner which is common to angry people who are hot rather than malicious in their angers. "I don't think I am," said the attorney. "But if I were, I doubt whether I should just at present be willing to discuss their doings with you. My wife has gone there on a visit. I am glad to hear it. It is the best thing that my sister could do. And now it seems some difficulty is made about her returning. That I think very likely. Her father and mother can hardly wish that she should go back to your house at present. I cannot imagine that she should wish it herself. If you have the feelings of a gentleman or the heart of a man, you ought not to wish it. I have not come here to be taught what is becoming either to a man or a gentleman. If you will allow me to say so, while things are as they are at present, you ought not to come here at all. I should not have done so but for this violence, this breach of all hospitality at your father's house. My wife went there with the understanding that she was to stay for 2 days. And now you say they detain her. I am not responsible, but in doing so they have my thorough sympathy and approbation. I do not know that I can help them, or that they will want my help, but I shall help them if I can. The fact is, you had better leave her there." "Never." "I should not have volunteered my advice, but as you are here, I may perhaps say a word. If you attempt to take her by violence from her father's house, you will have all the town, all the county, all England against you. I should, I own it, unless she wished to come to me. If she chooses to stay, she shall stay. It must not be left to her. If she be so infatuated, she must not be allowed to judge for herself. Till this trial be over, she and you must live apart. Then, if that woman does not make good her claim, if you can prove that the woman is lying, then you will have back your wife. But if, as everybody I find believes at present, it should be proved that you are the husband of that woman, and that you have basely betrayed my poor sister by a mock marriage, then she must be left to the care of her father and her mother, and may Heaven help her in her misery." All this he said with much dignity, and in a manner with which even Caldigate could not take personal offence. "You must remember," he added, "that this poor injured one is their daughter and my sister. I say that she has been in no wise injured, but as I also am injured, by a wicked plot. And I say that she shall come back to me unless she herself elects to remain with her parents." Then he left the office and went forth again into the streets. He now took at once the road to Chesterton, trying as he did so to make for himself in his own mind a plan or map of the premises. It would, he thought, be impossible but that his wife would be able to get out of the house and come to him if he could only make her aware of his presence. But then there was the baby, and it would be necessary not only that she should escape herself, but that she should bring her child with her. Would they attempt to hold her? Could it be that they should have already locked her up in some room upstairs? And if she did escape out of some window, even with her baby in her arms, how would it be with them then as they made their way back into the town? Thinking of this, he hurried back to the inn and told Richard to take the carriage into Chesterton and wait there at the turn of the lane, where the lane leads down from the main road to the Grange. He was to wait there, though it might be all the day, till he heard from or saw his master. The man, who was quite as keen for his master as was the old gardener for his mistress on the other side, promised accurate obedience. Then he retraced his steps and walked as fast as he could to the Grange. During all this time the mother and the daughter kept their weary seats in the hall, Hester having her baby in her arms. She had quite determined that nothing should induce her again to go upstairs, lest the key of the room should be turned upon her. For a long time they sat in silence, and then she declared her purpose. "I shall remain here, mamma." "If so, I must remain too." "I shall not go up to my bedroom again, you may be sure of that." "You will go up to-night, I hope." "Certainly not. Nurse shall take baby up to his cradle. I do not suppose you will be cruel enough to separate me from my child." "Cruel! Do you not know that I would do anything for you or your child, that I would die for you or your child?" "I suppose you will let them bring me food here. You would not wish me to be starved." "Hester!" "Well, what would you have me say? Are you not my jailer?" "I am your mother. According to my conscience I am acting for you as best as I know how. Do you not know that I mean to be good to you?" "I know you are not good to me. Nobody can be good who tries to separate me from my husband. I shall remain here till he comes and tells me how I am to be taken away." Then Mr. Bolton returned, and made his way into the house with the assistance of the gardener through the kitchen. He found the two women sitting in the hall, each in the high-backed arm-chair, and his daughter with her baby in her arms. A most piteous sight, the two of them thus together. "Papa," she said, as he came up into the hall from the kitchen, "you are treating me badly, cruelly, unjustly. You have no right to keep me here against my will. I am my husband's wife, and I must go to my husband." "It is for the best, Hester." "What is wrong cannot be for the best. Do you suppose that he will let me be kept here in prison? Of course he will come. Why do you not let me go?" "It is right that you should be here, Hester," he said, as he passed upstairs to his own bedroom. It was a terrible job of work, for which he had no strength whatever himself, and as to which he was beginning to doubt whether even his wife's strength would suffice. As for her, as for Hester, perhaps it would be well that she should be wearied and broken into submission. But it was fearful to think that his wife should have to sit there the whole day, saying nothing, doing nothing, merely watching lest her daughter should attempt to escape through some window. "It will kill your father, I think," said the mother. "Why does he not let me go, then? I have to think of my husband and my child." Then again there was silence. When they had been seated thus for 2 hours, all the words that had been spoken between them had not spread themselves over 10 minutes, and Mrs. Bolton was looking forward to hour after hour of the same kind. It did not seem to her to be possible that Hester should be forced up into her own room. Even she, with all her hardihood, could not ask the men about the place to take her in their arms and carry her with violence up the stairs. Nor would the men have done it if so required. Nothing but a policeman's guard will seem to justify the laying of a hand upon a woman, and even that will hardly do it unless the woman be odiously disreputable. Mrs. Bolton saw clearly what was before her. Should Hester be strong in her purpose to remain seated as at present, she also must remain seated. Weariness and solicitude for her baby might perhaps drive the young mother to bed. Then she also would go to her bed, and would rest with one eye ever open, with her ears always on the alert. She was somewhat sure of herself. Her life had not been so soft but that she could endure much, and of her purpose she was quite sure. Nothing would trouble her conscience if she could succeed in keeping her daughter separated from John Caldigate. Caldigate in his hot haste walked up to the iron gates and found them chained. It was in vain that he shook them, and in vain that he looked at them. The gates were fully 12 feet high and spiked at the top. At each side of the gates ran a wall surmounted by iron railings, extending to the gardener's cottage on the one side, and to the coach-house on the other. The drive up to the house, which swept round a plot of thick shrubs, lay between the various offices, the stables and coach-house being on one side, and the laundry and gardener's cottage on the other. From the road there was no mode of ingress for him to this enclosure, unless he could get over the railings. This might perhaps have been possible, but it would have been quite impossible for him to bring his wife back by the same way. There was a bell at the gardener's little gate, which he rang loudly, but no one would come to him. At last he made his way round into the kitchen garden, by a corner where access was made by climbing a moderately high gate which gave an entrance to the fields. From thence he had no difficulty in making his way onto the lawn at the back of the house, and up by half a dozen stone steps to the terrace which ran along under the windows. Here he found that the lower shutters were barred on the inside throughout, so that he could not look into any of the rooms. But he could rap at the windows, which he did loudly, and it was in his power to break them if he pleased. He rapped very loudly, but poor Hester, who sat at the front hall, heard nothing of the noise. He knew that from the back garden he could make his way to the front with more or less violence. Between the gardener's cottage and the laundry there was a covered passage leading to the front, the buildings above being continuous, but leaving a way through for the convenience of the servants. This, however, was guarded by a trellis-work gate. But even on this gate the gardener had managed to fix a lock. When Caldigate reached the spot, the man was standing, idle and observant, at his own cottage door. "You had better open this gate," said Caldigate, "or I shall kick it open." "You mustn't do that, Mr. Caldigate. It's master's orders as is to be locked. His master's orders is you ain't to be in here at all." Then Caldigate raised his foot, and the trellis-work gate was very soon dispatched. "Very well," said the man. "Very well, Mr. Caldigate. They'll have to come agin you when the other things come. It's my belief as it's burglarious." Then Caldigate went up before the house windows, and the gardener followed him. The front door was approached by half a dozen stone steps, which were guarded on each side by a curved iron rail. Along the whole front of the house, passing under the steps, there ran a narrow, shallow area, contrived simply to give light to the kitchen and offices in the basement story. But this area was, again, guarded by an iron rail, which was so constructed as to make it impossible that anyone less expert than a practised housebreaker should get in or out of any of the windows looking that way. From the hall there were no less than 4 windows looking to the front, but they were all equally unapproachable. The moment that Caldigate appeared, coming round the curve of the gravel road, Hester saw him. Jumping up from her chair with her baby, she rushed to the window and called to him aloud, tapping at the window as she did so. "John, I am here. Come to me. Come to me. Take me out. They have shut me in and will not let me come to you." Then she held up the baby. "Mamma, let him in so that he can come to his own baby. You dare not keep the father away from his own child." At this time the nurse was in the hall, as was also the cook. But the front door was locked as well as chained, and the key was in Mrs. Bolton's own pocket. She sat perfectly silent, rigid, without emotion. She had known that he would come and show himself, and she determined that she would be rigid, silent, and motionless. She would not move or speak unless Hester should endeavour to make her way down into the kitchen. But just in the passage which led to the top of the kitchen stairs stood the cook, strong, solid, almost twice the weight of Hester, a pious, determined woman, on whom her mistress could depend that she would remain there impervious. They could talk to each other now, Hester and Caldigate, each explaining or suggesting what had been done or should be done. But they could converse only so that their enemies around them should hear every word that was spoken. "No, John, no, I will not stay," she said, when her husband told her that he would leave the decision to her. "Unless it be to your bidding. I will not stay here willingly. And, John, I will not move upstairs. I will remain here, and if they choose to give me food they may bring it to me. Unless they carry me I will not go to my bedroom, and they shall tear me to pieces before I will let them carry me. Poor baby, poor baby, I know he will be ill," she said, moaning, but still so that he, standing beyond the railings, should hear her through the window. "I know he will be ill, but what can I do? They do not care for my baby. If he should die it will be nothing to them." During all this Mrs. Bolton kept her resolve, and sat there rigid, with her eyes fixed on vacancy, speaking no word, apparently paying no attention to the scene around her. Her back was turned to the front door, so that she could not see John Caldigate, nor would she attempt to look at him. He could not get in, nor could the other get out. If that were so, she would endeavour to bear it all. In the meantime the old man was sitting in his arm-chair up in his bedroom, reduced almost to inanity of mind by the horror of the occasion. When he could think of it all, he would tell himself that he must let her go. He could not keep the mother and her baby a prisoner in such a condition as this. Then there came dinner. Let misfortunes be what they may, dinner will come." The old man crawled downstairs, and Hester was invited into the dining room. "No," she said. "If you choose to send it to me here because of baby, I will eat." Then neither would Mrs. Bolton go to her husband, but both of them, seated in their high-backed armchairs, ate their food with their plates upon their laps. During this time Caldigate still remained outside, but in vain. As circumstances were at present, he had no means of approaching his wife. He could kick down a slight trellis-work gate, but he could bring no adequate force to bear against the stout front door. At last, when the dusk of evening came on, he took his departure, assuring his wife that he would be there again on the following morning. Chapter 36 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 36. The Escape. During the whole of that night Hester kept her position in the hall, holding her baby in her arms as long as the infant would sleep in that position, and then allowing the nurse to take it to its cradle upstairs. And during the whole night also Mrs. Bolton remained with her daughter. Tea was brought to them, which each of them took, and after that neither spoke a word to the other till the morning. Before he went to bed, Mr. Bolton came down and made an effort for their joint comfort. "Hester," he said, "why should you not go to your room? You can do yourself no good by remaining there." "No," she said sullenly. "No, I will stay." "You will only make yourself ill, you and your mother." "She can go. Though I should die, I will stay here." Nor could he succeed better with his wife. "If she is obstinate, so must I be," said Mrs. Bolton. It was in vain that he endeavoured to prove to her that there could be no reason for such obstinacy, that her daughter would not attempt to escape during the hours of the night without her baby. "You would not do that," said the old man, turning to his daughter. But to this Hester would make no reply, and Mrs. Bolton simply declared her purpose of remaining. To her mind there was present an idea that she would, at any rate, endure as much actual suffering as her daughter. There they both sat, and in the morning they were objects pitiable to be seen. Macbeth and Sancho have been equally eloquent in the praise of sleep. Sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care. But sleep will knit up effectually no broken stitches unless it be enjoyed in bed. "Blessings on him who invented sleep," said Sancho. But the great inventor was he who discovered mattresses and sheets and blankets. These two unfortunates no doubt slept, but in the morning they were weary, comfortless, and exhausted. Towels and basins were brought to them, and then they prepared themselves to watch through another day. It seemed to be a trial between them, who could outwatch the other. The mother was, of course, much the older, but with poor Hester there was the baby to add to her troubles. Never was there a woman more determined to carry out her purpose than Mrs. Bolton, or one more determined to thwart the purpose of another than she who still called herself Hester Caldigate. In the morning Mrs. Bolton implored her husband to go into Cambridge as usual, but he felt that he could not leave the house with such inmates, so he sat in his bedroom, dozing wretchedly in his arm-chair. Caldigate appeared before the house at 9 o'clock, no further attempt having been made to exclude his entrance by the side gate, and asked to see Mr. Bolton. "Papa is upstairs," said Hester through the window. But the old man would not come down to see his visitor, nor would he send any message. Then Caldigate declared his purpose of going at once to the mayor and demanding assistance from the police. He at any rate would return with the carriage as early as he could after his visit to the magistrate's office. He went to the mayor, and inflicted much trouble on that excellent officer, who, however, at last, with the assistance of his clerk, and of Robert Bolton, whom he saw on the sly, came to the decision that his own authority would not suffice for the breaking open of a man's house in order that his married daughter should be taken by violence from his custody. "No doubt," he said, "no doubt." When Caldigate pleaded that Mr. Bolton's daughter was, at any rate for the present, his own wife, and that a man's right to have his wife is undoubted. Those words, no doubt, were said very often, but no other words were said. Then the clerk expressed an opinion that the proper course would be for Mr. Caldigate to go up to London and get an order from the Vice-Chancellor, which was, of course, tantamount to saying that his wife was to remain at Chesterton till after the trial, unless she could effect her own escape. But not on that account was he inclined to yield. He had felt from the first, as had she also, that she would make her way out of the house, or would not make it, as she might or might not have the courage to be persistent in demanding it. This indeed had been felt both by William and Robert Bolton when they had given their counsel. "She is a woman with a baby, and when in your house will be subject to your influences. She will be very angry at first, but will probably yield after a time to your instructions. She will at last give an unwilling assent to the course you propose. This is what may be expected. But if she should be firmer than we think, if there should be in her bosom a greater power of resistance than we expect, should she dash herself too violently against the cage, then you must let her go." That was intended to be the gist of the advice given, though it perhaps was not so accurately expressed. It was in that way understood by the old man, but Mrs. Bolton would not so understand it. She had taken the matter in hand, and as she pressed her lips together, she told herself that she intended to go through with it. And so did Hester. But as this day went on, Hester became at times almost hysterical in her efforts to communicate with her husband through the window, holding up her baby and throwing back her head, and was almost in convulsions in her efforts to get at him. He, on the other side, thundered at the door with the knocker, till that instrument had been unscrewed from within. But still he could knock with his stick and shout with his voice, while the people outside the iron gates stood looking on in a crowd. In the course of the day Robert Bolton endeavoured to get an order from the magistrates for the removal of Caldigate by the police, but the mayor would not assent either to that. Old Mr. Bolton was the owner of the house, and if there was a nuisance to be complained of, it was he that must complain. The mayor during these days was much tried. The steady married people of the borough, the shopkeepers and their wives, the doctors and lawyers and clergymen, were in favour of Mr. and Mrs. Bolton. It was held to be fitting that a poor lady in Hester's unfortunate position should be consigned to the care of her parents till the matter had been settled. But the people generally sympathized with the young husband and young wife, and were loud in denouncing the illegality of the banker's proceedings. And it was already rumoured that among the undergraduates Caldigate's side was favoured. It was generally known that Crinkett and the woman had asked for money before they had brought their accusation, and on that account sympathy ran with the Squire of Foking. The mayor therefore did not dare to give an order that Caldigate should be removed from the premises at Puritan Grange, knowing that he was there in search of a wife who was only anxious to place herself in his custody. But nothing was done all that day. About 4 in the afternoon, while Caldigate was still there, and at a moment in which poor Hester had been reduced by the continuance of her efforts to a state of hysterical prostration, the old man summoned his wife upstairs. She, with a motion to the cook, who still guarded the stairs, obeyed the order, and for a moment left her watch. "You must let her go," said the old man, with tremulous anxiety, beating with his fingers on his knees as he spoke. "You must let her go." "No, no." "It will kill her." "If I let her go, I shall kill her soul," said the determined woman. "Is not her soul more than her body?" "They will say we murdered her." "Who will say it? And what would that be but the breath of a man? Does not our Father who is in heaven know that I would die to do her a service, if the service accorded with his will? Does he not know that I am cruel to her here in order that she may be served from eternal—" She was going to say, in the natural fervour of her speech, "from eternal cruelty to come," but she checked herself. To have admitted that such a judgment could be worse than just, worse even than merciful, would be blasphemy to her. "Oh, he knows, he knows. And if he knows, what matters what men say that I have done to her?" "I cannot have it go on like this," said he, still whispering. "She will be wearied out, and then we will take her to her bed." But Mr. Bolton succeeded in demanding that a telegram should be sent up to William, requesting him to come down to the Grange as early as possible on the following morning. This was sent, and also a message to Robert Bolton in Cambridge, telling him that William had been summoned. During these 2 days he had not been seen at the Grange, though he knew much of what was being done there. Had he, however, been aware of all that his sister and stepmother were enduring, he would probably have appeared upon the scene. As it was, he had justified his absence by pleading to himself Mrs. Bolton's personal enmity, and the understanding which existed that he should not visit the house. Then, when it was dark, Caldigate with the carriage again returned to the town, where he slept as he had done on the previous night. Again their food was brought to the 2 women in the hall, and again each of them swallowed a cup of tea as they prepared themselves for the work of the night. In the hall there was a gas stove which was kept burning, and gave a faint glimmer, so that each could see the outline of the other. Light beyond that there was none. In the weary long hours of nights such as these, nights passed on the seats of railway carriages, or rougher nights such as some of us remember, on the outside of coaches, or sitting by the side of the sick, sleep will come early, and will early go. The weariness of the past day will produce some forgetfulness for an hour or two, and then come the slow, cold, sad hours through which the dawn has to be expected. Between 2 and 3 these unfortunates were both awake, the poor baby having been but lately carried back from its mother to its cradle. Then suddenly Mrs. Bolton heard rather than saw her daughter slip down from her chair onto the ground and stretch herself along upon the hard floor. "Hester," she said, but Hester did not answer. "Hester, are you hurt?" When there was still no answer, the mother got up, with limbs so stiff that she could hardly use them, and stood over her child. "Hester, speak to me." "I will never speak to you more," said the daughter. "My child, why will you not go to your comfortable, wholesome bed?" "I will not go. I will die here." "The door shall not be locked. You shall have the key with you. I will do nothing to hurt you if you will go to your bed." "I will not go. Leave me alone. You cannot love me, mamma, or you would not treat me like this." "Love you? Oh, my child, if you knew, if you could understand! Why am I doing this? Is it not because I feel it is to be my duty? Will you let me take you to your bed?" "No, never. I too can do my duty to my husband. It is to remain here till I can get to him, even though I should die." Then she turned her poor limbs on the hard floor, and the mother covered her with a cloak and placed a cushion beneath her head. Then, after standing a while over her child, she returned to her chair, and did not move or speak again till the old cook came with the first glimmer of the morning to inquire how the night had been passed. "I cannot allow this! I cannot allow this!" said Mr. Bolton, when he shuffled down in his slippers. The old servant had been up to him, and had warned him that such sufferings as these might have a tragic end, too probably an end fatal to the infant. If the mother's strength should altogether fail her, would it not go badly with the baby? So the cook had argued, who had been stern enough herself, anxious enough to secure Miss Hester from the wickedness of John Caldigate. But she was now cowed and frightened, and had acknowledged to herself that if Miss Hester would not give way, then she must be allowed to go forth, let the wickedness be what it might. "There must be an end to this," said the old man. "What end?" asked his wife. "Let her obey her parents." "I will obey only my husband," said Hester. "Of course there must be an end. Let her go to her bed, and weary as I am, I will wait upon her as only a mother can wait upon her child. Have I not prayed for her through the watches of the night, that she might be delivered from this calamity, that she might be comforted by him in her sorrow? What have I done these 2 last weary days but pray to the Lord God that he might be merciful to her?" "Let me go," said Hester. "I will not let you go," said the mother, rising from her seat. "I too can suffer. I too can endure. I will not be conquered by my own child." There spoke the human being. That was the utterance natural to the woman. "In this struggle, hard as it is, I will not be beaten by one who has been subject to my authority." In all those prayers, and she had prayed, there had been the prayer in her heart, if not in her words, that she might be saved from the humiliation of yielding. Early in the day Caldigate was again in front of the house, and outside there was a close carriage with a pair of horses standing at the gardener's little gate. And at the front gate, which was still chained, there was again the crowd. At about 1 both William and Robert Bolton came upon the scene, and were admitted by the gardener and cook through the kitchen door into the house. They were close to Caldigate as they entered. Neither did they speak to him or he to them. At that moment Hester was standing with the baby at the window, and saw them. "Now I shall be allowed to go!" she exclaimed. Mrs. Bolton was still seated with her back to the windows, but she had heard the steps on the gravel and the opening of the kitchen door, and she understood Hester's words, and she was aware that her husband's sons were in the house. They had agreed as to what should be done, and at once made their way up into the hall. "William, you will make them let me go. You will make them let me go," said Hester, rushing at once to the elder of the two and holding out her baby as though for him to take. She was now in a state so excited, so nervous, so nearly hysterical, that she was hardly able to control herself. "You will not let them kill me, William, me and my baby?" He kissed her, and said a kind word or two, and then, inquiring after his father, passed on upstairs. Then Mrs. Bolton followed him, leaving Robert in the hall with Hester. "I know that you have turned against me," said Hester. "Indeed, no, I have never turned against you. I have thought that you would be better here than at Foking for the present." "That is being against me. A woman should be with her husband. You told them to do this, and they have nearly killed me and my baby." In the meantime, William Bolton upstairs was very decided in his opinion that they must at once allow Caldigate to take her back to Foking. She had, as he had said, proved herself to be too strong for them. The experiment had been tried and had failed. No doubt it would be better, so he thought, that she should remain for the present at the Grange. So much better than a certain show of force had been justified. But as things were going, no further force would be justified. She had proved her power, and must be allowed to go. Mrs. Bolton, however, would not even yet acknowledge that she was beaten. In a few more hours she thought Hester would allow herself to be taken to her bed, and then all might be well. But she could not stand against the combined force of her husband and his two sons, and so it was decided that the front door should be opened for the prisoner, and that the chains should be removed from the gate. "I should be afraid of the people," William Bolton said to his father. It was not till this decision had been given that Mrs. Bolton felt that the struggle of the last 3 days had been too much for her. Now, at last, she threw herself upon her bed, weeping bitter tears, tears of a broken spirit, and there she lay prostrate with fatigue and misery. Nor would she go down to say a word of farewell. How could she say adieu to her daughter, leaving her house in such circumstances? "I will give her your love," said William Bolton. "Say nothing to her. She does not care for my love, nor for the love of her Father in heaven. She cares only for that adulterer." The door was opened from within, and the chains were taken away from the gate. "Oh, John! Oh, my husband!" she exclaimed as she leaped down the steps into his arms. "Never let me go again, not for a day, not for an hour." Then her boxes were brought down, and the nurse came with the child, whom the mother at once took and placed in his father's arms. And the carriage was brought in, and the luggage was placed on it, and the nurse and the baby were seated. "I will go up to poor mamma for one moment," she said. She did go to her mother's room, and, throwing herself upon the wretched woman, wept over her and kissed her. But the mother, though in some sort she returned the caress, said not a word as her daughter left the room. And she went also to her father and asked his blessing. He muttered a word or two, blessing her, no doubt, with inarticulate words. He also had been thoroughly vanquished. Then she got into the carriage and was taken back to Foking, lying in John Caldigate's arms. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 37. Again at Foking. Thus Hester prevailed, and was taken back to the house of the man who had married her. By this time very much had been said about the matter publicly. It had been impossible to keep the question, whether John Caldigate's recent marriage had been true or fraudulent, out of the newspapers, and now the attempt that had been made to keep them apart by force gave an additional interest to the subject. There was an opinion, very general among elderly educated people, that Hester ought to have allowed herself to be detained at the Grange. "We do not mean to lean heavily on the unfortunate young lady," said the Isle of Ely Church Intelligencer, "but we think that she would have better shown a becoming sense of her position had she submitted herself to her parents till the trial is over. Then the full sympathy of all classes would have been with her, and whether the law shall restore her to a beloved husband, or shall tell her that she has become the victim of a cruel seducer, she would have been supported by the approval and generous regard of all men." It was thus, for the most part, that the elderly and the wise spoke and thought about it. Of course they pitied her, but they believed all evil of Caldigate, declaring that he too was bound by a feeling of duty to restore the unfortunate one to her father and mother, until the matter should have been set at rest by the decision of a jury. But the people, especially the people of Utterden and Netherden, and of Chesterton, and even of Cambridge, were all on the side of Caldigate and Hester as a married couple. They liked the persistency with which he had claimed his wife, and applauded her to the echo for her love and firmness. Of course the scene at Puritan Grange had been much exaggerated. The 2 nights were prolonged to intervals varying from a week to a fortnight. During that time she was said always to have been at the window holding up her baby, and Mrs. Bolton was accused of cruelties which she certainly had not committed. Some details of the affair made their way into the metropolitan press, so that the expected trial became one of those causes célèbres by which the public is from time to time kept alive to the value and charm of newspapers. During all this, John Caldigate was specially careful not to seclude himself from public view, or to seem to be afraid of his fellow creatures. He was constantly in Cambridge, generally riding thither on horseback, and on such occasions was always to be seen in Trumpington Street and Trinity Street. Between him and the Boltons there was, by tacit consent, no intercourse whatever after the attempted imprisonment. He never showed himself at Robert Bolton's office, nor when they met in the street did they speak to each other. Indeed, at this time no gentleman or lady held any intercourse with Caldigate, except his father and Mr. Bromley the clergyman. The Babingtons were strongly of opinion that he should have surrendered the care of his wife, and Aunt Polly went so far as to write to him, when she first heard of the affair at Chesterton, recommending him very strongly to leave her at the Grange. Then there was an angry correspondence, ended at last by a request from Aunt Polly that there might be no further intercourse between Babington and Foking till after the trial. Caldigate, though he bore all of this with an assured face, with but little outward sign of inward misgiving, suffered much even from the estrangement of those with whom he had hitherto been familiar. To be cut by any one was a pain to him. Not to be approved of, not to be courted, not to stand well in the eyes of those around him, was to him positive and immediate suffering. He was supported, no doubt, by the full confidence of his father, by the friendliness of the parson, and by the energetic assurances of partisans who were all on his side, such as Mr. Ralph Holt the farmer. While Caldigate had been in Cambridge waiting for his wife's escape, Holt and 1 or 2 others were maturing a plan for breaking into Puritan Grange and restoring the wife to her husband. All this supported him. Without it he could hardly have carried himself as he did. But with all this, still he was very wretched. "It is that so many people should think me guilty," he said to Mr. Bromley. She bore it better, though of course now that she was safe at Foking she had but little to do as to outward bearing. In the first place, no doubt as to his truth ever touched her for a moment, and not much doubt as to the result of the trial. It was to her an assured fact that John Caldigate was her husband, and she could not realize the idea that, such being the fact, a jury should say that he was not. But let all that be as it might, they two were one,
and to adhere to him in every word, in every thought, in every little action, was to her the only line of conduct possible. She heard what Mr. Bromley said. She knew what her father-in-law thought. She was aware of the enthusiasm on her side of the folk at Foking. It seemed to her that the opposition to her happiness was but a continuation of that which her mother had always made to her marriage. The Boltons were all against her. It was a terrible sorrow to her, but she knew how to bear it bravely. In the tenderness of her husband, who at this time was very tender to her, she had her great consolation. On the day of her return she had been very ill, so ill that Caldigate and his father had been much frightened. During the journey home in the carriage she had wept and laughed hysterically, now clutching the baby and then embracing her husband. Before reaching Foking she had been so warm with fatigue that he had hardly been able to support her on the seat. But after rest for a day or two she had rallied completely, and she herself had taken pleasure and great pride in the fact that through it all her baby had never really been ill. "He is a little man," she said, boasting to the boy's father, "and knows how to put up with troubles. And when his mamma was so bad he didn't peak and pine and cry so as to break her heart. Did he, my own brave little man?" And she could boast of her own health too. "Thank God I am strong, John. I can bear things which would break down other women. You shall never see me give way because I am a poor creature." Certainly she had a right to boast that she was not a poor creature. Caldigate no doubt was subject to troubles of which she knew nothing. It was quite clear to him that Mr. Seeley, his own lawyer, did in truth believe that there had been some form of marriage between him and Euphemia Smith. The attorney had never said so much, had never accused him. It would probably have been opposed to all the proprieties in such a matter that any direct accusation should have been made against him by his own attorney. But he could understand from the man's manner that his mind was not free from a strong suspicion. Mr. Seeley was eager enough as to the defence, but seemed to be eager as against opposing evidence rather than on the strength of evidence on his own side. He was not apparently desirous of making all the world know that such a marriage certainly never took place, but that whether such a marriage had taken place or not, the jury ought to trust the witnesses. He relied not on the strength of his own client, but on the weakness of his client's adversaries. It might probably be capable of proof that Crinkett and Adamson and the woman had conspired together to get money from John Caldigate, and if so, then their evidence as to the marriage would be much weakened. And he showed himself not averse to any tricks of trade which might tend to get a verdict. Could it be proved that John Crinkett had been dishonest in his mining operations? Had Euphemia Smith allowed her name to be connected with that of any other man in Australia? What had been her antecedents? Was it not on the cards that Allen, the minister, had never undergone any ceremony of ordination? And, if not, might it not be shown that a marriage service performed by him would be no marriage service at all? Could not the jury be made to think, or at least some of the jury, that out there in that rough, lawless wilderness, marriage ceremonies were very little understood? These were the wiles to which he seemed disposed to trust, whereas Caldigate was anxious that he should instruct some eloquent, indignant advocate to declare boldly that no English gentleman could have been guilty of conduct so base, so dastardly, and so cruel. "You see, Mr. Caldigate," the lawyer said on one occasion, "to make the best of it, our own hands are not quite clean. You did promise the other lady marriage?" No doubt I was a fool, and I paid for my folly. I bought her off. Having fallen into the common scrape, having been pleased by her prettinesses and clevernesses and women's ways, I did as so many other men have done. I got out of it as best I could, without treachery and without dishonour. I bought her off. Had she refused to take my money, I should probably have married her, and probably have blown my brains out afterwards. All that has to be acknowledged, much to my shame. Most of us would have to blush if the worst of our actions were brought out before us in a court of law. But there was an end to it. Then they come over here and endeavour to enforce their demand for money by a threat." "That envelope is so unfortunate," said the lawyer. "Most unfortunate.
Perhaps we shall get some one before the day comes who will tell the jury that any marriage up at Ahalala must have been a farce."
All this was unsatisfactory, and became so more and more as the weeks went by. The confidential clerk whom the Boltons had sent out when the first threat reached them early in November, the threat conveyed in that letter from the woman which Caldigate had shown to Robert Bolton, returned about the end of March. The two brothers, Robert and William, decided upon sending him to Mr. Seeley, so that any information obtained might be at Caldigate's command, to be used, if of any use, in his defence. But there was in truth very little of it. The clerk had been up to Nobble and Ahalala, and had found no one there who knew enough of the matter to give evidence about it. The population of mining districts in Australia is peculiarly a shifting population, so that the most of those who had known Caldigate and his mode of life there were gone. The old woman who kept Henniker's Hotel at Nobble had certainly heard that they were married, but then she had added that many people there called themselves man and wife from convenience. A woman would often like a respectable name where there was no parson near at hand to entitle her to it. Then the parsons would be dilatory and troublesome and expensive, and a good many people were apt to think that they could do very well without ceremonies. She evidently would have done no good to either side as a witness. This clerk had found Ahalala almost deserted, occupied chiefly by a few Chinese who were contented to search for the specks of gold which more ambitious miners had allowed to slip through their fingers. The woman had certainly called herself Mrs. Caldigate, and had been called so by many, but she had afterwards been called Mrs. Crinkett, when she and Crinkett had combined their means with the views of buying the Polyuka mine. She was described as an enterprising, greedy woman, upon whom the love of gold had had almost more than its customary effect. And she had for a while been noted and courted for her success, having been the only female miner who was supposed to have realized money in these parts. She had been known to the banks at Nobble, also even at Sydney, and had been supposed at one time to have been worth £20,000 or £30,000. Then she had joined herself with Crinkett, and all their money had been supposed to vanish in the Polyuka mine. No doubt there had been enough in that to create animosity of the most bitter kind against Caldigate. He, in his search for gold, had been uniformly successful, was spoken of among the Nobble miners as the one man who in gold digging had never had a reverse. He had gone away just before the bad time came on Polyuka, and then had succeeded, after he had gone, in extracting from these late unfortunate partners of his every farthing that he had left them. There was ample cause for animosity. Allen, the minister, who had certainly been at Ahalala, was as certainly dead. He had gone out from Scotland as a Presbyterian clergyman, and no doubt had ever been felt as to his being that which he called himself, and a letter from him was produced which had undoubtedly been written by himself. Robert Bolton had procured a photograph of the note which the woman produced as having been written by Allen to Caldigate. The handwriting did not appear to him to be the same, but an expert had given an opinion that they both might have been written by the same person. Of Dick Shand no tidings had been found. It was believed that he had gone from Queensland to some of the islands, probably to the Fijis, but he had sunk so low among men as to have left no trace behind him. In Australia no one cares to know whence a shepherd has gone or whither he goes. A miner belongs to a higher class and is more considered. The result of all which was, in the opinion of the Boltons, adverse to John Caldigate, and, in discussing this with his client, Mr. Seeley acknowledged that nothing had as yet come to light sufficient to shake the direct testimony of the woman, corroborated as it was by 3 persons, all of whom would swear that they had been present at the marriage. "No doubt they endeavoured to get money from you," said Mr. Seeley, "and I may be well assured in my own mind that money was their sole object. But then it cannot be denied that their application to you for money had a sound basis, one which, though you might fairly refuse to allow it, takes away from the application all idea of criminality. Crinkett has never asked for money as a bribe to hold his tongue. In a matter of trade between them and you were very successful. They were very unfortunate.
A man asking for restitution in such circumstances will hardly be regarded as dishonest." It was to no purpose that Caldigate declared that he would willingly have remitted a portion of the money had he known the true circumstances. He had not done so, and now the accusation was made. The jury, feeling that the application had been justifiable, would probably keep the two things distinct. That was Mr. Seely's view, and thus in these days Caldigate gradually came to hate Mr. Seely. There was no comfort to be had from Mr. Seely. Mr. Bromley was much more comfortable, though unfortunately in such a matter less to be trusted. "As to the minister's handwriting," he said, "that'll go for nothing, even if he had written the note." "Which he didn't," said Caldigate. "Exactly. But should it be believed to have been his, it would prove nothing. And as to the envelope, I cannot think that any jury would disturb the happiness of a family on such evidence as that. It all depends on the credibility of the people who swear that they were present. And I can only say that were I one of the jury, and were the case brought before me as I see it now, I certainly should not believe them. There is here one letter to you declaring that if you will comply with her demands she will not annoy you, and declaring also her purpose of marrying some one else. How can any juryman believe her after that? Mr. Seely says that 12 men will not be less likely to think me a bigamist because she has expressed her readiness to commit bigamy. That if alone, she would not have a leg to stand upon, but that she is amply corroborated, whereas I have not been able to find a single witness to support me. It seems to me that in this way any man might be made the victim of a conspiracy." Then Mr. Bromley said that all that would be too patent to a jury to leave any doubt upon the matter. But John Caldigate himself, though he took great comfort in the society of the clergyman, did in truth rely rather on the opinion of the lawyer. The old squire never doubted his son for a moment, and in his intercourse with Hester showed her all the tenderness and trust of a loving parent. But he too manifestly feared the verdict of a jury. According to him, things in the world around him generally were very bad. What was to be expected from an ordinary jury such as Cambridgeshire would supply but prejudice, thick-headed stupidity, or at the best a strict obedience to the dictum of a judge? "It is a case," he said, "in which no jury about here will have sense enough to understand and weigh the facts. There will be on one side the evidence of 4 people, all swearing the same thing. It may be that one or more of them will break down under cross-examination, and that all will then be set straight. But if not, the 12 men in a box will believe them because they are 4, not understanding that in such a case 4 may conspire as easily as 2 or 3. There will be the judge, no doubt, but English judges are always favourable to convictions. The judge begins with the idea that the man before him would hardly have been brought there had he not been guilty." In all this, and very much more that he said both to Mr. Bromley and his son, he was expressing his contempt for the world around him, rather than any opinion of his own on this particular matter. "I often think," said he, "that we have to bear more from the stupidity than from the wickedness of the world." It should be mentioned that about a week after Hester's escape from Chesterton there came to her a letter from her mother. "Dearest Hester, you do not think that I do not love you because I tried to protect you from what I believe to be sin and evil and temptation. You do not think that I am less your mother because I caused you suffering. If your eye offend you, pluck it out. Was I not plucking out my own eye when I caused pain to you? You ought to come back to me and your father. You ought to do so even now. But whether you come back or not, will you not remember that I am the mother who bore you and have always loved you? And when furthest distress shall come upon you, will you not return to me? Your unhappy but most loving mother, Mary Bolton." In answer to this, Hester, in a long letter, acknowledged her mother's love, and said that the memory of those 2 days at Chesterton should lessen neither her affection nor her filial duty. But she went on to say that in whatever distress might come upon her, she should turn to her husband for comfort and support, whether he should be with her or whether he should be away from her. "But," she added, concluding her letter, "beyond my husband and my child, you and papa will always be the dearest to me." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 38. Bollum. There was not much to enliven the house at Foking during these days. Caldigate would pass much of his time walking about the place, applying his mind as well as he could to the farm, and holding up his head among the tenants, with whom he was very popular. He had begun his reign over them with hands not only full but free. He had drained and roofed and put up gates and repaired roads, and shown himself to be an active man, anxious to do good. And now, in his trouble, they were very true to him. But their sympathy could not ease the burden at his heart. Though by his words and deeds among them he seemed to occupy himself fully, there was a certain amount of pretence in every effort that he made. He was always affecting a courage in which he felt himself to be deficient. Every smile was false. Every brave word spoken was an attempt at deceit. When alone in his walks, and he was mostly alone, his mind would fix itself on his great trouble, and on the crushing sorrow which might only too probably fall upon that loved one whom he had called his wife. Oh, with what regret now did he think of the good advice which the captain had given him on board the Goldfinder, and of the sententious, timid wisdom of Mrs. Callender. Had she, his Hester, ever uttered to him one word of reproach? Had she ever shuddered in his sight when he had acknowledged that the now odious woman had in that distant land been in his own hearing called by his own name? It would have been almost better. Her absolute faith added a sting to his sufferings. Then, as he walked alone about the estate, he would endeavour to think whether there might not yet be some mode of escape, whether something might not be done to prevent his having to stand in the dock and abide the uncertain verdict of a jury. With Mr. Seeley he was discontented. Mr. Seeley seemed to be opposed to any great effort, would simply trust to the chance of snatching little advantages in the court. He had money at command. If £50,000, if double that sum, would have freed him from this trouble, he thought that he could have raised it, and was sure that he would willingly pay it. £20,000 2 months since, when Cricket appeared at the christening, would have sent these people away. The same sum, no doubt, would send them away now. But then the arrangement might have been possible. But now, how was it now? Could it still be done? Then the whole thing might have been hidden, buried in darkness. Now it was already in the mouths of all men. But still, if these witnesses were made to disappear, if this woman herself by whom the charge was made would take herself away, then the trial must be abandoned. There would be a whispering of evil, or too probably the saying of evil without whispering. A terrible injury would have been inflicted upon her and his boy, but the injury would be less than that which he now feared. And there was present to him through all this a feeling that the money ought to be paid independently of the accusation brought against him. Had he known at first all that he knew now, how he had taken their all from these people, and how they had failed absolutely in the last great venture they had made, he would certainly have shared their loss with them. He would have done all that Cricket had suggested to him when he and Cricket were walking along the dyke. Cricket had said that on receiving £20,000 he would have gone back to Australia and would have taken a wife with him. That offer had been quite intelligible, and if carried out would have put an end to all trouble. But he had mismanaged that interview. He had been too proud, too desirous not to seem to buy off a threatening enemy. Now, as the trouble pressed itself more closely upon him and his Hester, he would so willingly buy off his enemy if it were possible. They ought to have the money, he said to himself, if only I could contrive that it should be paid to them. One day, as he was entering the house by a side door, Darvell, the gardener, told him that there was a gentleman waiting to see him. The gentleman was very anxious to see him, and had begged to be allowed to sit down. Darvell, when asked whether the gentleman was a gentleman, expressed an affirmative opinion. He had been driven over from Cambridge in a hired gig which was now standing in the yard, and was dressed, as Darvell expressed it, quite accordingly and genteel. So Caldigate passed into the house and found the man seated in the dining-room. "Perhaps you will step into my study?" said Caldigate. Thus the two men were seated together in the little room which Caldigate used for his own purposes. Caldigate, as he looked at the man, distrusted his gardener's judgment. The coat and hat and gloves, even the whiskers and head of hair, might have belonged to a gentleman, but not, as he thought, the mouth or the eyes or the hands. And when the man began to speak, there was a mixture of assurance and intended complacence, an affected familiarity and an attempt at ease, which made the master of the house quite sure that his guest was not all that Darvell had represented. The man soon told his story. His name was Bollum, Richard Bollum, and he had connections with Australia, was largely concerned in Australian gold mines. When Caldigate heard this, he looked round involuntarily to see whether the door was closed. "We're tiled, of course?" said Bollum. Caldigate, with a frown, nodded his head, and Bollum went on. He hadn't come there, he said, to speak of some recent troubles of which he had heard. He wasn't the man to shove his nose into other people's matters. It was nothing to him who was married to whom. Caldigate shivered, but sat and listened in silence. But Mr. Bollum had had dealings, many dealings, with Timothy Crinkett. Indeed, he was ready to say that Timothy Crinkett was his uncle. He was not particularly proud of his uncle, but nevertheless Timothy Crinkett was his uncle. Didn't Mr. Caldigate think that something ought to be done for Timothy Crinkett? "Yes, I do," said Caldigate, finding himself compelled to say something at the moment, and feeling that he could say so much with positive truth. Then Bollum continued his story, showing that he knew all the circumstances of Polyeuca. "It was hard on them, wasn't it, Mr. Caldigate?" "I think it was." "Every rap they have among them, Mr. Caldigate. You left them as bare as the palm of my hand." "It was not my doing. I simply made him an offer which every one at the time believed to be liberal." "Just so. Me grants all that. But still you got all their money. Old pal of yours, too, as they say out there." "It is a matter of most intense regret to me. As soon as I knew the circumstances, Mr. Bollum, I should have been most happy to have divided the loss with them." "That's it. That's it. That's what be right between man and man," said Mr. Bollum, interrupting him. Had no other subject been introduced? "I know nothing about other subjects. I haven't come here to meddle with other subjects. I'm, as it were, a partner of Crinkett's. Anyway, I'm acting as his agent. I'm quite above board, Mr. Caldigate, and in what I say I mean to stick to my own business and not go beyond it. £20,000 is what we ask, so that we and you may share the loss. You agree to that?" "I should have agreed to it 2 months since," said Caldigate, fearing that he might be caught in a trap, anxious to do nothing mean, unfair, or contrary to the law, craving in his heart after the bold, upright conduct of a thoroughly honourable English gentleman, and yet desirous also to use, if it might be used, the instrumentality of this man. "And why not now? You see," said Bollum, becoming a little more confidential, "how difficult it is for me to speak. Things ain't altered. You've got the money. They've lost the money. There isn't any ill will, Mr. Caldigate. As for Crinkett, he's a rough darmint, of course. What am I to say about the lady?" "I don't see that you need to say anything." "That's just it. Of course she's one of them. That's all. If there is to be money, she'll have her share. He's an old fool, and perhaps they'll make a match of it." As he said this, he winked. "At any rate, they'll be off to Australia together. And what I propose is this, Mr. Caldigate." Then he paused. "What do you propose?" "Make the money payable in bills to their joint order at Sydney. They don't want to be wasting any more time here. They'll start at once. This is the 12th April, isn't it? Tuesday the 12th?" Caldigate assented. "The old gold finder leaves Plymouth this day week." From this he was sure that Bollum had heard all the story from Euphemia Smith herself, or he would not have talked of the old gold finder. "Let them have the bills handed to them on board, and they'll go. Let me have the duplicates here. You can remit the money by July to your agents to take up the bills when due. Just let me be with you when the order is given to your banker in London, and everything will be done. It's as easy as kiss." Caldigate sat silent, turning it over in his own mind, trying to determine what would be best. Here was another opportunity, but it was one as to which he must come to a decision on the spur of the moment. He must deal with the man now or never. The £20,000 were nothing. Had there been no question about his wife, he would have paid the money, moved by that argument as to his old pals. by the conviction that the result of his dealing with them had in truth been to leave them as bare as the palm of his hand. They were welcome to the money, and if by giving the money he could save his Hester, how great a thing it would be! Was it not his duty to make the attempt? And yet there was in his bosom a strong aversion to have any secret dealing with such a man as this, to have any secret dealing in such a matter. To buy off witnesses in order that his wife's name and his boy's legitimacy might be only half, established. For even though these people should be made absolutely to vanish, though the sea should swallow them, all that had been said would be known, and too probably believed for ever. And then, too, he was afraid. If he did this thing alone, without counsel, would he not be putting himself into the hands of these wretches? Might he not be almost sure that when they had gotten his money they would turn upon him and demand more? Would not the payment of the money be evidence against him to any jury? Would it be possible to make judge or jury believe, to make even a friend believe, that in such an emergency he had paid away so large a sum of money because he felt himself bound to do so by his conscience? "Well, Squire," said Bonham, "I think you see your way through it, don't you?" "I don't regard the money in the least. They would be welcome to the money." "That's a great point, anyway." "But—" "Aye, but you're afraid they wouldn't go. You come down to Plymouth and don't put the bills into their hands or mine till the vessel is under way with them aboard. Then you and I will step into the boat and be back ashore. When they know the money's been deposited at a bank in London, they'll trust you as far as that. The gold finder won't put back again when she's once off. Won't that make it square?"
"I was thinking of something else."
"Well, yes, there's that trial a coming on, isn't there?"
"These people have conspired together to tell the basest lie."
"Well, I know nothing about that, Mr. Caldigate. I haven't got so much as an opinion. People tell me that all the things look very strong on their side."
"Liars sometimes are successful."
"You can be quit of 'em, and pay no more than what you say you kind of owes. I should have thought Cricket might have asked 40,000. But Cricket, though he's rough, I do own he's rough, he's honest after a fashion. Cricket wants to rob no man, but he feels it hard when he's got the better of. Lies or no lies, can you do better?"
"I should like to see my lawyer first," said Caldigate, almost panting in his anxiety.
"What lawyer? I hate lawyers."
"Mr. Seeley. My case is in his hands, and I should have to tell him."
"Tell him when you come back from Plymouth, and hold your peace until that's done. No good can come of lawyers in such a matter as this. You might as well tell the town crier. Why should he want to put bread out of his own mouth? And if there is a chance of hard words being said, why should he hear them? He'll work for his money, no doubt. But what odds is it to him whether your lady is to be called Mrs. Caldigate or Miss Bolton? He won't have to go to prison. His boy won't be you know what."
This was terrible, but yet it was also true.
"I'll tell you what it is, Squire. We can't make it lighter by talking about it all round. I used to do a bit of hunting once, and I never knew any good come of asking what there was the other side of the fence. You've got to have it, or you've got to leave it alone. That's just where you are. Of course it isn't nice."
"I don't mind the money."
Just so, but it isn't nice for a soul like you to have to hand it over to such a one as Cricket just as the ship's starting, and then to bolt ashore along with me. The odds are it's all talked about. Let's own all that. But then it's not nice to have to hear a woman swear that she's your wife when you've got another, especially when she's got 3 men as can swear the same. It ain't nice for you to have me sitting here. I'm well aware of that. There's the choice of evils. You know what that means. I'm a putting it about as fair as a man can put anything. It's a pity you didn't stump up the money before. But it's not altogether quite too late yet."
"I'll give you an answer tomorrow, Mr. Bolham."
"I must be in town tonight."
"I will be with you in London tomorrow if you will give me an address. All that you have said is true, but I cannot do this thing without thinking of it."
"You'll come alone?"
"Yes, alone."
"As a gentleman?" "On my word as a gentleman, I will come alone."
Then Bolham gave him an address, not the place at which he resided, but a certain coffee house in the city at which he was accustomed to make appointments.
"And don't you see any lawyer," said Bolham, shaking his finger. "You can't do any good that way. It stands to reason that no lawyer would let you pay £20,000 to get out of any scrape. He and you have different legs to stand upon."
Then Mr. Bolham went away, and was driven back in his gig to the Cambridge Hotel.
As soon as the front door was closed, Hester hurried down to her husband, whom she found still in the hall. He took her into his own room and told her everything that had passed, everything as accurately as he could. "And remember," he said, "though I do not owe them money, that I feel bound by my conscience to refund them so much. I should do it, now I know the circumstances, if no charge had been brought against me." "They have perjured themselves and have been so wicked." "Yes, they have been very wicked." "Let them come and speak the truth, and then let them have money." "They will not do that, Hester." "Prove them to be liars, and then give it to them." "My own girl, I am thinking of you." "And I of you. Shall it be said of you that you bought off those who dared to say that your wife was not your wife? I would not do that. What if the people in the court should believe what they say?" "It would be bad for you then, dearest." "But I should still be your wife, and baby would still be your own, your honest boy. I am sometimes unhappy, but I am never afraid. Let the devil do his worst, but never speak him fair. I would scorn them till it is all over. Then, if money be due to them, let them have it." As she said this, she had drawn herself a little apart from him, a little away from the arm which had been round her waist, and was looking him full in the face. Never before, even during the soft happiness of their bridal tour, had she seemed to him to be so handsome. But her faith, her courage, and her beauty did not alter the circumstances of the case. Because she trusted him, he was not the less afraid of the jury who would have to decide, or of the judge, who, with stern eyes, would probably find himself compelled to tell the jury that the evidence against the prisoner was overwhelming. In choosing what might be best to be done on her account, he could not allow himself to be guided by her spirit. The possibility that the whole gang of them might be made to vanish was present to his mind. Nor could he satisfy himself that in doing as had been proposed to him he would be speaking to the devil fair. He would be paying money which he ought to pay, and would, perhaps, be securing his wife's happiness. He had promised at any rate that he would see the man in London on the morrow, and that he would see him alone. But he had not promised not to speak on the subject to his attorney. Therefore, after much thought, he wrote to Mr. Seeley to make an appointment for the next morning, and then told his wife that he would have to go to London on the following day. "Not to buy those men off?" she said. "Whatever is done will be done by the advice of my lawyer," he said peevishly. "You may be sure that I am anxious enough to do the best. When one has to trust to a lawyer, one is bound to trust in him." This seemed to be so true that Hester could say nothing against it. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 39. Restitution. He had still the whole night to think about it, and throughout the whole night he was thinking about it. He had fixed a late hour in the afternoon for his appointment in London, so that he might have an hour or two in Cambridge before he started by the midday train. It was during his drive into the town that he at last made up his mind that he would not satisfy himself with discussing the matter with Mr. Seeley, but that he would endeavour to explain it all to Robert Bolton. No doubt Robert Bolton was now his enemy, as were all the Boltons. But the brother could not but be anxious for his sister's name and his sister's happiness. If a way out of all this misery could be seen, it would be a way out of the misery for the Boltons as well as for the Caldigates. If only he could make the attorney believe that Hester was in truth his wife, still, even yet, there might be assistance on that side. But he went to Mr. Seeley first, the hour of his appointment requiring that it should be so. But Mr. Seeley was altogether opposed to any arrangement with Mr. Bollum. "No good was ever done," he said, "by buying off witnesses. The thing itself is disreputable, and would to a certainty be known to every one. I should not buy him off. I regard the money as their own. I will give Crinkey the money, and let him go or stay as he pleases. When giving him the money, I will tell him that he may do as he pleases. You would only throw your money away. You would do much worse than throw it away. Their absence would not prevent the trial. The Boltons will take care of that." "They cannot want to injure their own side, Mr. Seeley." "They want to punish you, and to take her away. They will take care that the trial shall go on. And when it was proved, as it would be proved, that you had given these people a large sum of money, and had so secured their absence, do you think that the jury would refuse to believe their sworn depositions and whatever other evidence would remain? The fact of your having paid the money would secure a verdict against you. The thing would, in my mind, be so disreputable that I should have to throw up the case. I could not defend you." It was clear to him that Bollam had understood his own side of this question in deprecating any reference to an attorney. The money should have been paid and the 4 witnesses sent away without a word to anyone, if any attempt in that direction were made at all. Nevertheless, he went to Robert Bolton's office and succeeded in obtaining an interview with his wife's brother. But here, as with the other attorney, he failed to make the man understand the state of his own mind. He had failed in the same way even with his wife. If it were fit that the money should be paid, it could not be right that he should retain it because the people to whom it was due had told lies about him. And, if this could be explained to the jury, surely the jury would not give a verdict against him on insufficient evidence, simply because he had done his duty in paying the money. Robert Bolton listened to him with patience, and without any quick expression of hot anger, though before the interview was over he had used some very cruel words. "We should think ourselves bound to prevent their going, if possible." "Of course, I have no idea of going down to Plymouth as the man proposed, or of taking any steps to secure their absence." "Your money is your own, and you can do what you like with it. It certainly is not for me to advise you. If you tell me that you are going to pay it, I can only say that I shall look very sharp after them." "Why should you want to ruin your sister?" "You have ruined her. That is our idea. We deserve now to rescue her as far as we can from further evil. You have opposed us in every endeavour that we have made. When in the performance of a manifest duty we endeavoured to separate you till after the trial, you succeeded in thwarting us by your influence. I left it to her. Had you been true and honest and upright, you would have known that as long as there was a doubt she ought to have been away from you." "I should have sent her away?" "Certainly." "So as to create a doubt in her mind, so as to disturb her peace, so as to make her think that I, having been found out, was willing to be rid of her? It would have killed her." "Better so than this." "And yet I am as truly her husband as you are the husband of your wife. If you would only teach yourself to think that possible, then you would feel differently." "Not as to a temporary separation." "If you believed me, you would," said Caldigate. "But I do not believe you. In a matter like this, as you will come to me, I must be plain. I do not believe you. I think that you have betrayed and seduced my sister. Looking at all the evidence, and at your own confession, I can come to no other conclusion. I have discussed the matter with my brother, who is a clear, cool-headed, most judicious man, and he is of the same opinion. In our own private court we have brought you in guilty of an offence against us all, which necessarily makes us as bitter against you as one man can be against another. You have destroyed our sister, and now you come here and ask me my advice as to buying off witnesses." "It is all untrue. As there is a God above me, I am her loyal, loving husband. I will buy off no witness." "If I were you, I would make no such attempt. It will do no good. I do not think that you have a chance of being acquitted. Not a chance. And then how much worse would it be for Hester when she finds herself still in your house?" "She will remain there. Even she will feel that to be impossible. Your influence will then probably be removed, and I presume that for a time you will have no home. But we need not discuss that. As you are here, I should not do my duty were I not to assure you that as far as we are concerned, Hester's family, nothing shall be spared either in trouble or money to ensure the conviction and punishment of the man whom we believe to have brought upon us so terrible a disgrace." Caldigate, when he got out into the street, felt that he was driven almost to despair. At first he declared to himself, most untruly, that there was no one to believe him. No, not one. Then he remembered how faithful was his wife, and as he did so, in his misery, he told himself that it might have been better for her had she been less faithful. Looking at it all as he now looked at it, after hearing the words of that hard man, he almost thought that it would have been so. Everybody told him that he would be condemned, and if so, what would be the fate of that poor young mother and her child? It was very well for her to declare, with her arms round his neck, that even should he be dragged away to prison, she would still be his true wife, and that she would wait, in sorrow indeed and mourning, but still with patience, till the cruel jailers and the harsh laws had restored him to her. If the law declared him a bigamist, she could not then be his wife. The law must decide, whether rightly or wrongly, still must decide. And then how could they live together? An evil done must be endured, let it be ever so unendurable. But against fresh evils a man may guard. Was it not his duty, his manifest, his chief duty, to save her, as far as she could be saved, from further suffering and increased disgrace? Perhaps, after all, Robert Bolton was right when he told him that he ought to have allowed Hester to remain at Chesterton. Whatever he might do when he got to London, he felt it to be his duty to go up and keep his appointment with Bolham. And he brought with him from home securities and certificates for stock, by which he knew that he could raise the sum named at a moment's warning, should he at least decide upon paying the money. When he got into the train, and when he got out of the train, he was still in doubt. Those to whom he had gone for advice had been so hard to him that he felt himself compelled to put on one side all that they had said. Bolham had suggested, in his graphic manner, that a lawyer and his client stood upon different legs. Caldigate acknowledged to himself that Bolham was right. His own lawyer had been almost as hard to him as his brother-in-law, who was his declared enemy. But what should he do? As to precautions to be taken in reference to the departure of the gang, all that was quite out of the question. They should go to Australia or stay behind, as they pleased. There should be no understanding that they were to go, or even that they were to hold their tongues because the money was paid to them. It should be fully explained to them that the two things were distinct. Then, as he was taken to the inn at which he intended to sleep that night, he made up his mind in the cab that he would pay the money to Crinkett. He got to London just in time to reach the bank before it was closed, and there made his arrangements. He deposited his documents and securities, and was assured that the necessary sum should be placed to his credit on the following day. Then he walked across a street or two in the city to the place indicated by Bolham for the appointment. It was at the Jericho Coffee House in Levant Court, a silent, secluded spot lying between Lombard Street and Cornhill. Here he found himself 10 minutes before the time, and, asking for a cup of coffee, sat down at a table fixed to the ground in a little separate box. The order was given to a young woman at a bar in the room. Then an ancient waiter hobbled up to him and explained that coffee was not quite ready. In truth, coffee was not often asked for at the Jericho Coffee House. The house, said the waiter, was celebrated for its sherry. Would he take half a pint of sherry? So he ordered the sherry, which was afterwards drunk by Bolham. Bolham came, punctual to the moment, and seated himself at the table with good-humoured alacrity. "Well, Mr. Caldigate, how is it to be? I think you must have seen that what I have proposed will be for the best." "I will tell you what I mean to do, Mr. Bolham," said Caldigate very gravely. "It cannot be said that I owe Mr. Crinkett a shilling." "Certainly not, but it comes very near owing, doesn't it?" "So near that I mean to pay it." "That's right." "So near that I don't like to feel that I have got his money in my pocket. As far as money goes, I have been a fortunate man." "Wonderful!" said Bolham enthusiastically. "And as I was once in partnership with your uncle, I do not like to think that I enriched myself by a bargain which impoverished him." "It ain't nice, is it, that you should have it all and he nothing?" "Feeling that very strongly," continued Caldigate, merely shaking his head in token of displeasure at Bolham's interruption, "I have determined to repay Mr. Crinkett an amount that seems to me to be fair. He shall have back £20,000. "He's a lucky fellow, and he'll be off like a shot, like a shot." "He and others have conspired to rob me of all my happiness, thinking that they might so most probably get this money from me. They have invented a wicked lie, a wicked, damnable lie, a damnable lie. They are miscreants, foul miscreants." "Come, come, Mr. Caldigate." "Foul miscreants. But they shall have their money, and you shall hear me tell them when I give it to them, and they must both be here to take it from my hands, that I do not at all require their absence. There is to be no bargain between us. They are free to remain and swear their false oaths against me. Whether they go or whether they stay will be no affair of mine." "They'll go, of course, Mr. Caldigate." "Not in my instance. I will take care that that should be known. They must both come, and into their joint hands will I give the cheque, and they must come prepared with a receipt declaring that they accept the money as restitution of the loss incurred by them in purchasing the Polyuka mine from me. Do you understand? And I shall bring a witness with me to see them take the money." Bollam, who was considerably depressed by his companion's manner, said that he did understand. "I suppose I can have a private room here at noon to-morrow?" asked Caldigate, turning to the woman at the bar. When that was settled, he assured Bollam that a cheque for the amount should be placed in the joint hands of Timothy Crinkett and Euphemia Smith, if he, and they with him, would be there at noon on the following day. Bollam in vain attempted to manage the payment without the personal interview, but at last agreed that the man and the woman should be forthcoming. That night Caldigate dined at his club, one of the university clubs at which he had been elected just at the time of his marriage. He had seldom been there, but now walked into the dinner-room, resolving that he would not be ashamed to show himself. He fancied that everybody looked at him, and probably there were some present who knew that he was about to stand his trial for bigamy. But he got his dinner and smoked his cigar, and before the evening was over he had met an old college friend. He was in want of a friend, and explained his wants. He told something of his immediate story, and then asked the man to be present at the scene on the morrow. "I must have a witness, Gray," said he, "and you will do me a kindness if you will come." Then Mr. Gray promised to be present on the occasion. On the following morning he met Gray at the club, having the cheque ready in his pocket, and together they proceeded to Levant Court. Again he was a little before his time, and the two sat together in the gloomy little room upstairs. Bollam was the first to come, and when he saw the stranger was silent, thinking whether it might not be best to escape and warn Crinkett and the woman that all might not be safe. But the stranger did not look like a detective, and, as he told himself, why should there be danger? So he waited, and in a few minutes Crinkett entered the room, with the woman veiled. "Well, Caldigate," said Crinkett, "how is it with you?" "If you please, Mrs. Smith," said Caldigate, "I must ask you to remove your veil, so that I may be sure that it is you." She removed her veil very slowly, and then stood looking him in the face, not full in the face, for she could not quite raise her eyes to meet his, and though she made an effort to brazen it out, she could not quite succeed. She attempted to raise her head and carry herself with pride, but every now and again there was a slight quiver, slight but still visible. The effort, too, was visible. But there she stood looking at him, and to be looked at, but without a word. During the whole interview she never once opened her lips. She had lost all her comeliness. It was now nearly 7 years since they two had been on the gold find together, and then he had found her very attractive. There was no attraction now. She was much aged, and her face was coarse, as though she had taken to drinking. But there was still about her something of that look of intellect which had captivated him more, perhaps, than her beauty. Since those days she had become a slave to gold, and such slavery is hardly compatible with good looks in a woman. There she stood, ready to listen to him, ready to take his money, but determined not to utter a word. Then he took the cheque out of his pocket, and, holding it in his hands, spoke to them as follows: "I have explained to Mr. Bollam, and have explained to my friend here, Mr. Gray, the reasons which induce me to pay to you, Timothy Crinkett, and to you, Euphemia Smith, the large sum of £20,000. The nature of our transactions has been such that I feel bound in honour to repay so much of the price you paid for the Polyuka mine." "All right, Caldigate, all right," said Crinkett. "And I have explained also to both of them that the payment has nothing whatever to do with the base, false, and most wicked charge which you are bringing against me. It is not because that woman, by a vile perjury, claims me as her husband, and because I wished to buy her silence or his, that I make this restitution. I restore the money of my own free will, without any base bargain. You can go on with your perjury, or abstain from it as you may think best." "We understand, Squire," said Crinkett, affecting to laugh. "You hand over the money, that's all." Then the woman looked round at her companion, and a frown came across her face. But she said nothing, turning her face again upon Caldigate, and endeavouring to keep her eyes steadfastly fixed upon him. "Have you brought a receipt signed by both of you?" Then Bollam handed him a receipt signed Timothy Crickett for self and partners. But Caldigate demanded that the woman also should sign it. "There is a difficulty about the name, you see," said Bollam. There was a difficulty about the name, certainly. It would not be fair, he thought, that he should force her to the use of a name she disowned, and he did not wish to be hindered from what he was doing by her persistency in calling herself by his own name. "So be it," said he. "There is the cheque. Mr. Grey will see that I put it into both their hands." This he did, each of them stretching out a hand to take it. "And now you can go where you please and act as you please. You have combined to rob me of all that I value most by the basest of lies, but not on that account have I abstained from doing what I believe to be an act of justice." Then he left the room, and paying for the use of it to the woman at the bar, walked off with his friend Grey, leaving Crickett, Bollam, and the woman still within the house. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 40. Waiting for the Trial. As he returned to Cambridge, Caldigate was not altogether contented with himself. He tried to persuade himself, in reference to the money which he had refunded, that, in what he had done, he had not at all been actuated by the charge made against him. Had there been no such accusation, he would have felt himself bound to share the loss with these people as soon as he had learned the real circumstances. The money had been a burden to him. For the satisfaction of his own honour, of his own feelings, it had become necessary that the money should be refunded. And the need of doing so was not lessened by the fact that a base conspiracy had been made by a gang of villains who had thought that the money might thus be most readily extracted from him. That was his argument with himself, and his defence for what he had done. But nevertheless he was aware that he had been driven to do it now, to pay the money at this special moment, by an undercurrent of hope that these enemies would think it best for themselves to go as soon as they had his money in their hands. He wished to be honest, he wished to be honourable, he wished that all that he did could be what the world calls above board. But still it was so essential for him and for his wife that they should go. He had been very steady in assuring these wretched ones that they might go or stay as they pleased. He had been careful that there should be a credible witness of his assurance. He might succeed in making others believe that he had not attempted to purchase their absence, but he could not make himself believe it. Even though a jury should not convict him, there was so much in his Australian life which would not bear the searching light of cross-examination. The same may probably be said of most of us. In such trials as this that he was anticipating, there is often a special cruelty in the exposure of matters which are for the most part happily kept in the background. A man on some occasion inadvertently takes a little more wine than is good for him. It is an accident most uncommon with him, and nobody thinks much about it. But chance brings the case to the notice of the police courts, and the poor victim is published to the world as a drunkard in the columns of all the newspapers. Some young girl fancies herself in love, and the man is unworthy. The feeling passes away, and none but herself, and perhaps her mother, are the wiser. But if by some chance, some treachery, a letter should get printed and read, the poor girl's punishment is so severe that she is driven to wish herself in the grave. He had been foolish, very foolish, as we have seen on board the Goldfinder, and wicked too, there could be no doubt about that. When it would all come out in this dreaded trial, he would be quite unable to defend himself. There was enough to enable Mrs. Bolton to point at him with a finger of scorn as a degraded sinner. And yet there had been nothing which he had not dared to own to his wife in the secrecy of their mutual confidence, and which, in secret, she had not been able to condone without a moment's hesitation. He had been in love with the woman, in love after a fashion.
he had promised to marry her. He had done worse than that. And then, when he found that the passion for gold was strong upon her, he had bought his freedom from her. The story would be very bad as told in court, and yet he had told it all to his wife. She had admitted his excuse when he had spoken of the savageness of his life, of the craving which a man would feel for some feminine society, of her undoubted cleverness, and then of her avarice. And then when he swore that through it all he had loved her, Hester Bolton, whom he had but once seen, but whom, having seen, he had never allowed to pass out of his mind, she still believed him, and thought that the holiness of that love had purified him. She believed him, but who else would believe him? Of course he was most anxious that those people should go. Before he left London he wrote both to Mr. Seeley and to Robert Bolton, saying what he had done. The letter to his own attorney was long and full. He gave an account in detail of the whole matter, declaring that he would not allow himself to be hindered from paying a debt which he believed to be due, by the wickedness of those to whom it was owing. "The two things have nothing to do with each other," he said, "and if you choose to throw up my defence, of course you can do so. I cannot allow myself to be debarred from exercising my own judgment in another matter, because you think that what I decide upon doing may not tally with your views as to my defence." To Robert Bolton he was much shorter. "I think you ought to know what I have done," he said. "At any rate, I do not choose that you should be left in ignorance." Mr. Seeley took no notice of the communication, not feeling himself bound to carry out his threat by withdrawing his assistance from his client. But Robert and William Bolton agreed to have Crinket's movements watched by a detective policeman. They were both determined that, if possible, Crinkett and the woman should be kept in the country. In these days the old squire made many changes in his residence, vacillating between his house in Cambridge and the house at Woking. His books were at Cambridge, and he could not have them brought back, and yet he felt that he ought to evince his constancy to his son, his conviction of his son's innocence, by remaining at Woking. And he was aware too that his presence there was a comfort both to his son and Hester. When John Caldigate had gone up to London, his father had been in Cambridge, but on his return he found the old squire at his old house. "Yes," he said, telling the story of what he had just done, "I have paid £20,000 out of hand to those rascals simply because I thought I owed it to them." The squire shook his head, not being able to approve of the act. "I don't see why I should have allowed myself to be hindered from doing what I thought to be right, because they were doing what they knew to be wrong." "They won't go, you know." "I dare say not, sir. Why should they?" "But the jury will believe that you intended to purchase their absence." "I think I have made all that clear." "I am afraid not, John. The man applied to you for the money, and you was refused. That was the beginning of it. Then the application was repeated by the woman with a threat, and you again refused. Then they presented themselves to the magistrates and made the accusation, and upon that you pay the money. Of course it will come out of the trial that you paid it immediately after this renewed application from Bolham. It would have been better to have defied them." "I did defy them," said John Caldigate. But all that his father said seemed to him to be true, so that he repented himself of what he had done. He made no inquiry on the subject, but early in May he heard from Mr. Seeley that Crinkett and the woman were still in London, and that they had abandoned the idea of going at once to Australia. According to Mr. Seeley's story, of the truth of which he declared himself to be by no means certain, Crinkett had wished to go, but had been retained by the woman. "As far as I can learn," said Mr. Seeley, "she is in communication with the Boltons, who would of course keep her if it be possible. He would get off if he could, but she, I take it, has got hold of the money. When you made the cheque payable to her order, you effectually provided for their remaining here. If he could have got the money without her name, he would have gone, and she would have gone with him." "But that was not my object," said Caldigate angrily. Mr. Seeley thereupon shrugged his shoulders. Early in June the man came back who had been sent out to Sydney in February on behalf of Caldigate. He also had been commissioned to seek for evidence, and to bring back with him, almost at any cost, whatever witness or witnesses he might find whose presence in England would serve Caldigate's cause. But he brought no one, and had learned very little. He too had been at Ahalala and at Knobble. At Knobble the people were now very full of the subject, and were very much divided in opinion. There were cricketers and anti-cricketers, Caldigatites and anti-Caldigatites. A certain number of people were ready to swear that there had been a marriage, and an equal number, perhaps, to swear that there had been none. But no new fact had been brought to light. Dick Shand had not been found, who had been living with Caldigate when the marriage was supposed to have been solemnized. Nor had that register been discovered from which the copy of the certificate was supposed to have been taken. All through the colony, so said this agent, a very great interest was felt in the matter. The newspapers from day to day contained paragraphs about it, but nobody had appeared whom it was worth while to bring home. Mrs. Henniker, of the hotel at Knobble, had offered to swear that there had been no marriage. This offer she made and repeated when she had come to understand accurately on whose behalf this last agent had come to the colony. But then, before she had understood this, she had offered to swear the reverse, and it became known that she was very anxious to be carried back to the old country free of expense. No credible witness could be found who had heard Caldigate call the woman Mrs. Smith after the date assigned to the marriage. She, no doubt, had used various names, had called herself sometimes Mrs. Caldigate, sometimes Mrs. Smith, but generally, in such documents as she had to sign in reference to her mining shares, Euphemia Settini. It was by that name that she had been known in Sydney when performing on stage, and it was now alleged on her behalf that she had bought and sold shares in that name under the idea that she would thus best secure to herself their separate and undisturbed possession. Proof was brought home that Caldigate himself had made over to her shares in that name, but Mr. Seeley did not depend much on this as proof against the marriage. Mr. Seeley seemed to depend very little on anything, so little that Caldigate almost wished that he had carried out his threat and thrown up the case. "Does he not believe you when you tell him?" his wife asked. Caldigate was forced to confess that apparently the lawyer did not believe him. In fact, Mr. Seeley had even said as much. "In such cases a lawyer should never believe or disbelieve, or if he does, he should never speak of his belief. It is with your acquittal or conviction that I am concerned, in which matter I can better assist you by cool judgment than by any fervid assurance." All this made Caldigate not only angry but unhappy, for he could not fail to perceive that the public around him were in the same mind as Mr. Seeley. In his own parish they believed him, but apparently not beyond his parish. It might be possible that he should escape. That seemed to be the general opinion. But then general opinion went on to declare that there was no reason for supposing that he had not married the woman merely because he said that he had not done so. Then gradually there fell upon poor Hester's mind a doubt, and after that almost a conviction. Not a doubt as to her husband's truth. No suspicion on that score ever troubled her for a moment. But there came upon her a fear, almost more than a fear, that these terrible enemies would be strong enough to override the truth, and to carry with them both a judge and a jury. As the summer months ran on, they all became aware that for any purpose of removing the witnesses, the money had been paid in vain. Cricket was living in all opulence at a hotel at Brighton, and the woman, calling herself Mrs. Caldigate, had taken furnished apartments in London. Rumour came that she was frequently seen at the theatres, and that she had appeared more than once in an open carriage in the parks. There was no doubt but that Caldigate's money had made them very comfortable for the present. The whole story of the money had been made public, and of course there were various opinions about it. The prevailing idea was that an attempt had been made to buy off the first wife, but that the first wife had been clever enough to get the money without having to go. Caldigate was thought to have been very foolish, on which subject Bonham once expressed himself strongly to a friend. "Clever," he said. "Caldigate clever! The greatest idiot I ever came across in my life. I made it quite straight for him, so that there couldn't have been a wrinkle. But he wouldn't have it. There are men so soft that one can't understand 'em."
To do Bonham justice, it should be said that he was most anxious to induce his uncle and the woman to leave the country when they had got the money. Though very miserable, Hester was very brave. In the presence of her husband she would never allow herself to seem to doubt. She would speak of their marriage as a thing so holy that nothing within the power of man could disturb it. Of course they were man and wife, and of course the truth would at last prevail. Was not the Lord able in his own good time to set all these matters right? And in discussing the matter with him she would always seem to imply that the Lord's good time would be the time of the trial. She would never herself hint to him that there might be a period of separation coming. Though in secrecy she was preparing for what might befall him, turning over in her woman's mind how she might best relieve the agony of his jail, she let no sign escape her that she looked forward to such misery. She let no such sign escape her in her intercourse with him. But with his father she could speak more freely. It had indeed come to be understood between her and the old squire that it would be best that they should discuss the matter openly. Arrangements must be made for their future life, so that when the blow came they might not be unprepared. Hester declared that nothing but positive want of shelter should induce her to go back to Chesterton. "They think him to be all that's bad," she said. "I know him to be all that's good. How is it possible that we should live together?" The old man had of course turned it over much in his mind. If it could be true that that woman had in truth become his son's wife, and that this dear, sweet young mother had been deceived, betrayed, and cheated out of her very existence, then that house of Foking could no longer be proper home for her. Her grave would be best, but till that might be reached any home would be better than Foking. But he was almost sure that it was not so, and her confidence, old as he was and prone to be suspicious, made him confident. When the moment came he could not doubt how he would answer her. He could not crush her spirit by seeming for a moment to have a suspicion. "Your home, of course, shall be here," he said. "It shall be your own house." "And you?" "It shall be my house too, if it should come to that. We will be at any rate together. You shall not be left without a friend." "It is not for myself," she said, "but for his boy, and for him. What will be best for them? I would take a cabin at the prison gate, so as to be nearest to him, if it were only myself." And so it was settled between them, that should that great misery fall upon them, she would remain at Foking, and he would remain with her. Nothing the judge or jury could do would deprive her of the right to occupy her husband's house. In this way the months of May and June and the first fortnight of July wore themselves away, and then the time for the trial had come. Up to the last it had been hoped that tidings might be heard either by letter or telegram from Dick Shand, but it seemed that he had vanished from the face of the earth. No suggestion of news as to his whereabouts was received on which it might have been possible to found an argument for the further postponement of the trial. Mr. Seeley had been anxious for such postponement, perhaps thinking that as the hotel at Brighton and the carriages in the park were expensive, Cricket and the lady might take their departure for Australia without saying a word to the lawyer who had undertaken the prosecution. But there was no adequate grounds for delay, and on Tuesday the 17th of July the trial was to be commenced. On the previous day Caldigate, at his own request, was introduced to Sir John Joram, who had been brought down specially to Cambridge for his defence. Mr. Seeley had advised him not to see the barrister who was to defend him, leaving it, however, quite at his option to do so or not, as he pleased. "Sir John will see you, but I think he had rather not," said Mr. Seeley. But Caldigate had chosen to have the interview. "I thought it best to say just one word to you," said Caldigate. "I am quite at your service," said Sir John. "I want you to hear from my own lips that a falser charge than this was never made against a man." "I am glad to hear it," said Sir John, and then he paused. "That is to say, Mr. Caldigate, I am bound in courtesy to you to make some such civil reply as I should have made had I not been employed in your case, and had circumstances then induced you to make such a statement to me. But in truth, as I am so employed,
no statement from your lips ought to affect me in the least. For your own sake I will say that no statement will affect me. It is not for me to believe or disbelieve anything in this matter. If, carried away by my feelings, I were to appeal to the jury for their sympathy because of my belief, I should betray your cause. It will be my duty not to make the jury believe you, who in your position will not be expected even to tell the truth, but to induce them, if possible, to disbelieve the witnesses against you who will be on their oath. Second-hand protestations from an advocate are never of much avail, and in many cases have been prejudicial. I can only assure you that I understand the importance of the interests confided to me, and that I will endeavour to be true to my trust." Caldigate, who wanted sympathy, who wanted an assurance of confidence in his word, was by no means contented with his counsellor, but he was too wise at the present moment to quarrel with him. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 41. The First Day. Then came the morning on which Caldigate and Hester must part. Very little had been said about it, but a word or two had been absolutely necessary. The trial would probably take 2 days, and it would not be well that he should be brought back to Woking for the sad intervening night. And then, should the verdict be given against him, the prison doors would be closed against her, his wife, more rigidly than against any other friend who might knock at them, inquiring about his welfare. Her, at any rate, he would not be allowed to see. All the prison authorities would be bound to regard her as the victim of his crime and as the instrument of his vice. The law would have locked him up to avenge her injuries, of her whose only future joy could come from that distant freedom which the fraudulent law would at length allow to him. All this was not put into words between them, but it was understood. It might be that they were to be parted now for a term of years, during which she would be as a widow at Woking, while he would be alone in his jail. There are moments as to which it would be so much better that their coming should never be accomplished. It would have been better for them both had they been separated without that last embrace. He was to start from Woking at 8, that he might surrender himself to the hands of justice in due time for the trial at 10. She did not come down with him to the breakfast parlour, having been requested by him not to be there among the servants when he took his departure, but, standing there in her own room, with his baby in her arms, she spoke her last word. "You will keep up your courage, John?" "I will try, Hester." "I will keep up mine. I will never fail, for your sake and his." Here she held the child a moment away from her bosom. "I will never allow myself to droop. To be your wife and his mother shall be enough to support me, even though you should be torn from us both for a time." "I wish I were as brave as you," he said. "You will leave me here," she continued, "mistress of your house, and, if God spares me, here you will find me. They can't move me from this. Your father says so. They may call me what they will, but they cannot move me. There is the Lord above us, and before him they cannot make me other than your wife. Your wife, your wife." As she repeated the name, she put the boy out to him, and when he had taken the child, she stretched out her hands upwards, and falling on her knees at his feet, prayed to God for his deliverance. "Let him come back to us, O my God! Deliver him from his enemies, and let him come back to us." "One kiss, my own," he said, as he raised her from the ground. "Oh yes, and 1,000 shall be in store for you when you come back to us. Yes, kiss him too. Your boy shall hear the praises of his father every day, till at last he shall understand that he may be proud of you, even though he should have learned why it is that you are not with him. Now go, my darling, go, and support yourself by remembering that I have got that within me which will support me." Then he left her. The old squire had expressed his intention of being present throughout the trial, and now was ready for the journey. When counselled to remain at home, both by Mr. Seeley and by his son, He had declared that only by his presence could he make the world around him understand how confident he was of his son's innocence. So it was arranged, and a place was kept for him next to the attorney. The servants all came out into the hall and shook hands with their young master, and the cook, wiping her eyes with her apron, declared that she would have dinner ready for him on the following day. At the front door Mr. Holt was standing, having come over the ferry to greet the young squire before his departure. "They may say what they will there, Squire, but they won't make none of us here believe that you've been the man to injure a lady such as she up there." Then there was another shaking of hands, and the father and son got into the carriage. The court was full, of course. Mr. Justice Bramber, by whom the case was to be tried, was reputed to be an excellent judge, a man of no softnesses, able to wear the black cap without convulsive throbbings, anxious also that the law should run its course, averse to mercy when guilt had been proved, but as clear-sighted and as just as Minos, a man whom nothing could turn one way or another, who could hang his friend, but who would certainly not mulct his enemy because he was his enemy. It had reached Caldigate's ears that he was unfortunate in his judge, by which they who had so said had intended to imply that this judge's mind would not be perverted by any sentiments as to the prisoner, as to the sweet young woman who called herself his wife at home, or as to want of sweetness on the part of the other woman who claimed him. The jury was sworn in without more than ordinary delay, and then the trial was commenced. That which had to be done for the prosecution seemed to be simple enough. The first witness called was the woman herself, who was summoned in the names of Euphemia Caldigate, alias Smith. She gave her evidence very clearly and with great composure, saying how she had become acquainted with the man on board the ship, how she had been engaged to him at Melbourne, how he had come down to her at Sydney, how, in compliance with his orders, she had followed him up to Ahalala, and how she had there been married to him by Mr. Allen. Then she brought forth the documents which professed to be the copy of the register of the marriage made by the minister in his own book, and the envelope, the damning envelope, which Caldigate was prepared to admit that he had himself addressed to Mrs. Caldigate, and the letter which purported to have been written by the minister to Caldigate, recommending him to be married in some better established township than that existing at Ahalala. She did it well. She was very correct, and at the same time very determined, giving many details of her early theatrical life, which it was thought better to get from her in the comparative ease of a direct examination than to have them extracted afterwards by an adverse advocate. During her evidence in chief, which was necessarily long, she seemed to be quite at ease, but those around her observed that she never once turned her eyes upon him whom she claimed as her husband, except when she was asked whether the man there before her was the man she had married at Ahalala. Then, looking at him for a moment in silence, she replied very steadily, "Yes, that is my husband, John Caldigate." To Caldigate and his friends, and indeed to all those collected in the court, the most interesting person of the day was Sir John Joram. In a sensational cause, the leading barrister for the defence is always the hero of the plot, the actor from whom the best bit of acting is expected, the person who is most likely to become a personage on the occasion. The prisoners are necessarily mute, and can only be looked at, not heard. The judge is not expected to do much till the time comes for his charge, and even then is supposed to lower the dignity of the bench if he makes his charge with any view to effect on his own behalf. The barrister who prosecutes should be tame, or he will appear to be vindictive. The witnesses, however interesting they may be in detail, are but episodes. Each comes and goes, and there is an end of them. But the part of the defending advocate requires action through the whole of the piece, and he may be impassioned. He is bound to be on the alert. Everything seems to depend on him. They who accuse can have, or should have, no longing for the condemnation of the accused one. But in regard to the other, an acquittal is a matter of personal prowess, of professional triumph, and possibly of well-simulated feeling. Sir John Joram was at this time a man of considerable dignity, above 50 years of age, having already served the offices of Solicitor and Attorney General to his party. To his compeers and intimate friends it seemed to be but the other day since he was Jacky Joram, one of the jolliest little fellows ever known at an evening party, up to every kind of fun, always rather short of money, and one of whom it was thought that, because he was good looking, he might some day achieve the success of marrying a woman with money. On a sudden he married a girl without a shilling, and men shook their heads and sighed as they spoke of poor Jacky Joram. But again, on a sudden, quite as suddenly, there came tidings that Jacky had been found out by the attorneys, and that he was earning his bread. As we grow old, things seem to come so quickly. His friends had hardly realized the fact that Jacky was earning his bread before he was in Parliament and had ceased to be Jacky, and the celerity with which he became Sir John was the most astonishing of all. Years no doubt had passed by, but years at 50 are no more than months at 30, are less than weeks in boyhood. And now, while some tongues, by dint of sheer habit, were still forming themselves into Jacky, Sir John Joram had become the leading advocate of the day, and a man renowned for the dignity of his manners. In the House, for he had quite got the ear of the House, a certain impressive good sense, a habit of saying nothing that was not necessary on the occasion, had chiefly made for him the high character he enjoyed. But in the law courts it was perhaps his complacence, his peculiar courtesy, of which they who praised him talked the most. His aptitude to get verdicts was of course the cause of his success. But it was observed of him that in perverting the course of justice, which may be said to be the special work of a successful advocate, he never condescended to bully anybody. To his own witnesses he was simple and courteous, as are barristers generally, but to adverse witnesses he was more courteous, though no doubt less simple. Even to some perjured comrade of an habitual burglar he would be studiously civil. But to a woman such as Euphemia Caldigate, alias Smith, it was certain that he would be so smooth as to make her feel almost pleased with the amenities of her position. He asked her very many questions, offering to provide her with the comfort of a seat if it were necessary. She said that she was not at all tired, and that she preferred to stand. As to the absolute fact of the marriage, she did not hesitate at all. She was married in the tent at Ahalala in the presence of Crinkett and Adamson, and of her own female companion Anna Young, all of whom were there to give evidence of the fact. Whether anyone else was in the tent she could not say, but she knew that there were others at the entrance. The tent was hardly large enough for more than 5 or 6. Dick Shand had not been there, because he had always been her enemy, and had tried to prevent the marriage. And she was quite clear about the letter. There was a great deal said about the letter. She was sure that the envelope with the letter had come to her at Ahalala by post from Sydney when her husband was at the latter place. The Sydney postmark, with the date, was very plain. There was much said as to the accuracy and clearness of the Sydney postmark, and something as to the absence of any postmark at Nobble. She could not account for the absence of the Nobble postmark. She was aware that letters were stamped at Nobble generally. Mr. Allen, she said, had himself handed to her the copy of the register almost immediately after the marriage, but she could not say by whom it had been copied. The letter purporting to be from Mr. Allen to her husband was no doubt, she said, in the minister's handwriting. Caldigate had showed it to her before their marriage, and she had kept it without any opposition from him. Then she was asked as to her residence after her marriage, and here she was less clear. She had lived with him first at Ahalala and then at Nobble, but she could not say for how long. It had been off and on. There had been quarrels, and after a time they had agreed to part. She had received from him a certain amount of mining shares and of money, and had undertaken in return never to bother him any more. There was a great deal said about times and dates, which left an impression upon those around her in the court that she was less sure of her facts than a woman in such circumstances naturally would have been. Then Sir John produced the letter which she had written to Caldigate, and in which she had distinctly offered to marry Crinkett if the money demanded were paid. She must have expected the production of this letter, but still for a few moments it silenced her. "Yes," she said at last, "I wrote it." "And the money you demanded has been paid?" "Yes, it has been paid, but not then. It was not paid till we came over." "But if it had been paid, then you would have married Mr. Crinkett?" Sir John's manner as he asked the question was so gentle and so soft that it was felt by all to contain an apology for intruding on so delicate a subject. But when she hesitated, he did, after a pause, renew his inquiry in another form. "Perhaps this was only a threat, and you had no purpose of carrying it out?" Then she plucked up her courage. "I have not married him," she said. "But did you intend it?" "I did. What were the laws to me out there? He had left me and had taken another wife. I had to do the best for myself. I did intend it, but I didn't do it. A woman can't be tried for her intentions." "No," said Sir John, "but she may be judged by her intentions." Then she was asked why she had not gone when she had got the money, according to her promise. "He defied us," she said, "and called us bad names, liars and perjurers. He knew that we were not liars, and then we were watched and told that we might not go. As he said that he was indifferent, I was willing enough to stay and see it out." "You cannot give us," he asked again, and this was his last question, "any clearer record of those months which you lived with your husband?" "No," she said, I cannot. I kept no journal." Then she was allowed to go, and though she had been under examination for 3 hours, it was thought she had escaped easily. Crinkett was the next, who swore that he had been Caldigate's partner in sundry mining speculations, that they had been in every way intimate, that he had always recommended Caldigate to marry Mrs. Smith, thinking, as he said, that respectability paid in the long run, and that, having so advised him, he had become Caldigate's special friend at the time, to the exclusion of Dick Shand, who was generally drunk, and who, whether drunk or sober, was opposed to the marriage. He had been selected to stand by his friend at the marriage, and he, thinking that another witness would be beneficial, had taken Adamson with him. His only wonder was that any one should dispute a fact which was at the time so notorious both at Ahalala and at Nobble. He held his head high during his evidence in chief, and more than once called the prisoner Caldigate. Caldigate knew this, and Caldigate did that. It was past 4 when he was handed over for cross-examination, but when it was said that another hour would suffice for it, the judge agreed to sit for that other hour. But it was nearly 2 hours before the gentleman who was with Sir John had finished his work, during which Mr. Crinkett seemed to suffer much. The gentleman was by no means so complaisant as Sir John, and asked some very disagreeable questions. Had Crinkett intended to commit bigamy by marrying the last witness, knowing at the time that she was a married woman? "I never said that I intended to marry her," said Crinkett. "What she wrote to Caldigate was nothing to me." He could not be made to own, as she had done in a straightforward way, that he had intended to set the law at defiance. His courage failed him, and his presence of mind, and he was made to declare at last that he had only talked about such a marriage, with the view of keeping the woman in good humour, but that he had never intended to marry her. Then he was asked as to Bollam. Had he told Bollam that he intended to marry the woman? At last he owned that he might have done so. Of course he had been anxious to get his money, and he had thought that he might best do so by such an offer. He was reduced to much misery during his cross-examination, but on the one main statement that he had been present at the marriage he was not shaken. At 6 o'clock the trial was adjourned till the next day, and the two Caldigates were taken in a fly to a neighbouring inn, at which rooms had been provided for them. Here they were soon joined by Mr. Seeley, who explained, however, that he had come merely to make arrangements for the morrow. "How is it going?" asked Caldigate. The question was very natural, but it was one which Mr. Seeley was not disposed to answer. "I couldn't give an opinion," he said. "In such cases I never do give an opinion. The evidence is very clear and has not been shaken, but the witnesses are people of bad character. Character goes a long way with a jury. It will depend a good deal on the judge, I should say. But I cannot give an opinion." No opinion one way or the other was expressed to the father or son, who indeed saw no one else the whole evening; but Robert Moulton, in discussing the matter with his father, expressed a strong conviction that Caldigate would be acquitted. He had heard it all, and understood the nature of such cases. "I do not in the least doubt that they were married," said Robert Bolton. "All the circumstances make me sure of it. But the witnesses are just of that kind which a jury always distrusts. The jury will acquit him, not because they do not believe the marriage, but out of enmity to Cricket and the woman." "What shall we do, then?" asked the old man. To this Robert Bolton could make no answer. He only shook his head and turned away. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 42. The Second Day. The court had been very full on the first day of the trial, but on the following morning it was even more crowded, so that outsiders who had no friends connected with justice had hardly a chance of hearing or seeing anything. Many of the circumstances of the case had long been known to the public, but matters of new and of peculiar interest had been elicited. The distinct promise made by the woman to marry another man, so as to render her existing husband safe in his bigamy by committing bigamy herself. The payment to these people by Caldigate of an immense sum of money. The fact that they two had lived together in Australia, whether married or not. All this, which had now been acknowledged on both sides, added to the romance of the occasion. While it could hardly be doubted, on the one side, that Caldigate had married the woman, so strong was the evidence, it could not be at all doubted, on the other side, that the accusation had been planned with the view of raising money, and had been the result of a base conspiracy. And then there was the additional marvel, that though the money had been paid, the whole sum demanded, yet the trial was carried on. The general feeling was exactly that which Robert Bolton had attributed to the jury. People did believe that there had been a marriage, but trusted nevertheless that Caldigate might be acquitted, so that his recent marriage might be established. No doubt there was a feeling with many that anything done in the wilds of Australia ought not to count here at home in England. Caldigate, with his father, was in court a little before 10, and at that hour punctually the trial was recommenced. The first business was the examination of Adamson, who was quite clear as to the marriage. He had been concerned with Cricket in money operations for many years, and had been asked by him to be present simply as a witness. He had never been particularly intimate with Caldigate, and had had little or nothing to do with him afterwards. He was cross-examined by the second gentleman, but was not subjected to much annoyance. He had put what little money he possessed into the Polyuca mine, and had come over to England because he had thought that, by so doing, he might perhaps get a portion of his money back. Had there been a conspiracy, and was he one of the conspirators? Well, he rather thought that there had been a conspiracy, and that he was one of the conspirators. But then he had only conspired to get what he thought to be his own. He had lost everything in the Polyuca mine, and as the gentleman no doubt had married the lady, he thought he might as well come forward, and that perhaps in that way he would get his money. He did not mind saying that he had received a couple of £1,000, which was half of what he put into Polyuca. He hoped that, after paying all his expenses, he would be able to start again at the diggings with something above 1,000. This was all straight sailing. The purpose which he had in view was so manifest that it had hardly been worth while to ask him the questions. Anna Young was the next, and she encountered the sweet courtesies of Sir John Joram. These sweet courtesies were prolonged for above an hour, and were not apparently very sweet to Miss Young. Of the witnesses hitherto examined, she was the worst. She had been flippantly confident in her memories of the marriage ceremony when questioned on behalf of the prosecution, but had forgotten everything in reference to her friend's subsequent married life. She had forgotten even her own life, and did not quite know where she had lived. And at last she positively refused to answer questions, though they were asked with the most engaging civility. She said that, "Of course a lady has affairs which she could not tell to everybody." No, she didn't mean lovers, she didn't care for the men at all. Yes, she did mean money, she had done a little mining and hoped to do a little more. She was to have £1,000 in her expenses, but she hadn't got the money yet. And so on. Probably of all the witnesses yet examined,
Miss Young had amused the court the most. There were many others, no doubt necessary for the case, but hardly necessary for the telling of the story. Captain Mundy was there, the captain of the Goldfinder, who spoke of Caldigate's conduct on board, and of his own belief that they two were engaged when they left the ship. "As we are prepared to acknowledge that there was an engagement, I do not think that we need trouble you, Captain Mundy," said Sir John. "We only deny the marriage." Then the cheque for £20,000 was produced, and clerks from the bank to prove the payment, and the old waiter from the Jericho coffee house, and others of whom Sir John Joram refused to take any notice whatsoever. All that had been acknowledged. Of course the money had been paid. Of course the intimacy had existed. No doubt there had been those interviews both at Foking and up in London. But had there ever been a marriage in that tent at Ahalala? That, and that only, was the point to which Sir John Joram found it necessary to give attention. A slight interval was allowed for lunch, and then Sir John rose to begin his speech. It was felt on all sides that his speech was to be the great affair of the trial. Would he be able so to represent these witnesses as to make a jury believe that they had sworn falsely, and that the undoubted and acknowledged conspiracy to raise money had been concocted without any basis of truth? There was a quarter of an hour during which the father remained with his son in the precincts of the prison, and then the judge and the lawyers, and all they whose places were assured to them, trooped back into court. They who were less privileged had fed themselves with pocketed sandwiches, not caring to risk the loss of their seats. Sir John Joram began by holding, extended in his fingers towards the jury, the envelope which had undoubtedly been addressed by Caldigate to Mrs. Caldigate, Ahalala, Nobble, and in which a certain letter had been stated to have been sent by him to her. "The words written on that envelope," said he, "are to my mind the strongest evidence I have ever met of the folly to which a man may be reduced by the softness of feminine intercourse. I acknowledge on the part of my client that he wrote these words. I acknowledge that if a man could make a woman his wife by so describing her on a morsel of paper, this man would have made this woman his wife. I acknowledge so much, though I do not acknowledge, though I deny, that any letter was ever sent to this woman in the envelope which I hold in my hand. His own story is that he wrote those words at a moment of soft and foolish confidence, when they two together were talking of a future marriage, a marriage which no doubt was contemplated, and which probably had been promised. Then he wrote the address, showing the woman the name which would be hers should they ever be married, and she has craftily kept the document. That is his story. That is my story. Now I must show you why I think it also should be your story. The woman, I must describe her in this way, lest I should do her an injustice by calling her Mrs. Smith, or do my client an injustice by calling her Mrs. Caldigate, has told you that this envelope with an enclosure which she produced reached her at Nobble through the post from Sydney. To that statement I call upon you to give no credit. A letter so sent would, as you have been informed, bear two postmarks, those of Sydney and of Nobble. This envelope bears one only, but that is not all. I shall call before you two gentlemen experienced in affairs of the post office, and they will tell you that the postmarks on this envelope, both that of the town, Sydney, and that by which the postage stamp is obliterated, are cleaner, finer, and better perceived than they would have been had it passed in ordinary course through the post office. Letters in the post office are hurried quickly through the operation of stamping, so that one, passing over the other while the stamping ink is still moist, will to some extent blot and blur that with which it has come in contact. He will produce some dozen taken at random, and will show you that with them all such has been the case. This blotting, this smudging, is very slight, but it exists, it is always there. He will tell you that this envelope has been stamped as one and alone by itself with peculiar care, and I shall ask you to believe that the impression has been procured by fraud in the Sydney post office. If that be so, if in such a case as this fraud be once discovered, then I say that the whole case will fall to the ground, and that I shall be justified in telling you that no word that you have heard from these four witnesses is worthy of belief. Nothing worthy of belief has been adduced against my client unless that envelope be so. That those four persons have conspired together for the sake of getting money is clear enough. To their evidence I shall come presently, and shall endeavour to show you why you should discredit them. At present I am concerned simply with this envelope on which I think that the case hangs. As for the copy of the register, it is nothing. It would be odd indeed if in any conspiracy so much as that could not be brought up. Had such a register been found in the archives of any church, however humble, and had an attested copy been produced, that would have been much. But this is nothing, nor is the alleged letter from Mr. Allen anything. Were the letter genuine, it would show that such a marriage had been contemplated, not that it had been solemnized. We have, however, no evidence to make us believe that the letter is genuine, but the envelope, and he again stretched it out towards the jury, is evidence. The impression of a post office stamp has often been accepted as evidence. But the evidence may be false evidence, and it is for us to see whether it may not probably be so now. In the first place, such evidence requires peculiar sifting, which unfortunately cannot be applied to it in the present case, because it has been brought to us from a great distance. Had the envelope been in our possession from the moment in which the accusation was first made, we might have tested it, either by sending it to Sydney, or by obtaining from Sydney other letters or documents bearing the same stamp, affixed undoubtedly on the date here represented. But that has not been within our power. The gentleman whom I shall bring before you will tell you that these impressions or stamps have a knack of verifying themselves, which make it very dangerous indeed for fraudulent persons to tamper with them. A stamp used in June will be hardly the same as it will be in July. Some little bruise will have so altered a portion of the surface as to enable detection to be made with a microscope. And the stamp used in 1870 will certainly have varied its form in 1871. Now, I maintain that time and opportunity should have been given to us to verify this impression. Copies of all impressions from day to day are kept in the Sydney Post Office, and if it be found that on this day named, the 10th of May, no impression in the Sydney office is an exact facsimile of this impression, then I say that this impression has been subsequently and fraudulently obtained, and that the only morsel of corroborative evidence offered to you will be shown to be false evidence. We have been unable to get impressions of this date. Opportunities have not been given to us. But I do not hesitate to tell you that you should demand such opportunities before you accept that envelope as evidence on which you can send my client to jail, and deprive that young wife, whom he has made his own, of her husband, and afford the damning evidence of your verdict towards robbing his son of his legitimacy. He said very much more about the envelope, clearly showing his own appreciation of its importance, and declaring again and again that if he could show that a stain of perjury affected the evidence in any one point, all the evidence must fall to the ground, and that if there were ground to suspect that the envelope had been tampered with, then that stain of perjury would exist. After that he went on to the 4 conspirators, as he called them, justifying the name by their acknowledged object of getting money from his client. That they came to this country as conspirators with a fraudulent purpose, my learned friend will not deny. I acknowledge nothing of the kind, said the learned friend. Then my learned friend must feel that his is a case in which he cannot safely acknowledge anything. I do not doubt, gentlemen, but that you have made up your mind on that point. He went on to show that they clearly were conspirators, that they had confessed as much themselves. It is no doubt possible that my client may have married this female conspirator, and she is not the less entitled to protection from the law because she is a conspirator. Nor, because she is a conspirator, should he be less amenable to the law for the terrible injury he would then have done to that other lady. But if they be conspirators, if it be shown to you that they came to this country, not that the woman might claim her husband, not that the others might give honest testimony against a great delinquent, but in order that they might frighten him out of money, then I am entitled to tell you that you should not rest on their evidence unless it be supported, and that the fact of their conspiracy gives you a right, nay, makes it your imperative duty, to suspect perjury. The remainder of the day was taken up with Sir John's speech, and with the witnesses which he called for the defence. He certainly succeeded in strengthening the compassion which was felt for Caldigate and for the unfortunate young mother at Woking. It was very well, he said, for my learned friend to tell you of the protection which is due to a married woman when a husband has broken the law, and betrayed his trust by taking another wife to himself, as this man is accused of having done. But there is another aspect in which you will regard the question. Think of that second wife, and of her child, and of the protection which is due to her. You well know that she does not suspect her husband, that she fears nothing but a mistaken verdict from you, that she will be satisfied, much more than satisfied, if you will leave her in possession of her home, her husband, and the unalloyed domestic happiness she's enjoyed since she joined her lot with his. Look at this one woman, and then at the other. Remember their motives, their different lives, their different joys, and what will be the effect of your verdict upon each of them. If you are satisfied that he did marry that woman, that vile woman, the nature of whose life has been sufficiently exposed to you, of course your verdict must be against him. The law is the law, and must be vindicated. In that case it will be your duty, your terrible duty, to create misery, to destroy happiness, to ruin a dear, innocent young mother and her child, and to separate a loving couple, every detail of whose life is such as to demand your sympathy. And this you must do at the bidding of 4 greedy, foul conspirators. Innocent, sweet, excellent in all feminine graces as is the one wife, unlovely, unfeminine, and abhorrent as is the other, you must do your duty. God forbid that I should ask you to break an oath, even for the sake of that young mother. But in such a case I do think I may ask you to be very careful as to what evidence you accept. I do think that I may again point out to you that those 4 witnesses, bound as they are together by a bond of avarice, should be regarded but as one, and as one to whose sworn evidence no credit is due unless it be amply corroborated. I say that there is no corroboration. This envelope would be strong corroboration if it had been itself trustworthy. When he sat down, the feeling in court was certainly in favour of John Caldigate. Then a cloud of witnesses were brought up for the defence, each of whom, however, was soon dispatched. The 2 clerks from the post office gave exactly the evidence which Sir John had described, and exposed to the jury their packet of old letters. In their opinion, the impression on the envelope was finer and cleaner than that generally produced in the course of business. Each of them thought it not improbable that the impression had been surreptitiously obtained. But each of them acknowledged on cross-examination that a stamp so clean and perfect might be given and maintained without special care, and each of them said that it was quite possible that a letter passing through the post office might escape the stamp of one of the offices in which it would be manipulated. Then there came the witnesses as to character, and evidence was given as to Hester's determination to remain with the man whom she believed to be her husband. As to this there was no cross-examination. That Caldigate's life had been useful and salutary since his return to Woking no one doubted, nor that he had been a loving husband. If he had committed bigamy, it was no doubt for the public welfare that such a crime should be exposed and punished. But that he should have been a bigamist would be a pity. Oh, such a pity! The pity of it! Oh, the pity of it! For now there had been much talk of Hester and her home at Woking, and her former home at Chesterton, and people everywhere concerned themselves for her peace, for her happiness, for her condition of life. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 43. The Last Day. After Sir John Joram's speech, and when the work of the second day had been brought to a close, Caldigate allowed his hopes to rise higher than they had ever mounted since he had first become aware that the accusation would in truth be brought against him. It seemed to be almost impossible that any jury should give a verdict in opposition to arguments so convincing as those Sir John had used. All those details which had appeared to himself to be so damning to his own cause now melted away, and seemed to him to be of no avail. And even Mr. Seeley, when he came to see his client in the evening, was less oppressive than usual. He did not indeed venture to express hope, but in his hopelessness he was somewhat more hopeful than before. "You must remember, Mr. Caldigate," he said, "that you have not yet heard of the judge, and that with such a jury the judge will go much further than any advocate. I never knew a Cambridgeshire jury refuse to be led by George Bramber." "Why a Cambridgeshire jury?" asked old Mr. Caldigate, "and why Judge Bramber especially?" "We are a little timid, I think, here in the eastern counties, a little wanting in self-confidence. An advocate in the north of England has a finer scope, because the people like to move counter to authority. A Lancashire jury will generally be unwilling to do what a judge tells them. And then Judge Bramber has a peculiar way of telling a jury. If he has a strong opinion of his own, he never leaves the jury in doubt about it. Some judges are what I call flabby, Mr. Caldigate. They are a little afraid of responsibility, and leave the jury and the counsel to fight it out among them. Sir John did it very well, no doubt, very well. He made the best he could of that postage stamp, though I don't know that it will go for much. The point most in our favour is that those Australians are a rough lot to look at. The woman has been drinking and has lost her good looks, so that the jurymen won't be soft about her." Caldigate, when he heard this, thought of Euphemia Smith on board the Goldfinder, when she certainly did not drink, when her personal appearance was certainly such as might touch the heart of any juryman. Gold and drink together had so changed the woman that he could hardly persuade himself that she was that forlorn, attractive female whom he had once so nearly loved. Before he went to bed, Caldigate wrote to his wife, as he had done also on the preceding evening. "There is to be another long, tedious, terrible day, and then it may be that I shall be able to write no more. For your sake, almost more than for my own, I am longing for it to be over. It would be vain for me to attempt to tell you all that took place. I do not dare to give you hope, which I know may be fallacious. And yet I feel my own heart somewhat higher than it was when I wrote last night." Then he did tell her something of what had taken place, speaking in high praise of Sir John Joram. "And now, my own wife, my real wife, my beloved one, I have to call you so, perhaps for the last time for years. If these men shall choose to think that I married that woman, we shall have to be so parted that it will be better for us to be in our graves. But even then I will not give up all hope. My father has promised that the whole colony shall be ransacked till proof be found of the truth, and then, though I shall have been convicted, I shall be reinstated in my position as your husband. May God Almighty bless you and our boy, till I may come again to claim my wife and my child without disgrace." The old man had made the promise. "I would go myself," said he, "were it not that Hester will want my support here." For there had been another promise made, that by no entreaty, no guile, no force, should Hester be taken from Woking to Chesterton. Early on the third day Judge Bramber began his charge, and in doing so he told the jury that it would occupy him about 3 hours. And in exactly 3 hours' time he had completed his task. In summing up the case he certainly was not flabby, so little so that he left no doubt on the minds of any who heard him of the verdict at which he had himself arrived. He went through the evidence of the 4 chief witnesses very carefully, and then said that the antecedents of these people, or even their guilt, if they had been guilty, had nothing to do with the case, except in so far as it might affect the opinion of the jury as to their veracity. They had been called conspirators, even though they had conspired to raise money by threats, than which nothing could be more abominable, even though by doing so they should have subjected themselves to criminal proceedings and to many penalties. That would not lessen the criminality of the accused, if such a marriage as that described had in truth taken place. "This," said the judge, "is so much a matter of course that I should not insist upon it had it not been implied that the testimony of these 4 persons is worth nothing because they are conspirators. It is for you to judge what their testimony is worth, and it is for you to remember that they are 4 distinct witnesses, all swearing to the same thing." Then he went into the question of the money. There could be no doubt that the 4 persons had come to England with the purpose of getting money out of the accused, and that they had succeeded. With their mode of doing this, whether criminal or innocent, the jury had nothing to do,
except as it affected their credit. But they were bound to look to Caldigate's motive in paying so large a sum. It had been shown that he did not owe them a shilling, and that when the application for money reached him from Australia he had refused to give them a shilling. Then, when they had arrived here in England, accusation was made, and when they had offered to desert the case if paid the money, then the money was paid. The prisoner, when paying it, had no doubt intimated to those who received it that he made no bargain with them as to their going away, and he had taken a friend with him who had given his evidence in court, and this friend had manifestly been taken to show that the money was not secretly paid. The jury would give the prisoner the benefit of all that, if there was benefit to be derived from it. But they were bound to remember, in coming to their verdict, that a very large sum of money had been paid to the witnesses by the prisoner, which money certainly was not due to them. He dwelt also at great length on the stamp on the envelope, but contrived at last to leave a feeling on the minds of those who heard him that Sir John had shown the weakness of his case by trusting so much to such allegations as he had made. "It has been represented," said Judge Bramber, "that the impression which you have seen of the Sydney post office stamp has been fraudulently obtained. Some stronger evidence should, I think, be shown of this before you believe it. 2 clerks from the London post office have told you that they believed the impression to be a false one, but I think they were hardly justified in their opinion. They founded it on the clearness and cleanness of the impression, but they both of them acknowledged afterwards that such clearness and cleanness is simply unusual, and by no means impossible, not indeed improbable. But how would it have been if the envelope had been brought to you without any post office impression, simply directed to Mrs. Caldigate, by the man who is alleged to have made the woman his wife shortly before the envelope was written? Would it not in that case have been strong evidence? If any fraud were proved, such a fraud as would be that of getting some post office official falsely to stamp the envelope, then the stain of perjury would be there. But it will be for you to consider whether you can find such stain of perjury merely because the impression on the envelope is clear and clean." When he came to the present condition of Caldigate's wife and child at Foking, he was very tender in his speech, but even his tenderness seemed to turn itself against the accused. "Of that poor lady I can only speak with that unfeigned respect which I am sure you all feel. That she was happy in her marriage till this accusation reached her ears, no one can doubt. That he to whom she was given in marriage has done his duty by her, treating her with full affection and confidence, has been proved to us. Who can think that such a condition of things shall be disturbed, that happiness so perfect is to be turned to misery and misfortune without almost an agony of regret? But not on that account can you be in any way released from your duty. In this case you are not entitled to think of the happiness or unhappiness of individuals. You have to confine yourself to the evidence, and must give your verdict in accordance with that." John Caldigate, as he heard the words, told himself at once that the judge had in fact desired the jury to find a verdict against him. Not a single point had been made in his favour, and every point had been made to tell against him. The judge had almost said that a man's promise to marry a woman should be taken as evidence of marriage. But the jury, at any rate, did not show immediate alacrity in obeying the judge's behest. They returned once or twice to ask questions, and at 3 o'clock Caldigate was allowed to go to his inn, with an intimation that he must hold himself in readiness to be brought back and hear the verdict at a moment's notice. "I wish they could declare it at once," he said to his father. "The suspense is worse than all." During the afternoon the matter was discussed very freely throughout the borough. "I thought they would have agreed almost at once," said the mayor at about 4 o'clock to Mr. Seeley, who at this moment had retired to his own office, where the great magistrate of the borough was closeted with him. The mayor had been seated on the bench throughout the trial, and had taken much interest in the case. "I never imagined that there could be much doubt after Judge Bramber's summing up." "I hear that there's one man holding out," said the attorney in a low voice. "Who is it?" whispered the mayor. The mayor and Mr. Seeley were very intimate.
I suppose it's Jones, the tanner at Ely. They say that the Caldigates have had dealings with his family from generation to generation. I knew all about it, and when they passed his name I wondered that Burder hadn't been sharper."
Mr. Burder was the gentleman who had got up the prosecution on the part of the Crown. "It must be something of that kind," said the Mayor. "Nothing else would make a jury hesitate after such a charge as that. I suppose he did marry her?" Mr. Seeley shrugged his shoulders. "I have attended very closely to the case, and I know I should have been against him on a jury. God bless my soul! Did any man ever write to a woman as his wife without having married her?" "It has been done, I should think." "And that nobody should have been got to say that they weren't man and wife?"
"I really have hardly formed an opinion," said Mr. Seeley, still whispering. "I'm inclined to think that there was probably some ceremony, and that Caldigate salved his conscience, when he married Bolton's daughter, by an idea that the ceremony wasn't valid. But they'll convict him at last. When he told me that he'd been up to town and paid that money, I knew it was all up with him. How can any juryman believe that a man will pay £20,000, which he doesn't owe, to his sworn enemy merely on a point of conscience?"
At the same time the old banker was sitting in his room at the bank, and Robert Bolton was with him. "There cannot be a doubt of his guilt," said Robert Bolton. "No, no, not a doubt." "But the jury may disagree?"
"What shall we do then?" said the banker.
"There must be another trial. We must go on till we get a verdict."
"And Hester? What can we do for Hester?"
"She is very obstinate, and I fear we have no power. Even though she is declared not to be his wife, she can choose her own place of living. If he is convicted, I think that she would come back. Of course she ought to come back."
"Oh, of course, of course."
"Old Caldigate, too, is very obstinate, but it may be that we should be able to persuade him. He will know that she ought to be with her mother."
Her poor mother, her poor mother! And when he comes out of prison?"
"Her very nature will have been altered by that time," said the attorney. "She will, I trust, have consented before that to take up her residence under your roof." "Oh, I shall be dead," said the old man. "Disgrace and years together will have killed me before that time comes." The Smirkeys were staying at Babington, and the desire for news there was very intent. Mr. Smirkey was full of thought on the matter, but was manifestly in favour of a conviction. "Yes, the poor young woman is very much to be pitied," he said, in answer to the squire, who had ventured to utter a word in favour of Hester. "A young woman who falls into the hands of an evil man must always be pitied. But it is to prevent the evil men from preying upon the weaker sex that examples such as these are needed. When we think what might have been the case here in this house, we have all of us a peculiar reason to be thankful for the interposition of divine providence." Here Mr. Smirkey made a little gesture of thanksgiving, thanking heaven for its goodness to his wife in having given her himself. "Julia, my love, you have a very peculiar reason to be thankful, and I trust you are so. Yes, we must pity the poor young lady, but it will be well that the offender should be made subject to the outraged laws of his country." Mrs. Smirkey, as she listened to these eloquent words, closed her eyes and hands in token of her thankfulness for all that Providence had done for her. If she knew how to compare her condition with that of poor Hester at this time, she had indeed cause for thankfulness. Hester was alone with her baby, and with no information but what had been conveyed to her by her husband's letters. As she read the last of the two, she acknowledged to herself that too probably she would not even see his handwriting again till the period of his punishment should have expired. And then? What would come then? Sitting alone at the open window of her bedroom, with her boy on her lap, she endeavoured to realize her own position. She would be a mother, without a husband, with her bastard child. However innocent he might be, such would be her position under the law. It did not suffice that they two should be man and wife as thoroughly as any whom God had joined together, if 12 men assembled together in a jury box should say otherwise. She had told him that she would be brave. But how should she be brave in such a condition as this? What should she do? How could she look forward to the time of his release? Could anything ever again give her back her husband and make him her own in the eyes of men? Could anything make men believe that he had always been her own, and there had been no flaw? She had been very brave when they had attempted to confine her, to hold her by force at Chesterton. Then she had been made strong, had always been comforted, by opposition. The determination of her purpose to go back had supported her. But now, how should it be with her now, and with her boy, and with him? The old man was very good and eager in her cause, and would let her live at Foking. But what would they call her? When they wrote to her from Chesterton, how would they address their letters? Never, never would she soil her fingers by touching a document that called her by any other name than her own. Yes, her own. Let all the jurymen in all the counties, let all the judges in the bench say what they would to the contrary. Though it should be for all her life, though there should never come the day on which they, the world at large, would do him justice, and her, though they should call her by what hard names they would, still up there in the court of her God, she would be his wife. She would be a pure woman there, and there would her child be without a stain. And here in this world, though she could never more be a wife in all things, she would be a wife in love, a wife in care, a wife in obedience, a wife in all godly truth. And though it would never be possible for her to show her face again among mankind, never for her, surely the world would be kinder to her boy. They would not begrudge him his name. And when it should be told how it had come to pass that there was a blot upon his escutcheon, they would not remind him of his mother's misery. But above all, there should be no shade of doubt as to her husband. "I know," she said, speaking aloud, but not knowing that she spoke aloud, "I know that he is my husband." Then there was a knock at the door. "Well, yes, has it come? Do you know?" No, nothing was known there at that moment. But in another minute all would be known. The wheels of the old squire's carriage had been heard upon the gravel. "No, ma'am, no, you shall not leave the room," said the nurse. "Stay here, and let him come to you." "Is he alone?" she asked. But the woman did not know. The wheels of the carriage had only been heard. Alas, alas, he was alone. His heart, too, had been almost broken as he bore the news home to the wife, who was a wife no longer. "Father," she said when she saw him. "My daughter! Oh, my daughter!" And then, with their hands clasped together, they sat speechless and alone, while the news was spread through the household which the old man did not dare to tell to his son's wife. It was very slowly that the actual tidings reached her ears. Mr. Caldigate, when he tried to tell them, found that the power of words had left him. Old as he was, and prone to cynic indifference as he had shown himself, he was affected almost like a young girl. He sobbed convulsively as he hung over her, embracing her. "My daughter!" he said. "My daughter! My daughter!" But at last it was all told. Caldigate had been declared guilty, and the judge had condemned him to be confined to prison for 2 years. Judge Bramber had told him that, in his opinion, the jury could not have found any other verdict, but he went on to say that, looking for some excuse for so terrible a deed as that which had been done, so terrible for that poor lady who was now left nameless with a nameless infant, he could imagine that the marriage, though legally solemnized, had nevertheless been so deficient in the appearances of solemnity as to have imbued the husband with the idea that it had not meant all that a marriage would have meant if celebrated in a church and with more of the outward appurtenances of religion. On that account he refrained from inflicting a severer penalty. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 44. After the verdict. When the verdict was given, Caldigate was at once marched round into the dock, having hitherto been allowed to sit in front of the dock between Mr. Seeley and his father. But, standing in the dock, he heard the sentence pronounced upon him. "I never married the woman, my lord," he said in a loud voice. But what he said could be of no avail. And then men looked at him as he disappeared with the jailers down the steps leading to regions below, and away to his prison, and they knew that he would no more be seen or heard of for 2 years. He had vanished. But there was the lady who was not his wife out at Foking, the lady whom the jury had declared not to be his wife. What would become of her? There was an old gentleman there in the court who had known Mr. Caldigate for many years, one Mr. Ryder, who had been himself a practising barrister, but had now retired. In those days they seldom saw each other, but nevertheless they were friends. "Caldigate," he said, "you'd better let her go back to her own people." "She shall stay with me," he replied. "Better not. Believe me, she had better not. If so, how will it be with her when he is released? The 2 years will soon go by, and then she will be in his house. If that woman should die, he might marry her. But till then she had better be with her own people." "She shall stay with me," the old man said again, repeating the words angrily and shaking his head. He was so stunned by the blow that he could not argue the matter, but he knew that he had made the promise, and that he was resolved to abide by it. She had better go back to her own people. All the world was saying it. She had no husband now. Everybody would respect her misfortune. Everybody would acknowledge her innocence. All would sympathize with her. All would love her. But she must go back to her own people. There was not a dissentient voice. "Of course she must go back to you now," Nicholas Bolton said to her father, and Nicholas Bolton seldom interfered in anything. "The poor lady will of course be restored to her family," the judge had said in private to his marshal, and the marshal had of course made known what the judge had said. On the next morning there came a letter from William Bolton to Robert. "Of course Hester must come back now. Nothing else is possible." Everybody decided that she must come back. It was a matter which admitted of no doubt. But how was she to be brought to Chesterton? None of them who decided with so much confidence as to her future understood her ideas of her position as a wife. "I am bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh," she said to herself, "made so by a sacrament which no jury can touch. What matters what the people say? They may make me more unhappy than I am, they may kill me by their cruelty, but they cannot make me believe myself not to be his wife. And when I am his wife, I will obey him and him only." What she called their cruelty manifested itself very soon. The first person who came to her was Mrs. Robert Bolton, and her visit was made on the day after the verdict. When Hester sent down word begging to be permitted in her misery to decline to see even her sister-in-law, Mrs. Roberts sent her up a word or two written in pencil. "My darling, whom have you nearer? Who loved you better than I?" Then the wretched one gave way, and allowed her brother's wife to be brought to her. She was already dressed from head to foot in black, and her baby was with her. The arguments which Mrs. Robert Bolton used need not be repeated, but it may be said that the words she used were so tender, and they were urged with so much love, so much sympathy, and so much personal approval, that Hester's heart was touched. "But he is my husband," Hester said. "The judge cannot alter it. He is my husband." "I will not say a word to the contrary, but the law has separated you, and you should obey the law. You should not even eat his bread now, because oh, Hester, you understand." "I do understand," she said, rising to her feet in her energy, "and I will eat his bread, though it be hard, and I will drink of his cup, though it be bitter. His bread and his cup shall be mine, and none other shall be mine. I do understand. I know that these wicked people have blasted my life. I know that I can be nothing to him now. But his child shall never be made to think that his mother has condemned his father. Yes, Margaret," she said again, "I do love you, and I do trust you, and I know that you love me. But you do not love him. You do not believe in him. If they came to you and took Robert away, would you go and live with other people? I do love papa and mamma, but this is his house, and he bids me stay here. The very clothes which I wear are his clothes. I am his, and though they were to cut me apart from him, still I should belong to him. No, I will not go to mamma. Of course I have forgiven her, because she meant it for the best. But I will never go back to Chesterton." Then there came letters from the mother, one letter hot upon the other, all appealing to those texts in Scripture by which the laws of nations are supposed to be supported. give unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's. It was for the law to declare who were and who were not man and wife, and in this matter the law had declared. After this, how could she doubt? Or how could she hesitate as to tearing herself away from the belongings of the man who was certainly not her husband? And there were dreadful words in these letters which added much to the agony of her who received them, words which were used in order that their strength might prevail. But they had no strength to convert, though they had strength to afflict. Then Mrs. Bolton, who in her anxiety was ready to submit herself to any personal discomfort, prepared to go to Foking. But Hester sent back word that, in her present condition, she would see nobody, not even her mother. But it was not only from the family of the Boltons that these applications and entreaties came. Even Mr. Seeley took upon himself to tell Mr. Caldigate that under existing circumstances Hester should not be detained at Foking. "I do not know that either she or I want advice in the matter," Mr. Caldigate replied. But as a stone will be worn hollow in time by the droppings of many waters, so was it thought that if all Cambridge would continue firm in its purpose, that this stone might at last be made to yield. The world was so anxious that it resolved among itself that it would submit to any amount of snubbing in carrying out its object. Even the mayor wrote: "Dear Mr. Caldigate, greatly as I object to all interference in families, I think myself bound to appeal to you as to the unfortunate condition of that young lady from Chesterton." Then followed all the arguments and some of the texts, both of which were gradually becoming hackneyed in the matter. Mr. Caldigate's answer to this was very characteristic. "Dear Mr. Mayor, if you had an objection to interfere in families, why do you do it?" The mayor took the rebuke with placid good humour, feeling that his little drop might also have done something towards hollowing the stone. But of all the councillors, perhaps Mr. Smirkey was the most zealous and the most trusting. He felt himself to be bound in a peculiar manner to Foking by double ties. Was not the clergyman of the parish the brother of his dear departed one? And with whom better could he hold sweet counsel? And then that second dear one who had just been vouchsafed to him, had she not, as it were by a miracle, been rescued from the fate into which the other poor lady had fallen, and obtained her present thoroughly satisfactory position? Mr. Smirkey was a clergyman who understood it to be his duty to be urgent for the good cause, in season and out of season, and who always did his duty. So he travelled over to Utterden and discussed the matter at great length with Mr. Bromley. "I do believe in my heart," said Mr. Bromley, "that the verdict is wrong." But Mr. Smirkey, with much eloquence, averred that that had nothing to do with the question. Mr. Bromley opened his eyes very wide. "Nothing at all," said Mr. Smirkey. "It is the verdict of the jury confirmed by the judge, and the verdict itself dissolves the marriage. Whether the verdict be wrong or right, that marriage ceremony is null and void. They are not man and wife, not now, even if they ever were. Of course you are aware of that." Mr. Smirkey was altogether wrong in his law. Such men generally are. Mr. Bromley in vain endeavoured to point out to him that the verdict could have no such power as was here claimed for it, and that, if any claim was to be brought up hereafter as to the legitimacy of the child, the fact of the verdict could only be used as evidence, and that that evidence would or would not be regarded as true by another jury, according to the views which that other jury might take. Mr. Smirkey would only repeat his statements with increasing solemnity. "That marriage is no marriage. That poor lady is not Mrs. John Caldigate. She is Miss Hester Bolton, and therefore every breath of air which she draws under that roof is a sin." As he said this out upon the dyke side, he looked about him with manifest regret that he had no other audience than his brother-in-law. And at last, after much persevering assiduity, Mr. Smirkey succeeded in reaching Mr. Caldigate himself, and expressed himself with boldness. He was a man who had at any rate the courage of his opinions. "You have to think of her future life in this world and in the next," he said. "And in the next," he repeated with emphasis, when Mr. Caldigate paused. "As to what will affect her happiness in this world, sir," said the old man, very gravely, "I think you can hardly be a judge." "Good repute?" suggested the clergyman. "Has she done anything that ought to lessen the fair fame of a woman in the estimation of other women? And as to the next world, in the rewards and punishments of which you presume it to be your peculiar duty to deal, has she done anything which you think will subject her to the special wrath of an offended deity?" This question he asked with a vehemence of voice which astounded his companion. "She has loved her husband with a peculiar love," he continued. "She has believed herself to be joined to him by ties which you shall call romantic, if you will, superstitious, if you will." "I hope not, I hope not," said Mr. Smirkey, holding up both his hands, not at all understanding the old man's meaning, but intending to express horror at superstition, which he supposed to be a peculiar attribute of the Roman Catholic branch of the Christian Church. "Not that I hope." "I cannot fathom, and you apparently cannot at all understand, her idea of the sanctity of the marriage vow. But if you know anything about her, I think you would refrain from threatening her with divine wrath. And as you know nothing about her, I regard such threats, coming from you, as impertinent, unmanly, inhuman, and blasphemous." Mr. Caldigate had commenced this conversation, though vehemently, still in so argumentative a manner, and in his allusions to the lady's romantic and superstitious ideas had seemed to yield so much, that the terrible vigour of his last words struck the poor clergyman almost to the ground. One epithet came out after another, very clearly spoken, with a pause between each of them, and the speaker, as he uttered them, looked his victim close in the face. Then he walked slowly away, leaving Mr. Smirkey fixed to the ground. What had he done? He had simply made a gentle allusion to the next world, as surely it was his duty to do. Whether this old pagan did or did not believe in a next world himself, he must at any rate be aware that it is the peculiar business of a clergyman to make such references. As to impertinent and unmanly, he would let them go by. He was, he conceived, bound by his calling to be what people called impertinent, and manliness had nothing to do with him. But inhuman and blasphemous! Why had he come all the way over from Plumcumb Pippins at considerable personal expense, except in furtherance of that higher humanity which concerns itself with eternity? And as for blasphemy, it might be thought, as well he said, that he was blasphemous whenever he read the Bible aloud to his flock. His first idea was to write an exhaustive letter on the subject to Mr. Caldigate, in which he would invite that gentleman to recall the offensive words. But as he drove his gig into the parsonage yard at Plumcumb Pippins, he made up his mind that this too was among the things which a Christian minister should bear with patience. But the dropping water always does hollow the stone, hollow it a little, though the impression may not be visible to the naked eye. Even when, rising in his wrath, Mr. Caldigate had crushed the clergyman by the violence of his language, having been excited to anger chiefly by the thick-headedness of the man in not having understood the rebuke intended to be conveyed by his earlier and gentler words, even when leaving the man with a full conviction that the man was crushed, the old squire was aware that he, the stone, was being gradually hollowed. Hester was now very dear to him. From the first she had suited his ideas of a wife for his son, and her constancy in her misery had wound itself into his heart. He quite understood that her welfare should now be his great care. There was no one else from whom she would listen to a word of advice. From her husband, whose slightest word would have been a law to her, no word could now come. From her own family she was entirely estranged, having been taught to regard them simply as enemies in the matter. She loved her mother, but in this matter her mother was her declared enemy. His voice, and his voice alone, could now reach her ears. As to that great hereafter to which the clergyman had so flippantly alluded, he was content to leave that to herself. Much as he differed from her as to details of a creed, he felt sure that she was safe there. To his thinking, she was the purest human being that had ever come beneath his notice. Whatever portion of bliss there may be for mankind in a life after this life, the fullest portion of that bliss would be hers, whether by reason of her creed or in spite of it. Accustomed to think much of things, it was thus that he thought of her in reference to the world to come. But as to this world, he was not quite so sure. If she could die and have that other bliss at once, that would be best. Only for the child, only for the child. But he did doubt. Would it do for her to ignore that verdict altogether, when his son should be released from jail, and be to him as though there had been no verdict? Would not the finger of scorn be pointed at her, and, as he thought of it, possibly at future children? Might it not be better for her to bow to the cruelty of fate, and consent to be apart from him at any rate while that woman should be alive? And again, if such would be better, then was it not clear that no time should be lost in beginning that new life? If at last it should be ruled that she must go back to her mother, it would certainly be well that she should do so now, at once, so that people might know that she had yielded to the verdict. In this way the stone was hollowed, though the hollowing had not been made visible to the naked eye of Mr. Smirkey. He was a man whose conscience did not easily let him rest when he believed that a duty was incumbent on him. It was his duty now, he thought, not to bid her go, not to advise her to go, but to put before her what reasons there might be for her going. "I am telling you," he said, "what other people say." "I do not regard what other people say." "That might be possible for a man, Hester, but a woman has to regard what the world says. You are young, and may have a long life before you. We cannot hide from ourselves the fact that a most terrible misfortune has fallen upon you, altogether undeserved, but very grievous." "God, when he gave me my husband," she replied, "did me more good than any man can do me harm by taking him away. I never cease to tell myself that the blessing is greater than the misfortune." "But, my dearest—" "I know it all, father. I know what you would tell me. If I live here after he comes out of prison, people will say that I am his mistress." "Not that, not that!" he cried, unable to bear the contumely of the word, even from her lips. "Yes, father, that is what you mean. That is what they all mean. That is what mamma means, and Margaret. Let them call me what they will. It is not what they call me, but what I am. It is bad for a woman to have evil said of her, but it is worse for her to do evil. It is your house, and you of course can bid me go." "I will never do that." "But unless I am turned out homeless onto the roads, I will stay here where he left me. I've only one sure way of doing right, and that is to obey him as closely as I can. He cannot order me now, but he has left his orders. He has told me to remain under this roof, and to call myself by his name, and in no way to derogate from my own honour as his wife. By God's help, I will do as he bids me. Nothing that any of them can say shall turn me an inch from the way he has pointed out. You are good to me." "I will try to be good to you." "You are so good to me that I can hardly understand your goodness. Trusting to that, I will wait here till you should come again, and tell me where and how I am to live." After that, the old squire made no further attempt in the same direction, finding that no slightest hollow had been made on that other stone. End of chapter 44.